Synopsis. An avid gamer who is also a light novel manga anime enthusiast finds himself reincarnated into the continent of Zemuria, and he might obtain a gamer system along the way. To set expectations now, I got 5 girls planned to become MCS lovers at some point. Any more will likely be voted on. Chapter 1. Welcome Tokyo, Japan. One of the largest megacities on Earth, it was the year 2022. Inside a dark room of a multi-story apartment, a lone figure could be seen sitting in a black padded gaming chair with a headset on, slouched back in his seat. He appeared relaxed, but excitement, and yet a hint of dreariness could be seen in his eyes. In front of him were 3 large monitors. The middle one was square while the monitor on each end was curved, and they were all connected. It acted as one big screen, an ideal gaming setup for the current generation. Several modern consoles could be seen off to the side, all hooked up and raring to go. One such console towered over the others and was almost a miniature PC, slick white in color. Its buttons could be seen glowing blue, which indicated it was currently turned on. All the cables hooking up to this figure's current setup were hidden and out of sight. As for the figure himself, he could be seen in his 20s, with black hair that could be seen as scruffy and peeling in several directions. Yet despite being in Japan, he appeared to be American. He and his family used to live in America before he finished college. He was able to land a well-paid job in the country he wanted to work in. As a result, his family moved with him, as they did not have many attachments to America. One key defining feature for this figure was his eyes. Unlike a person with black or brown irises, this man had eyes with a golden hue. He had gone to quite a few optometrists, but they couldn't find a cause as to why his eyes were golden, nor could they trace his family tree to others who may have possessed such eyes. Such a mutation to occur is a small chance by any means, but it happened to him. This room was his and rightfully owned. In fact, this whole apartment floor was rented out to this figure's name due to his earnings. And currently, his screen could be seen rolling credits, likely due to the fact he had just beaten the game. The credits were bright and colorful, and several images appeared on each window transition, which revealed different characters that were shown throughout the game in different poses. It acted as if it came right out of a collage. This figure let out a sigh, but a victorious one for having beaten this game. Over 150 game hours later, this marks the end for the first half of the story. This entry definitely tied a lot of loose ends together, the figure said, putting on a smile. As these credits continued rolling, which displayed the names of who worked on it in Japanese, a knock from his door, which drew his attention. As it was playing soft music into his headset, this figure was able to hear the knock, causing him to take it off. A cheerful voice soon reached his ears. "Big brother Naoto, dinner's almost ready. Did you manage to beat your game?" Cheerful voice said, belonging to that of girl. "Yeah, it'll be there in a few minutes." Apparently, there's a teaser at the end, which will showcase their new engine. Interested in watching it, Natsuki? "Can I?" The cheerful voice responded happily. "Haha, come on in." I answered with a laugh. I saw the door turn, only to have the light from the hallway shine in, causing me to shield my eyes for a bit, since the room was rather dark. "Geez, it's too dark in here as usual. You even have the air running too," the girl complained and started to rub her hand a bit. Upon a closer look, she had long bright black hair that flew down quite loosely, letting some strands go over her shoulders. She also had black eyes and was wearing a cute pair of red frame glasses. As for her clothes, she was wearing a baggy dark gray sweatshirt which sleeves covered half of her hands. She wore a simple pink t-shirt and some jeans underneath. I too was wearing a simple black t-shirt with no brand logo and blue jeans as well. This girl in front of me was my younger sister by a couple years, Natsuki. As for me, I was her brother, Naoto. Seeing my sister wear such a casual setup, I let out another chuckle. "You aren't going to get a boyfriend looking like that, Natsuki. You have no charm like this," I retorted. Hearing me say that, Natsuki puffed her cheeks and pouted. I don't need those sleaze bags. The last few mixers were total busts. I'm starting to think I have the wrong group of friends at school. Besides, I asked back. I saw Natsuki approach behind my gaming chair, only to wrap her arms around my shoulders for a hug. "I've got you, big brother." You are much more dependable than those asshats. Natsuki replied, revealing a big grin. The moment I heard that, I spun my chair around, proceeding to look at Natsuki right in the eyes, which started her. I then raised my spare hand that wasn't currently holding onto my controller and did a quick flick of my finger. Natsuki felt a fast sting strike her forehead. How many times do I have to remind you to not curse like that? I bet those boys run away from you. Such an unruly sister. I retorted again. Boo, you're no fun. Natsuki tried to respond back, only to get distracted by my monitors. It seemed the credits have now finished rolling, only to transition into a white screen. Look, big brother, it looks like it's starting. Yeah, quiet now. I answered back to Natsuki. Once the screen finished its next transition, letters slowly started to appear. The Legend of Heroes, Hajimari no Kiseki, is finished for the present, Natsuki uttered softly, seeing the text appear on screen. It then transitioned once more into another to white screen. To be continued in the near future. Thank you for playing, Natsuki said again, excitement appearing in her eyes. This screen lasted for a couple moments before it began to fade away. What replaced this white was a vast and open grassy field. The grass could be seen fluttering in the soft wind that was blowing. It was very crisp, which surprised us both. The words "The Legend of Heroes Hajimari no Kiseki" appeared over the field for a brief moment before the text vanished. The camera then moved, only to reveal a figure, or more specifically, the figure's lap, who is currently wearing a frilly purple dress with black gloves. If one had a close look at this figure's arms, it could be seen separated into two different joints. This figure could be seen holding a red book of sorts, titled Scrapbook. This figure opened it, only to reveal 2 pages. On these 2 pages were pictures taken with several different people in each one, likely who this figure got to know them during their travels. In the bottom left corner, red text could be seen written as Lapis Diary. Smiling at these images and reminiscing for a moment, this figure closed the book. The camera then moved upward, only to reveal the rest of this figure. They appear to be a girl with vibrant silver hair. 2 white rose flowers could be seen stuck in her purple headpiece that belonged to her purple dress. She even had a pink bow on over her chest. This girl then lifted her head up and slowly opened her eyes. Something unusual appeared, and that was the fact that her eyes were heterochromatic. Her left eye was sky blue, while her right eye was yellow, but she did not seem bothered by that. A smile appeared on her facing, enjoying the nice breeze rolling in the field she was sitting in. This moment of silence lasted for a moment before another energetic voice reached out to her, which also appeared belonging to a girl. She had to yell, as this one could be seen with 2 other figures quite a ways away. The other 2 appeared to be 2 guys. "Lachan, you better hurry up or we're going to leave you behind," the other girl yelled out to the first one. It seemed this girl was indeed the name written on the book just now. She was called Lapis. Hearing this, Lapis smiled once more and yelled out to the second girl. "Yeah, I'm coming." Lapis responded happily. Lapis then got up, putting away her book. Once she stood up, it actually appeared she wasn't as tall as the other 3 who were in the distance. The other girl waved at Lapis, and Lapis joined up with them. After that, the screen paneled upward, moving away into the skies above. The sunlight shone brightly for a moment. The screen then faded into black, ending the scene. The whole motion of this scene was smooth as butter and very vibrant. Excitement appeared in mine and Natsuki's eyes. That was really smooth. It's a shame only this much was shown. It ended so quickly. I know, right? I have yet to start revering myself, but it felt like I was watching an anime. I can't wait to start it myself. Well, now that I'm done, I can lend you my copy. I already have a next entry installed, so you're free to start it. Really? Natsuki replied in anticipation. However, at this time, we heard an angry voice reach our ears. "Natsuki, if you're done notifying Naoto, then get your ass back here and help set the table," an angry middle-aged voice said, coming from our mother. "Oof, don't want to make Mom angry. Since you're done now, you'll come in a couple, right?" Natsuki asked. "Yeah, just need to create my clear data save, and it'll be on over," I replied, causing Natsuki to smile. She then walked toward the door and waved her hand at me before vanishing into the hallway. I then turned toward my screen once more, only to see it turn black. In the next moment, the trail's logo appeared on the bottom right. It was red in text. Seeing this drew my attention. Weird for the logo to be red. Does that mean the next game is going to take a serious turn? I wondered to myself. Text started to appear on screen. Each letter shown was also red in color. You have reached clear save data for beating the Legend of Heroes. Hajimari no Kiseki, would you like to continue? Seeing this appear, I became confused. Is it not directly prompting me to save my file? I asked. I became a bit hesitant seeing this text appear, but knowing that I beat the game. I had to create my clear data file, especially if I wanted to use carryover bonuses if I wanted to try out in my next run of the game. So I selected yes. That was the last thing I remember before my consciousness faded and my vision went black. Player Naoto has been invited by the gamer system. We welcome you, Chapter 2. A gamer, we welcome you, a low voice echoed inside my mind. My mind was now groggy and foggy and pitch black. Where am I? I tried to ask, which caused my mind to stir awake, realizing I couldn't hear my own voice. And yet, I was interrupted by a mechanical voice this time. Soul integration process has begun. Player Naoto may experience pain during the installation. Beginning in, I became distracted by this sudden countdown. The hell is soul integration? I tried to inwardly say, except at this time my mind started getting fuzzy. I had no idea where my body had gone, only that knowing this inside my mind. It seemed that something had happened that caused me to lose consciousness. I then woke up, but only to see I'm stuck in my mind somehow, and that there was this voice ringing inside my head, almost like it was installing a program. Don't tell me, did this happen when I selected yes while trying to save my clear data? I surmised, thinking of the possibilities. I was then interrupted again by another notification. Installation in progress, 10/2030. The installation began of whatever this was supposed to be, causing my thoughts to get distracted again. Not by the mechanical-sounding words, but what came after. My fuzzy and groggy mind soon went from that to feeling full and having a headache at the same time once the bar in front of me. Wait, a blue window with a status bar? This can't be possible. Oh, I let out an inwardly growl. Now, I felt this pounding headache, soon developing into a migraine. I had yet to experience what a migraine felt like. Now I can imagine those who experience one couldn't focus on work. This constant throbbing is unpleasant. My mind soon wandered off because of the sharp throbbing it was now experiencing. I want to clutch my head, but my body wasn't here. I was in the darkness of my mind. Yet that didn't seem to stop the progress bar. At this point, I felt a massive pulse strike against my head. With the active migraine, it felt as if my head was starting to split apart. I let out a rather loud scream. Despite being surrounded by darkness in the recess of my mind, I really wanted to grab a hold of something. Weak. However, at this time, an actual voice resounded inside my mind, which caused me to get distracted by the current pain I was feeling. Unsure, I stayed silent, but the same voice spoke out to me once again. You are weak. This, wallowing in pain, with such a mere headache? Weak. You call this a mere headache? I inwardly retorted, trying to ignore the pain. At least you are aware you are not alone. As I thought, there really was another voice echoing in my mind. Who I am is not important. Has the vermilion blood really only amounted to such a disappointment? Hearing this voice speak again, only further questions arose. Vermilion blood? Thinking that, I tried to wait for an answer, but it seemed this voice ignored my question and spoke out something else. Steel your resolve. The next wave is coming. The moment this firm voice said something, it became quiet. The mechanical voice continued its progress shortly after. The moment the progress continued, I felt several hard strikes pound against the inside of my head. No, it felt as if this splitting was starting to reach across my whole body, despite not being able to see it. HHH, I replied, trying to let out an ear-curdling scream. Yet my voice became inaudible, and an eerie silence streaked across my mind. I felt my mind was starting to tear down the fibers of my being. Is this pain I'm feeling the soul integration? I tried to say, only to feel the pain getting worse and worse. Yes, It is good you can tell what is happening. The firm voice said again after staying quiet for a few moments. Integration, the soul? What is my soul integrating to? You know, hearing just those two words echo in my mind, time seemed to have suddenly stopped, if time even existed in this place. My mind became clear. No, I knew. I knew very well. It was spoken to me since the beginning. You are. Soul integration has reached 100. Installation complete. The mechanical voice said, "We welcome you, player Naoto, to the gamer system. You truly are fit to be my son." After the firm voice said that, it vanished. I soon felt as if a presence has left my mind, leaving me alone again. That voice felt so distant, yet strangely familiar, as if I had always known who this voice belonged to. Or perhaps it was better to say my soul knew of this voice. Unfortunately, it seemed this voice was completely gone now. But then the mechanical voice spoke out once more. Player Naoto has successfully launched the gamer system. You have one unread message. Hearing this echo in my mind, the excruciating pain I felt earlier had subsided, and now my mind was even clearer than before. I then saw a few hollow panel windows appear inside my mind. Seeing these windows appear, it looks like everything that was happening was real. So it looks like I really did obtain the gamer system. It's not like I wasn't aware of what this pertained to. I myself was an avid video gamer. I also dabbled into anime, manga, and even light novels. And receiving a system like this, many would immediately know what it was. This system came from a very popular story after all, and these blue windows in front of me is definite proof of that. One was labeled status, one inventory, one skills, and one equipment, which expanded out from status. Each window covered different areas of interest, so I decided to have a look. How do I go about doing this? Do I just think status as if it reacted to my thoughts? The other windows vanished, and my status window expanded. I was then able to inspect its details. Status name, Naoto level, 1 job, none stamina, 100 title. Inheritor of the Vermilion Knight HP, 100 EP, 10 CP, 0 200 strength, 10 defense, 10 art street, 10 arts def, 10 speed, 10 dexterity, 10 move, 1 range, 1 intelligence, 10 critical, 0 luck, 0 remaining points, 3 wow. It really is an RPG-like status window. But this structure, there's some terms that should not be here. Wait, I recognize this. However, before I could even get a glimpse of anything else, the mechanical voice spoke out once more. Due to player Naoto successfully integrating his soul into the gamer system, player Naoto will begin reincarnation shortly. Reincarnation. Wait, if I reincarnate now, what will happen to my fam? I tried to yell back at the gamer system, but unfortunately it cut me off and didn't respond to my worry. Reincarnation starting in 3, 2, 1. Hearing this was the last thing that echoed in my mind, along with the blue windows vanishing from sight, returning to black darkness. Everything went silent, and my consciousness vanished. Again. Not again. Yet little did I know the next time I would wake up, I would find myself in an unfamiliar land, waiting to be explored to my heart's content. Chapter 3. A New Life. This chapter is mostly to show Zemuria's prehistory, for those who have not played Trails yet. The continent of Zemuria, a land filled with fantasy, and yet at the same time, the unknown. This was a land created over 1,200 years ago by a singular entity, the goddess known as Adios. Adios blessed the land, allowing civilizations to rise and flourish. These soon joined together to what was known as the ancient Zemurian civilization. They were split into 7 factors, one each blessed by a dominion by the goddess herself. Adios parted from her own power the entities known as the Septembertarians, singularities of the known elements. Lost Zem, the Earth's Septembertarian, governance over the element Earth. Arc Rouge, the Fire Septembertarian, governance over the element Fire. There was also the Septembertarian of Water, which had governance over the element Water, and the Septembertarian of Wind, which governs over the element Wind. Typically, when it came to fantasy worlds such as Zemuria, one would think the dark and light elements wound round off the list. However, that wasn't for the goddess Adios. The land of Zemuria was special. It had two tiers for the natural elements of which binds worlds together. The lower tier, which were the most common people could see in their daily lives. They were earth, fire, water, and wind. And yet there was a special tier above that. This was known as the three higher elements. Time, space, mirage. The goddess Adios even blessed Zemuria with the elements to perceive time and space. As for mirage, that one was a bit special, which allowed one to bend reality, gaining control of the material world. Adios also parted 3 Septembertarians for the 3 higher elements, which the first one being the Septembertarian of time. After that was the Septembertarian of space, Oriole. And lastly, the Septembertarian of mirage, Demiurgos. 7 Septembertarians to govern the 7 elements. To ensure none of them went haywire, Adios took it upon herself to bless each one with a holy beast. The holy beast would only watch over its assigned element unless one faced danger to its own life. Only then would one of these holy beasts act. And like that, the ancient Zemurian civilization flourished under the guidance of the goddess Adios. This was well over 1,200 years ago on this land, split into 7 factions to let humans worship an element to their choosing. Among these clans rose the Hexen clan, a clan of mages and witches that became proficient in magic, and the Gnomes clan, a clan proficient in crafting. However, this peace would not last forever. Adios saw these factions grow stronger and stronger by the day, even without strife. Their advances with technology preceded that of the normal boundaries, to the point to where one of the 7 factions developed an autonomous floating island, akin to paradise itself. The Lee Bear, Arkansas Adios soon realized these factions were growing too powerful. She took it upon herself to enact the trial of the goddess. Adios had one goal for humanity during the trial of the goddess. That was for humans to develop new perspectives on life. Just experiencing peace, everlasting, was but one of them. And so, Adios plunged the world of Zemuria into strife and ruin, allowing humanity to experience great natural disasters for the first time. This horrific event eventually came to be known as the Great Collapse by postmodern Zemurians. Many lives of each faction were lost during that dark time. Societies crumbled from war due to lack of resources. And yet there was hope. The creation of the Seption Church, a church designed to worship Adios. As a result of the Great Collapse, many of the Septembertarians became lost or destroyed. With humans having their faith waver, the Seption Church acted as a new beacon of hope to let one praise Adios for those who still believed in her. The great climax of the Great Collapse ended when 2 factions fought each other as the owner of the 2 Septembertarians that still existed. It was this clash between the survivors of these 2 clans that led to the birth of Cold Steel, to which could not have been sealed like the other Septembertarians could. Therefore, it resulted this being split into 7 parts, perhaps to mirror the elements themselves, with each part stored into entities known as Divine Knights. A firm yet resolute voice spoke out. And with the creation of these Divine Knights, the Great Collapse had ended its long period of strife, allowing the Seption Church to gain a strong footing. So strong that we would see the creation of the Seption calendar, the very same one we use in our daily lives now. The firm voice continued to say. At this time, a smile appeared on their face. This voice seemed to belong to a middle-aged figure, who could be seen sitting in a rocking chair next to a cozy fireplace that was currently lit. Burnt oak wafted in the air, creating a fuzzy and warm atmosphere. Crackling and popping sounds would echo in the living room this figure was currently in. Duh! Another voice spoke out beside him. This voice belonged to a much smaller figure. In fact, this one was currently being held in the rocking chair by the larger figure. A very small child who appeared no more than 1 year old, but was already starting to speak their first words. It wasn't just them in the chair either. A large book with several detailed pictures could be seen on different pages, written in a language that didn't seem to be English nor Japanese. Oh, so the prehistory of Zemuria has caught your attention, has it? Well, showing you the Great Collapse will be all for today. Little one, you seem to have a keen interest in learning, the older figure said with a smile. Duh, the little child also responded happily. However, at this time, as the older figure closed the book, he continued to slowly rock the chair. The little child felt this constant rocking motion and started to yawn. Isn't it too early for a 1-year-old to start learning? He had just started to speak his first words. Dear, a gentle voice said, slowly walking into the living room. She took her sweet time, due to the large belly she currently had. It looked like this figure was pregnant, and was in the later stage of her pregnancy. Oh, are you sure you're fine to be up and about, Cassia? You're due any day now, aren't you? I am fine for now. Thank you for asking. I've seen you've already entered your doting mode, Fufu, the woman said, who appeared to be named Cassia. A big smile formed on her lips, seeing the little child fall asleep from the rocking. As for her appearance, she had dark indigo hair that was tied into a singular braid, letting it flow on her right shoulder and with matching eyes. She wore a white shirt with a jade brooch over her neck. Over her shirt was a pale green sweater and a magenta shawl over her shoulders. To top it off was a navy blue corset and a long tan skirt. She had a gentle expression. Can't a father love his son? The older figure asked. Of course he can, Cassia responded. She then walked over and gave the man a kiss on the cheek. Cassia then leaned down, only to pick up the small child back in her arms. Cassia began to cradle him back and forth. But little children need plenty of rest to grow strong and healthy. I still think it's too early for him to start learning. You even started with our land's history. Cassia berated the man in a soft voice, not wanting to wake the little child up. You should have seen the look in his eyes. Cassia, my dear. Only for the man to stand up, placing the closed book under his arm. He then walked over to have another look at their child. He has the eagerness to learn. He should start his studies. In fact, it should be his duty, as firstborn to none other than a brigadier general to this nation. There you go spouting nonsense again, Cassia responded with a giggle. Seeing this, the man picked up the child from Cassia, and Cassia didn't stop him. The man spoke out with a smile. And I, Gileath Osborne, will see to it that this child sets his own 2 feet firmly on our proud nation, the Erebonian Empire. Chapter 4. S1187, for those wondering where in the timeline this is, Trails in the Sky FC events start happening in S1202. So this is 15 to 16 years before canon. As our son, right? Indeed, as our son, to which his birthright will be kept secret to only us. You had to bring that up, didn't you? Cassia responded with a hint of disappointment. She then looked down at their child and had a good look. The hair of this child was neither black like the man's was, nor dark indigo like Cassia's. It was pure violet and very vibrant. If one looked closely at his eyes while they were open earlier, they were golden. Still, despite the little child's different look, Cassia still emanated a loving warmth. She let her hand streak across his small cheeks. We forbade to talk about that incident together, Gileath. I still see this child as my own, just like the one growing in my belly. I love him as our son. Yes, as do I, Cassia, my dear. I will not say I regret that night, nor will I repent it. What's done has been done, and now we have young Naoto. While he may not be of your blood, Cassia, he is still of mine. He is an Osborne, just as much as her second child will be. Gileath responded with another rare smile, looking back at Cassia. Cassia gently smiled back and looked down at her big belly, only to rub it with a loving gaze. Yes, though if this secret does ever get to the public, I can only fear what may come after. It could potentially lead to nationwide turmoil, Gileath simply answered, looking back down at their son as well. To think you would be heir apparent to that royal family. Naoto von Auslese, Gileath replied, forming a grin on his face. Shush now. We don't know where the Empire may have its ears. This may be our home, but our son will not go by that name. We made sure to take his name after yours. I didn't think you would be so scandalous in your youth. Nor did I think I would get enamored by that royal line, let alone finding out that they had a second princess at the time. It truly was a shame there were implications during childbirth. What's done is done. I may not ever forgive you for that, but that will not put shame of the love I have for you. And soon to be our 2 children, Cassius said warmly. The little child remained quiet, pretending to be asleep. But his mind was very much awake. I'm pretty sure I've just heard something I wasn't supposed to hear. Moreover, this man in front of me now, I inwardly spoke myself. Had a year already flown by after I was brought to this place? No, brought over wasn't the right word for that. Starting life anew, not transferred. It is without a doubt reincarnation. To think I would be reincarnated to one of the stories I held dear to my heart. Being reincarnated into Zemuria. And this man in front of me is now my new father. And this woman in front of me is now my new mother. I wasn't just shocked once, not twice, but 3 times. I'll have to cope with the past someday. I know there are some who can instantly forget their previous lives, but even then I had family I cherished. But the man before me now, a rather tall man, he had a muscular build, showing that he's done quite a bit of body tempering. He was with a beard and medium-length brown-black hair. It split off from the center of his forehead, allowing to large bangs to streak down the sides of his face. If one looked closely, his left strand of hair had white streaking down its center. Not only that, his stature was firm. Despite being in our home, which was basically equivalent to a 2-story villa, this man was still dressed in his military garb. He would only take it off when slept, but even then, he would still have a simple robe on. This man, he belongs to one of the most powerful nations on Zemuria and is one of its leading figures. No, it wouldn't be hard to say that this man stood at the very peak of the nation we reside in. Gileath Osborne, Erebonian Empire's chancellor, or soon to be anyways. Knowing where I'm currently at, Gileath is still likely a high-ranking official in the Imperial Army. And Gileath Osborne was one of the people one shouldn't cross paths with. At least not yet anyways. The man standing in front of me was not like that. I could feel firm and resolute, yet kind and loving gaze from him. Once upon a time, he was truly a father, and it looks like I was reincarnated here to experience this. As such, it was rather easy to find out what year I was placed in. Thanks to such a diligent father, he had already started teaching history to just a mere 1-year-old. And I'm pretty sure a lot of what was covered just reading Zemuria's prehistory from his book wasn't likely available to public knowledge. Just what in the heck are you trying to show to your 1-year-old child, old man? But maybe my new father was right. I started babbling and acknowledging his words at 5 months old. It only took a couple more months for me to say my first words. Gileath didn't praise me a genius baby, as not once have I heard that word escape from his mouth. Me progressing like this seemed as if it was natural to him. Still, back to where I was. Seeing Gileath and Cassia as my new father and mother here, it was quite easy to know what year I was placed in, especially seeing that big belly of hers. I had seen her belly grow these last 8 months or so. The calendar was a bit different in Zemuria, as it was based off the dominant church, as mentioned in that latest lesson just now, the Seption calendar. And from I could see, it was now Seption year 1187, dubbed S1187 for short. I was reincarnated in S1186. Besides the leading points in history during the Seption calendar and in its prehistory, from what I could remember, both S1186 and S1187 played important roles. The first being the birth of one of the leading characters in the Trails franchise, Estelle Bright, sole daughter of the Bright family, daughter to none other than Cassius Bright. As for the latter year, well, maybe we'll get to see him within the next month. It was now April, and seeing Cassia around 8 months in, it was likely to come. But for now, I stopped thinking of what happened to me, letting my dreariness take over, falling into dreamland. Despite start of my learning, I was still a 1-year-old, and my naps and sleep time were many. Seeing me release peaceful snores, Gileath let out another smile. I guess we'll conclude things here for today. Gileath responded to Cassia. Yes, I'm also getting tired. Since we've already eaten, it's time to tuck a good boy in for the night. Speaking of which, Gileath said, only to look down at Cassia's belly once more. Have you decided the name of our child yet to be? Gileath asked with interest. Yes, our second baby boy will be named, Cassia said with a cheerful smile. Reen Osborne. Cassia announced to Gileath, declaring the name of their soon-to-be second child. Chapter 5. Sunken Breaking News. Breaking news. Big, bold text could currently be seen on the front page of a newspaper that could be currently seen in Gileath's hands, seated at the dining table with a cup of coffee. Beside him, it was a black drink of sorts that was releasing puffs of hot air, so I could only assume it was a drink similar to it. It was morning, and the next month, May had just started. Our villa was located quite far from the capital of the Erebonian Empire, Hamdar City. Vast rolling hills and trees separated us from them, but we could still get express delivery on the latest happenings. To be more specific, with each passing day, a guy in a tux wearing black glasses would deliver the daily newspaper to Gileath. I could tell they would change their members up, since they would have a difference in hair color. If I had to guess, these guys belong to the secret service that directly serves the Emperor of Erebonia. Cassia did warn us several times about not seeing where hidden eyes and ears may lay. But she was likely referring to these guys. They would come and go at certain intervals, or, if anything, at least once a day. As for me, since I was still a toddler, I was seated on the table with Gileath right behind me. Both of us could be seen reading the newspaper, and it looks like there was breaking news today. I had yet to see breaking news since I got reborn, but seeing the headliner in front of me, I became dispirited. "Dad," I uttered softly, seeing the news. This news is quite unfortunate indeed," Gileath also responded. There were simply two images. On the left was a bright and upstanding man dressed in royal purple garb, with short hair. His hair was in fact almost a matching color to mine. Next to him was a rather beautiful woman. To the right showed what was left of a shipwreck in the middle of the sea, likely taken after the event transpired. I'm sure this was not only a surprise to us, but shock to the nation situated south of our empire. In fact, this might be shocking news to each and every country on Zemuria. Breaking news. Crown Prince Judas von Ausley's and his wife's sudden passing while aboard the orbital passenger ship Eterna. No passengers survived while Eterna was sunk in Calvard waters. To think a member of liberal royalty would succumb like this, and it is the Crown Prince no less. Is Calvard really looking to start a war? Gileath questioned. Oh dear, this is quite saddening, Cassia also responded. She then looked over to me with worry in her eyes. This won't cause any implications now, will it? There is the possibility. I made sure to not leave any traces of that incident. But this news will affect Naoto in one way or another, Gileath answered, only to stand up, which drew our attention. Dad, I asked, also wondering. I must go, Cassia, Gileath declared. Hearing this, Cassia's eyes turned wide. You can't. Tensions with liberal are pretty high, aren't they? Those pro-war noble fools are looking for any chance they get to stir up more trouble. Don't forget you're still a general in the Imperial Army, Cassia responded with obvious worry. Me going won't fill in the Imperial Army's shoes. It will simply be as father and son to witness their passing. I've already received intel that their deaths have been confirmed, and they will be holding a private funeral for Crown Prince Judas and his wife. So you already knew of what happened. It sounds like your mind is made up. But must Naoto go? And little Reen was just born a few days ago, too, Cassia responded, still worried. Upon a closer look, Cassia looked over to her side and saw a small crib. Within it was a small figure wrapped in a tight cloth, sleeping peacefully. The few strands of hair on his head matched Cassia's hair. They used to be me until I could start walking and talking a couple months back, but now this crib was occupied by another. I also peeked past the newspaper to have a look, to which Gileath found my action amusing. Reen Swartzer, I inwardly spoke to myself. Oops, I guess the Swartzer part isn't attached to Reen's name yet, as that has yet to happen. For now, he is Reen Osborne, just as am I Naoto Osborne, 2 sons, making us a family of 4. However, it seems my 1 year of peace has ended, seeing this news appear on the paper. Judas von Auslese, son to the soon-to-be-retired liberal queen, Alicia von Auslese. Yet now, her retirement would be far from over. Alicia was presumed 60 years old by the events of the first game, so going back to S1187, that should put her at 45 years old. Similar to Erebonia, Liberal also houses a monarchy system. So Alicia had full rule over her country. But to be 45 and going strong, she's a great ruler. And it looks like we'll be going on a family trip. Of course, according to Gileath, who am still trying to adapt as my new father, said this would be a gathering for a private funeral. But no doubt the remaining Auslays line will be in attendance. Not many know, but Judas and his wife did have a daughter before their passing, who was basically the sole liberal princess. She did not attend that cruise ship from what I could remember, only to remain in Grantsell Castle, which was the castle the liberal royal family resided in. If we do actually go to this funeral, I may very well get to meet her. She was born the same year as Estelle Bright and me. Oh, the irony. Gileath saw a look of interest in my eyes and leaned forward to pick me up into his arms. He was the one to speak next. I do not know if bringing young Naoto here is the right choice or not, but if Queen Alicia learns they have more surviving blood, tension may relax a bit. But you are right. I do fear a war could break out soon. You better not let him out of your sight. It is proper to meet his other half. So I will pray to Adios for your guys' safety, Cashier responded with a smile. Gileath nodded hearing that. He then looked outside. In the next moment, we heard an engine of sorts approaching our door. Naoto, this will be your first time traveling. When we brought you here back a year, you were just a little baby then. The Orbital Revolution will be another topic we'll cover at a later time. But are you interested in seeing an orbital car? Gileath asked me. Yeah, I responded excitedly. To even prepare an orbital car, it's only been a couple decades since orbments were introduced. Going all out, huh? We'll be back before you know it, Cassia, Gileath answered. Let's go Naoto, he said. Okay, I said. I've been here for a year and a month now, but I've been enjoyed this new life of mine. My father held me in his arm, and I could feel his warmth. I knew he would undergo changes later, but seeing General Osborne like this, I could truly feel he was fatherly, so I had to respond in kind. My past life was no more, and I was reborn into this new life. And with that, I was given the gamer system. I was taking this last year to explore how it worked, but I could start testing things out. We left through the front door as my mother waved at us. Sure enough, there was a driver waiting for us next to a pitch-black orbital car. Orbital energy did not emit fumes like gasoline did, which allowed the rides to be extremely smooth and silent. And as we left, it was time to test one of these bad boys out that I got from the gamer system. They'll be doing a deeper dive into my status in a little bit, but I wasn't without anything once I reincarnated. Turns out my eyes were actually something. Before reaching the car, I inwardly spoke out an active skill. Vermilion eyes the moment I inwardly spoke that. My eyes glittered golden. This went undetected as if it didn't happen, only to cause an invisible force to spread out in all directions, allowing me to see things within it. It kept expanding out until it detected two figures off on a distant hill. One of the two figures seemed to phase in and out of existence, while another was a figure who was dressed in full-plated knight armor, just like a Valkyrie. Seeing these two within my radar, I squirmed a bit while in Gileath's arms. Gileath saw this, only to see me stick my head out a bit, and turned it toward a certain area. Oh, has something caught your interest? Naoto, Gileath mused, seeing me look somewhere in the distance opposite to where Heimdall City lay. We're Knight Lady, I answered my father. Hearing me say this, Gileath's eyes suddenly became serious. Weird Knight Lady? No, it couldn't. Gileath caught on rather quick. I wonder if I said too much? His head also turned around to the hill I was looking at. A glint of light streaked across his eyes before his pupils focused, and sure enough he spotted something. Yet I felt a cold chill the moment his eyes became like that. Meanwhile, a few moments ago, far beyond the backyard of my villa, space seemed to have distorted as a portal appeared out of nowhere. It was rather serene and not chaotic. A figure soon emerged, who was that fully armor-plated one. Not long after, another one emerged, a second woman in fact. Her beauty was otherworldly, and even her mere existence was currently flickering in and out of reality. Yet as for the armored knight, this didn't seem to faze her. The armored knight who appeared just like a Valkyrie stayed silent, watching the villa in silence. To be more specific, her eyes landed on Gileath, who was happily chatting away with another woman and a little child. In the end, she let out a simple sigh. "So this is who you've become," the night woman said as she observed Gileath from far away. Her voice remained calm and serene. "You expected this outcome, didn't you, Leanne?" the otherworldly figure said. The night woman responded in silence, but she didn't deny the second woman. Another moment passed in silence. Next, the otherworldly woman saw the night woman turn around to face her. Surprisingly, she knelt down onto one knee and spoke out in a resolute voice. "The name Leanne Sandlot is of the past, a dead name that has found its resting place. I pledge my loyalty to you from now on, my Meister." Hearing this pledge, the otherworldly figure let out a rare smile. "Then I shall welcome you into our ranks, Leanne. No, since you have thrown out that name, you shall receive a new one. I know the perfect name." The otherworldly figure replied. "What is it, my Meister?" the night woman asked while still kneeling down. Arianrod. Chapter 6. Skills and Heimdall. After that declaration, the night woman, who the otherworldly figure announced her new name to be Arianrod, shifted her head back to the villa once more, only to see Gileath leaving with a child in his arm. Yet at this she felt something. The otherworldly figure quickly took note of this and spoke out. "Is something wrong, Arianrod?" This, Arianrod tried to answer, only to look back in front of her. While they were far off and undetected, Arianrod looked toward Gileath once more. To be specific, she gazed upon the little child in his arm. Arianrod realized the little child was staring right at her, despite being hundreds of feet apart. "Oh my, it looks like you've been spotted," the otherworldly figure said without much emotion. "Those eyes, they remind me of him," Arianrod responded softly. "Do you regret your decision?" Hearing that, Arianrod slowly shook her helmet, denying her. "No, even if he has found his path anew, you are my Meister now. Leanne Sandlot is dead," Arianrod responded with a resolute tone. Yet at this time, the two saw Gileath turn his head in a certain direction. It didn't take long to realize Gileath found their current position, but even with him looking at the two, they didn't respond. Arianrod and the otherworldly figure just stood there in silence. The otherworldly figure then let out a rare chuckle, which caused Arianrod to stir a bit. "Foo-foo, would you look at that? What do we call this saying? Like father, like son? Whatever you will it to be, my Meister," Arianrod simply responded. "Good. Let us depart at once. Consider this your final farewell. We must get in contact with the fool and the professor. We may not be large yet, but with the members serving me, I'm sure they will welcome you. At once, my Meister." And just like that, space distorted around Arianrod, and the otherworldly figure simply vanished, as if nothing was there to begin with. As for me, I let out an inwardly sigh, turning off my vermilion eyes. To simply explain what vermilion eyes can do, you guessed it right, it is that detection skill. It would cast detection for me, turning the current area into a mini-map displayed in my head. It would show living beings on it within a certain radius. And the best part is Vermilion Eyes was able to level up. It would probably unlock more features the higher level it gets. But with detection, it was able to spot those two figures. But to think one of them would be Arianrod. Well, no. Her showing up around this time made sense. She wasn't one of the earlier ones to join that organization, but she would come into contact with Gileath during Reen's early years, even without it being face-to-face. I guess that moment ended up being now. That other figure next to her that appeared to flicker in and out of reality. There's no way it wouldn't be her, would it? It was too early to judge, and my thoughts ended quickly hearing my father speak out in a serious tone so suddenly. "I do not know how you detected those two, Naoto, but you will not speak of this to anyone, not even to your mother." "Understood," Gileath asked me with a serious tone. "Oh, okay," I nodded back, not expecting this from Gileath. "Good," Gileath responded with a nod. He then walked up to the driver, standing in front of the orbital car. "Take us to Heimdall Airport at once," Gileath said to the driver. "As you command, General Osborne." The driver then opened up the passenger door for us, letting us in. It was quite spacious inside. Father kept me secured in the seat next to him, so I couldn't tell how comfortable the seats were, but I couldn't even hear the engine turn on before we started moving. Driving over dirt paths for a good hour, we exited the rolling hills that connected to our villa. We soon entered the main road that connected Heimdall and Trista. Trista would become the focal point in the later games during the Cold Steel saga. To put that into perspective as to where I was currently at, that wouldn't happen until S1204. It was only May of S1187 now. I had 17 years to enjoy until Class 7 forms. Heck, even the events of Sky haven't happened yet. Either way, I had over 10 years, the perks of being reincarnated over transmigrating into someone's body. There was one big event that led up to that. Mother Cassia was right in saying tensions were pretty high between Erebonia and Liberal right now. The 100 Days War. A fated clash between Gileath Osborne and Cassius Bright, and we were about to head deep into Liberal territory. According to them, it seemed true I had the blood of the Liberal royal family running through me. This status did not appear the start of my reincarnation, but once I learned of my status, my stats did update accordingly. I looked off to the left and looked out the window. My seat was raised high enough to where I could see. Far off in the distance, there was a huge city dyed in crimson. Every house was a different shade of red in color, all surrounded by a large circular wall. In the distance were mountains, and off to the east were rolling hills and trees, which was the direction we just came from. Seeing me look out the window, observing this approaching city in interest, Gileath let out a laugh. This will be your first to our capital city, Naoto. What you see before you is Heimdall. Its radiance shines basking in the vermilion flames of the sun. Heimdall, I asked with interest. Yes. It is unfortunate our time in the capital will be short for this visit, but it will still let you see the might of Erebonia. It looks very big, I said happily. Gileath grinned, hearing that. That indeed it is. Our nation stands at the pinnacle if we're talking about its size, Gileath responded. He saw my attention remain on the moving scenery, causing Gileath to open up the newspaper again. As for our driver, well, I took a single glance at him. Truly a pitiful fellow. He probably had his hairs standing on end and cold sweat running down his back. He didn't utter a single word this drive despite Gileath remaining silent after our short conversation. He probably didn't even have the courage to speak to such a high-ranking official. He did acknowledge Gileath's order before we got in, but remained silent since then. Gileath was a general in the Imperial Army. That meant he stood at the peak of the commanding officers within it. Only the overseer of the Imperial Army and the Emperor of Erebonia could directly order him. I do not know when he becomes the leader of the intelligence division either, but if or when he does, he'll have access to the hidden archives behind this country, making him much more fearful. And he'll repeat it, a man of that position is now my new father. If my presence becomes known, I wouldn't begin to know what would happen. And yet father is going to Liberal for us to attend the late crown prince's funeral. Either he is crazy, or he might actually want me to meet with Queen Alicia. So we'll find out. I decided to get rid of that thought for now, seeing Heimdall approach our eyes. So instead, seeing I was silent now, I figured it would be a good time to read over my status once more. Upon being born, it has received some improvements already. I didn't have to utter anything to bring it up either. Status, I simply thought inside my mind. Upon thinking that a blue panel appeared, I started to review my status that had changed within this 1 year and 1 month that I've been here. Status name, Naoto age. 1 level, 1 job, noble stamina, 100 title, inheritor of the Vermilion Knight HP, 100 AP, 10 strength, 10 defense, 10 art strength, 10 arts defense, 10 speed, 10 dexterity, 10 intelligence, 30, 20 move, 1 range, 1 critical, 0 luck, 0 remaining points. 3 skills passive unknown, max outslays a bloodline. Max reading, LV1, 10-100 active Vermilion eyes. LV1, 2-100 sure enough, several things got added to my status since I was reincarnated into Zemuria a year ago. To begin with, I now see age got added to the status panel. It indicated age 1, which meant I was 1 year old. Looks like it did not account for the years I lived my past life, so that made sense. I previously had no job. This was similar to your fantasy warrior, mage, priest class as one leveled up over time, but this seemed to be applied more realistically. After learning of my history, I did see my status get automatically updated then. If this was the classic gamer system, I would have needed to undergo a job change quest, but this job I was given it without needing to do so. After that, I noticed a few skills got added. The first one to call out was Vermilion Eyes, the skill I just used a bit ago. Sure enough, I saw its EXP bar increase a bit, signaling that it can level up. Not only that, I now see 2 passive skills. Well, actually it was 3, but one was kept as unknown. I probably need an achievement of sorts to trigger that one to unlock. As for the other 2, I took a gander at them. One was already at max level 2, which was the blood I was born with. Ausley's a bloodline. Level max despite being of impure blood. This shows proof that you belong to the royal family of Liberal. Grants the following perks. Water Arts Mastery. Rapier weapon proficiency up. I inwardly sucked a cold breath of air seeing this skill description. I guess I will have a very easy time casting water arts later on when I grow up. Then there was that rapier proficiency. That will definitely come in handy if I start learning how to fight with weapons. Quite a few in the liberal royal family used rapiers as their main choice of weapon. But the decision of what weapon to learn made it difficult for me, especially with that title one received. The moment I read it, I saw it gave me a wild passive skill, just like the Ausleza bloodline. I decided to have a look at it again. Inheritor of the Vermilion Knight, you are the inheritor of... Grants the ability to... Learning any weapon will not hinder you. Also grants following perks. Unknown Axe, all weapon proficiency up. Fire Arts Mastery, I vaguely had an idea what that unknown is considering the name of that title. This likely won't play a huge factor until much later, but knowing what it partially does now will be of great assistance. I won't have to worry about using water at Fire Arts Mastery until I receive my own tactical orbment, which are those orbment devices one requires to slot in quartz to be able to cast arts. Arts are basically equivalent to magic, but unlike using mana, to where one uses nature itself to cast. Arts are based off Septium. Thanks to the recent Orbital Revolution, new devices based off of science allows even the most ordinary citizen to cast arts if they use such a device. That's what parts the Trail series off from other typical fantasy worlds. Zemuria is a mixture of science and fantasy. It's not like magic doesn't exist here, though. It's been lost through the ages as humans lost in touch with it. I didn't know there's still a few witch clans here in modern times, but it was a lot more prevalent in the Middle Ages. But Father said he'll teach me a more in-depth lesson of the Orbital Revolution later on, so I won't cover much of that topic itself. Just know it happened roughly 27 years ago in year S1150. Until then, Zemuria was essentially living the lives of the Middle Ages equivalent to the Middle Ages of Europe. What I was more interested in were the proficiency up skills. This will likely get applied to me within the next couple years, should Father start my training. He himself is a general, and being a son of said general, there is no doubt my early years will receive training from him. Either way, my intelligence stat has already gone up a full 20 points. What the hell are you trying to do your 1-year-old son, old man? Jokes aside, Gileath is a known master of the most widespread combat tactics in Erebonia, the 100-form military combat. Thinking that, I couldn't help but get excited as to what will get thrown at me in the next few years. And as I thought that, a bright red gigantic city came into view as we approached the eastern gate. Gileath also stopped reading his newspaper and put away, seeing our arrival. Not only that I could see a couple of guards stationed there. Looking out the window, several figures could be seen coming to the eastern Heimdall gate, causing our driver to come to a halt. General Osborne, it looks like we've got guests coming to meet us, the driver said politely. I can see that. Pull up the car and turn it to the right. As you command, General, the driver said, turning the car right just before it halted. Wait. Doing that would mean the window facing these approaching figures would be from my end, wouldn't it? Dad, I asked, turning my head toward Gileath. I only saw him looking right back at me with a grin on his face. I could only inwardly sigh and turn my head back toward the window, to which I saw the couple of guards become flustered the moment those figures arrived. Even the passing citizens became surprised seeing these soldiers. The one in the middle appeared far older than the few soldiers accompanying him, and had a very firm stature. He already had white hair, growing along with a white mustache and short beard, and yet his body could be seen packed with muscles despite his aged appearance. "Isn't that what is General Van Dyck of the Imperial Army doing here out in Alto Street?" Another citizen replied in shock. "I don't know, but it looks like he's going to meet with someone." "That black orbital car looks familiar too," a third citizen replied, unsure. Yet the soldiers ignored the citizens until they walked up to the eastern gate, which currently had a stopped black orbital car on front of it. The couple of soldiers saw this aged figure dressed in uniform and started to get flustered. "At ease, soldiers. I'm only here to meet an old friend," the aged man responded to the soldiers accompanying the gate. "But, sir, we received a report of General Osborne coming back in a Heimdall. We cannot delay his entry," one of the guards responded with a flustered voice. "My men, and I will take it from here. Return to your posts at once," the aged man said in a commanding tone. The couple of guards immediately saluted him upon hearing, "Hey, at once, General Van Dyck." One of the guards responded with a salute. They then parted ways, returning to each of the gate's side. Yet as for me, my head started to spin just hearing that name now. The voices sounded muffled earlier, but once I was able to hear this, once these voices were close enough. A tall shadow soon encompassed the left side of the car. "Roll down the left window," Giliath also said. Of course, Giliath just had to say it. The driver couldn't deny Giliath either, so the window on my side started to roll down, letting the sun peer into the car. As for the aged man in front of the car, he blinked for a moment. At first he didn't see anyone, causing him to look around. He then looked down, only to see a very small child with violet hair sitting in a kid's seat. "Oh my, you are not the one I was expecting to be seen sitting here, little one. Little my ass. Compared to the body I was in, this man was equivalent to a giant. He was likely larger than Giliath too. Hello," I awkwardly asked this giant old man. This just happened to be my first meeting with another known general of Erebonia's Imperial Army. This man was indeed General Van Dyck. It wasn't just that. This old man before me would eventually come to take the position of school principal at the main campus of Thor's Military Academy. Chapter 7. Encounter. Haha, don't scare the kid, Van Dyck. "Come here, Naoto," Giliath responded, seeing the aged man, who was called Van Dyck, towering over my window. "Yes, Dad," I responded. Giliath then reached over to unfasten my kid's seat, only to take me into his arms. Now at a voice I recognize, Van Dyck responded. With me in one of Giliath's arm, he opened his door with the other. As he did, he spoke out to the driver one last time. "Pick us up at Heimdall Airport in the morning upon our return in 2 days. We'll be getting off at Alto Street for now." "As you command, General Osborne," the driver said. The car then pulled out, slowly exiting the gate. Soon it was just Giliath, me, Van Dyck, and his few soldiers acting as guards. The citizens on Alto Street looked at us in shock, seeing 2 generals of the Imperial Army side by side for a good moment before going back to their daily lives. Once the atmosphere returned to normal, we started walking on one of the streets. Every so often I would see an orbital tram come and go. Between that, my eyes would wander and look at Van Dyck. Giliath let out a laugh, seeing this. "Haha, all of this is new to Naoto, so he can't help but be excited. I'm surprised you knew we were coming into the city today," Giliath said. "If word can't be spread fast enough on the battlefield, then we would fail our duty as soldiers." "Ho ho, has it already been a year since you married that little lass?" Some effort had borne fruit. "Looks like me helping you to tie the knot did some good after all," General Van Dyck said, only to look at me after. "I couldn't be any more grateful for what you did, Van Dyck," Giliath responded with a smile. "Then does that mean you will be returning to the army?" General Van Dyck asked. Hearing that, Giliath let out a sigh and shook his head, denying him. "Unfortunately, no. Until Cassia no longer requires my assistance to raise our children, I will continue to be on leave," Giliath answered. "As to why we came into the city, we will only be gone for a couple of days. I cannot stay away for too long." That is quite unfortunate. But did you just say children?" General Van Dyck asked with interest. "Yes, Our second child was born at the beginning of the month. We've 2 sons now. Gileath responded, full of pride. 2 sons, eh? Congratulations, must be in order. This little guy here must be your first son then, General Van Dyck said, having another look at me. As we talked about what happened in this last year, we slowly reached the intersection of Alto Street and Vainqueur Street. General Van Dyck found a nice surprise I could already talk, so I ended up introducing myself to him. I also subconsciously took note of a certain house on Alto Street on the left side as we passed it. The house was indeed there, but I was not sure who was living in it now. All I knew was that this specific house would become the home of a certain little orange cherub before the First Class 7 was established. Moving along, General Van Dyck soon switched to a more sensitive topic as we changed directions to Heimdall Airport. It truly is a shame you won't return to the army, Gileath. So, something is happening, Gileath responded. Is the time approaching for His Majesty? He asked General Van Dyck. Quick to perceive as always. You are correct. I fear His Majesty hasn't many years left. It won't be long till the news of him stepping onto his deathbed reaches the ears of us soldiers. General Van Dyck explained to Gileath. Hearing that almost took me by surprise. But I soon remembered. The father of the prince that was shown in the games wasn't actually seated upon the throne of the Erebonia Empire at this time. It was the prince's father's father. To put it simply, the prince's grandfather. He was the current ruler. I don't think his true age was ever shown, but the year of his death was confirmed at least. The current emperor would pass away in S1189, so that meant in 2 years. I would only be 3 at the time. But to feign ignorance, I took this time to stretch my hands and let out a big yawn. Appearing drowsy, Gileath let out another laugh, seeing me start to close my eyes. Haha. I guess our talk in politics is putting Naoto to sleep. Have a nap, young one. I will wake you up when we board the aircraft, Gileath said with a chuckle. Okay, Dad, I responded before letting out peaceful snores. While I appear to sleep now, I still let mind wander, wanting to keep listening to these two. It's quite surprising to see your first child already speaking like this, Gileath. He's what, only a year old now? Naoto and Reen are my prides and joys. I too was taken by surprise, but as a result, am already giving Naoto history lessons. Once his muscle fibers become firm in a year or 2, I will start his training, Gileath said to General Van Dyck. Looks like my assumption on that was right. I couldn't help but get excited, especially for being the owner of a gamer system. In my eyes, Gileath Osborne was one of the best experience potions a gamer could ask for. I do feel terrible seeing my new father in such a light, but I can only inwardly apologize for that. So you do plan on instructing your children. You've really taken a role of a father now. I can't even begin to imagine the future generation of the 100-form military combat style. Am assuring Reen is the name of your second child then? General Van Dyck asked while grinning. Yes. Kasia is currently watching over him these couple of days while we handle a private matter. A private matter, General Van Dyck started to say, only to look at the vast airport which was now in front of us. Several aircrafts could be seen stationed here. However, most of them had open decks besides the main cabins. They looked completely different compared to the commercial planes in my previous life. Another prop of living in a fantasy world. Does that matter include you going on one of these aircrafts? General Van Dyck asked. You know you could have used one of our private military ships for this. Yes, but I do not intend to bring the military into one of my personal matters. Just you knowing that I will be gone for a couple days is good enough, Gileath answered. And when you do return to His Majesty's side, let him know I will try to return before his passing. He must see the fruit of the effort that had been born, as you call it, Van Dyck. Is Dad really going to introduce me to the old emperor before he passes? I couldn't help but be intrigued. Ho-ho, I am sure His Majesty will be pleased. It will be a good thing before the next inauguration begins. Thankfully this time around there shouldn't be bloodshed due to His Majesty only having a sole heir. I hope you're right. Crown Prince Eugent should ascend the throne without much issue. Let's pray our neighbors will be in check during the time. Gileath responded in acknowledgement with a nod. At this time, they heard a ding coming from the nearby intercoms announcing the departure of the next aircraft. Ding! The next round-trip flight will be departing in 15 minutes. Passengers who wish to board or purchase a boarding pass at this time, please do so. Its first destination will be Crossbell City. I repeat, the first destination of the next round trip will be Crossbell City, the intercom voice said, which caused several passengers to become hurried. This is where we part ways for now, General Van Dyck. Please continue to look after His Majesty during my leave. Of course. I look forward to you introducing your young ones again. I will not inquire as to where you are heading, but please make it back safely. Of course. Gileath nodded his head. As he did, General Van Dyck said goodbye and turned around, departing with his soldiers in tow. As for Gileath, he approached the ticket kiosk at the entrance of Heimdall Airport. I was still peacefully snoozing away. I turned a bit, making use of Father's arm as a pillow. Gileath smiled, seeing this. It seemed the lady clerk also became distracted, finding this cute. My, what a lovely child, the lady clerk said, only to see a shadow cast over her, which caused her to look up. She stared for a moment after recognizing Gileath's face. Gee, General Osborne. The lady clerk tried to yell out, only to see Gileath make a hushing motion with his finger over his lips. Don't wake him now. 2 boarding passes, please, Gileath asked. Why, yes, of course, the lady clerk nodded quietly, only to print 2 passes out for Gileath in the next moment. As for the lady clerk, she stood there dazed after Gileath took them into his hand. Gileath took this time to vanish into the departing crowd before the lady clerk blinked again, realizing Gileath was no longer there. Should I report this to the manager? The lady clerk retorted to herself, only realized she was alone again. Yet she didn't take any action during the next 15 minutes. The boarding ramp closed into the aircraft. The aircraft then soon lifted into the air after we found our seat toward the front section. I inwardly giggled seeing that lattice response right now. That's pretty much how it goes for anyone who has a good look at Father's face and is able to recognize him. Even in year S1187, he is quite well known. He still has yet to become the actual Chancellor, though. Compared to bumpy airplane rides in my past life, the liftoff was smooth. We also didn't need runways here, either. Orbital energy worked directly with the wind element, pushing the aircraft upward vertically. It didn't take us long at all before we were in the air. I always enjoyed the map transitions when I played through the game, so while I slept, I imagined such transition inside my mind as we departed for our first destination. Our destination was one of a couple, which I'm assuming Liberal was on the way until this ship returns to Erebonia. But as for its first destination, it was none other than Crossbell City, the only nation trying to declare its autonomy as a self-governed nation surrounded by 2 large countries, Erebonia and the Republic of Calvard. It was also home to a future team of selective policemen and detectives, and I couldn't help but get excited getting the chance to arrive in Crossbell this early. I doubt I would meet many of them now, considering the present year, and one of them wasn't even born yet. Yet little did I know I would get to meet one of them sooner than later. A couple hours later, a commercial orbital aircraft could be seen descending vertically over a large city. To the left was rolling hills with large plateaus to the north, and to the east was a large river crossing through the city. Over on the opposite side, if one looked closely, they could see a large theme park. Ding! We will be arriving in Crossbell City in a couple moments. This is our first destination of this round trip. For those looking to stay to our next destination, please be sure to reboard within the next 20 minutes. Our next destination will be Grantsell City. Please remember to bring out your passport upon our arrival, the intercom voice said. I said, letting out a low voice, beginning to stir awake. I stretched my arms, only to feel my father's coat. Gileath was quick to take notice of this and patted me on the head. Enjoy your nap? We just landed in Crossbell City, Gileath said. I did. We arrived already. Indeed. We do have a 20-minute layover, but we will stay within the cabin during the duration, lest it not stir up any trouble. Is it because it's Crossbell City? I asked. Gileath raised his eyebrows slightly before agreeing with me. You are right, Naoto. It is such an unstable city, Gileath responded with a drifting voice, causing him to look outside our window and watches the ongoing traffic in silence. The closer the 20 minutes came, more people started to board our aircraft bound for Liberal next. Yet, unexpectedly, another aged figure spoke out to us as he arrived at our row, which had less people compared to the rows further in the back. Ho ho ho, this is quite the unusual face. I see it makes sense now as to why someone was seated in this reserved area. Don't be shy now, Ellie. Looks like we got neighbors next to our seats. Yes, Grandpa, the little child said before climbing onto the seat next to Gileath's. This voice immediately drew my attention, and I soon saw an old man with a little silver blonde-haired girl who appeared no older than I did. Gileath also quickly took note of the old man beside us and smiled back at him. This is rather an unexpected encounter indeed. If I recall, you are Henry McDowell, aren't you? The current mayoral candidate in running to become Crossbell City's next mayor. And this little one beside you is a surprise as well. I could say the same to you, General Osborne. To see you with a little one is quite unexpected too. It's great gets Ellie to make more friends. Ellie's parents are always quite busy, so I often look after her. Henry McDowell explained a bit. Is that so? It seems we share the same destination. But seeing you leave Crossbell City, it appears you're going just like how I am going as but father and son. Indeed, I am heading to Liberal to pay my condolences to Queen Alicia and her late son. And, taking your words, I'm only going as a grandfather to his granddaughter. Ha, you're welcome to sit beside us. Gileath responded with a laugh to this old man. Thank you. Ellie, why don't you introduce yourself to this nice man? You can play with his son after, Henry McDowell asked his granddaughter. You too, Naoto. This little one is worthy of getting to know you, Gileath said before he lifted me up from the window. He placed me on the same seat as the little silver blonde-haired girl. Both my father and her grandfather were seated behind us in both directions. The silver blonde-haired girl blinked at me for a moment before she introduced herself in a polite tone. Hello, I'm Ellie McDowell, and this old man here is Grandpa. I haven't seen you in Crossbell before. It's nice to meet you, Ellie. You can call me Naoto Osborne. And this is my dad. We're just passing through Crossbell City. I haven't been inside yet. I introduced myself to Ellie. Is that so? Well, I always meet new people thanks to my parents and Grandpa's work. So I hope we can become friends. Naoto. Ellie responded with a smile. Me too, Ellie. I also responded with a nod. Yet inwardly I was still surprised. Not only did the future mayor of Crossbell City board this ship, he even brought his granddaughter along with him, who seemed to be no older than 1 year old like me. And yet she could already speak like how I speak. Should I say as expected of a mayor's granddaughter? And this silver-haired little girl who was but inches apart from me was none other than Ellie McDowell. She would eventually become of the core members of the future Special Support Section, or commonly known as the SSS. Chapter 8, Gransel Castle Ding. We will be landing at Gransel shortly. Please remember to check in with your recording embassy if you run into any issues. Our next stop on this round trip is Ortis. I repeat, our next stop on this round trip will be Ortis. Seeing our ship land successfully at the landing site of Gransel City, it soon connected with the dock. Once it was connected, deboarding of the passengers began. Ellie got excited arriving in Gransel for the first time. Once it was safe to deboard, she got off our seat and started to run to the exit in excitement. Come on, Naoto. It's time to head into the city, Ellie said in anticipation, only to stop at the boarding ramp to get a good look at Gransel. Seeing Ellie behave this way caused me to chuckle. Don't run too fast like that, Ellie, or you'll trip and fall, I said, warning her. I took this time to get off the seat as well, running after Ellie. Henry McDowell let out a chuckle. Oh ho ho. Despite being a mere couple hours in flight, it seems Naoto and Ellie are becoming fast friends. Indeed, seeing this result, I don't mind if we even set up a few play dates in the coming future. Your granddaughter will be able to get to know my other son as well. Gileath responded with a sudden proposal, which drew Henry McDowell's attention. Will that be all right? Henry McDowell asked, a bit worried. Why don't we ask them directly to see? Gileath responded to him. He then looked toward me, which drew my attention, or rather our attention once father spoke out. Naoto, grab Ellie and come back over for a moment. There's something I'd like to ask you too, Gileath asked. Hearing this, I nodded my head and turned toward Ellie again. Ellie, it seems my dad has something to ask. Let's go back. Okay, Ellie responded with a nod, only to trail behind me as we returned to father's side. Seeing this, Gileath asked a question which caused us to blink at him. Ellie, Would you be interested in setting up dates to play at our home in the future? I'm sure Naoto wouldn't mind. You'll be able to meet my second son, too, Gileath asked, which caused us to blink at him for a moment. Old man, what are you trying to set up here? You do realize Ellie is the granddaughter of Crossbell City's future mayor, right? I inwardly retorted, only to see Gileath reveal a grin once I looked at him. As for Ellie, she revealed an excited look in her eyes. Really? Will that be all right? I'm okay with it, Ellie, but it's probably best to let your parents know first. You are probably right, but my parents never have time for me. That's why I'm with you, right, Grandpa? Ellie asked, a bit disheartened. It is unfortunate your parents are always away due to their work, but I'll ask your mother the next time we come back home. It is best to speak with them first, Henry McDowell answered, also agreeing. Yay! Then I'll hope we can play lots more in the future. Naoto, Ellie smiled at me, causing me to nod. We then left as a four-person group sandwiched between other passengers vanished from a ship. As we walked, Henry McDowell spoke to Gileath. It does look like we share the same destination, but the event itself is not taking place till tomorrow. Have you figured out where you two are staying for the night? Yeah, we will be heading to the place that requires our attention first. After that, there will likely be no refusal in having us stay there, but by some chance they do, we will be staying at the Erebonia Embassy, Gileath explained to Henry McDowell. It would make sense for you to stay at such a place. I almost forgot you are in a high position in E. I guess we will see each other again at the event tomorrow then. Let's go to our hotel, Ellie, Henry McDowell said, only for Ellie to hold onto his hand with hers. Tomorrow it shall be, Gileath nodded. I'll see you tomorrow, Naoto. Ellie also waved us goodbye, yeah. Take care, Ellie. You may be in for a surprise. I bid her farewell with a smile. A look of anticipation appeared in Ellie's eyes as the two vanished into one of the 4 blocks. The city of Gransel had a rather simple layout. Besides Gransel Airport and Gransel Castle situated at its tip, the city was split into 4 different blocks, one with each a key interest. The residential block was one such block, and Henry and Ellie McDowell would likely head there to stay for the night. With us now alone, Gileath looked down at me with a grin. Are you ready to meet with your grandmother? Gileath asked while grinning. Will they even let us in? I asked, a bit worried. I have my ways. It is a bit of a walk. Don't forget you are still a little over 1 year old. Will you be all right walking? Yes. I had plenty of sleep earlier, so I won't move around for a bit. So talking with that brat, Ellie didn't tire you out, eh? She will become quite influential in the future. It was a nice surprise to see the future mayor of Crossbell City having a granddaughter the same age as my son, Gileath said. I responded with confusion in my eyes as I tilted my head a bit. I feigned ignorance to his comment, just no acting as if I didn't know, but I knew pretty well. My old man might be trying to set me up with Ellie in the future despite having just met 2 persons of big influential families, commonly known as political marriages. Those do happen quite often here in Zemuria. My father laughed seeing me act like this. You'll come to understand this once you are older. Naoto, come, let us not tarry any longer, Gileath responded with a laugh. Yes, father, I answered, only to reach out my hand to let Gileath grab it. The airport wasn't actually far away from Gransel Castle. Watching the ongoing traffic that went on their way into the individual blocks, several moments passed before we arrived in front of a white regal bridge that connected itself to a white castle with an open courtyard on its higher floors. There was only one path that led to the castle, and that was the bridge. But the castle itself was hovering over a large lake. One way in, one way out. Quite impenetrable. Wow, I replied, amazed seeing Gransel Castle in person for the first time. This is quite an imposing sight indeed. I've only personally been here a couple times, but the atmosphere never changes, Gileath said, bringing his gaze to the tower in the back of the White Castle. That tower was the resting quarters of the current ruler, Queen Alicia II. I also saw a few guards stationed at a closed entry gate before the White Castle as well, most appearing to have a rapier at their waist. Yet as we got closer, a rather loud screech reached our ears together with the sound of flapping wings. Shrai, shrai. A voice of a bird suddenly spoke out. It actually sounded rather happy. We soon saw a fast shadow head over us, quickly arriving on top of our position. Upon having a closer look, it was actually a white falcon. It flapped in circles a few times before it descended over me, which drew Gileath's attention. "Shrai?" the white falcon asked in confusion. But as if it decided on something after it looked at me again, it gently landed on top of my head, only for this white falcon to gently nudge it happily. "Oh!" Seeing this falcon appear, Gileath said nothing and watched on as we quickly saw a couple soldiers head down. One of them appeared to be a female soldier of higher rank who even started to speak out in an apologetic tone. "I'm very sorry about that. Sieg is still in a falcon in training, you see. You should know better than to do that to our citizens." The female soldier began to scold the falcon, who currently sitting happily on my head as she arriving before us. Yet as she approached the white falcon, she saw it was seated on the head of a child appearing a little more than 1 year old with pure violet indigo hair. This caused the female soldier of higher rank to come to a sudden halt as she looked at me without blinking for a moment. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? As for me, I also had a good look at her. During this time, the other main guard approached us, who also appeared to be of a man of higher rank, even more higher than the female soldier in front of me. "Is there a problem, Second Lieutenant Schwartz? You know the Queen isn't permitting anyone into the castle right now. Why haven't you asked these two to leave at once?" the soldier to left said with a demanding tone. "Captain Richard," Sieg started to act strangely once these two arrived. "Moreover, this child," the left soldier responded, who was called Captain Richard. He then looked down at me, only to see Sieg happily roost upon my head. He also became stunned seeing me. He then became pale, as if he had seen a ghost. "I am possible," Captain Richard yelled out in surprise, seeing my appearance. "He looks just like the late Crown Prince when he was little," he continued to blurt out. Hearing this, Gileath currently saw the couple soldiers in front of us with surprised looks and grinned. And yet as for his gaze, it was laid upon a figure that could be seen on a balcony further beyond us at the White Castle. His eyes matched with that of a rather aged woman wearing a royal ornate navy blue dress with faded light lavender hair. She also carried a reddish-purple shawl wrapped around her arms. "Nothing is impossible," Gileath responded to Captain Richard. He then gave a bow to the figure above him back at the castle. "It is also a pleasure to see you again, Your Majesty the Queen," Gileath bowed, revealing a smile. Chapter 9. Gathering for those that haven't realized yet. I will be demoting officer ranks for those of importance early on, as we are currently 15 to 16 years before the canon story starts. And as for Gileath, he is only a brigadier general right now. You dare to tread upon these castle walls again. You are either crazy or a foolish man, Gileath Osborne, the aged woman said in a firm tone, letting her voice reach our ears. Despite her current age, she was able to speak loudly for all of to hear. "Gileath Osborne," Captain Richard uttered softly, only to look up. He saw Gileath's towering figure over him. Gileath, no matter how he stood, he always had a very firm stature that often made his presence impose on others, and for a good reason. The Hell is a general of the Erebonia Empire, doing so close to the heart of liberal. Captain Richard yelled out again, only to jump back a couple feet. He then placed one of his hands on the weapon at his side, ready to pull it out at a moment's notice. Unlike the other soldiers around him who had rapiers equipped at their waists, this yellow blonde-haired man in front of me had a full-blown sword. Its scabbard was very similar to those that rapiers sheath into, but it was clear this man had a sword. That was because this man was Alan Richard, albeit only appearing around 19 years old. Still, this man practiced the sword for a good reason. He was a practitioner of the 8 Leaves, one-blade school of martial arts. There were many different types of martial arts available to learn in Zemuria. This style was but of one of many schools. And if I remember correctly, Alan Richard specialized in the 5th form of the 8 Leaves, Morning Moon. This form placed emphasis on sword-drawing techniques. If one progressed far enough in this style, a practitioner could eventually learn to kill enemies the moment a wielder's sword is drawn from its scabbard. And that man was currently in front of me, acting as if he was ready to launch an attack. Yet the same voice that just reached our ears a moment ago issued a command to Captain Richard. "Stand down, Captain Richard. These two are not here to cause harm today." But your majesty." Captain Richard tried to retort back, only for Queen Alicia to quickly deny him. Gileath smiled hearing this. "As quick to judge as ever, your majesty. It is as you say. Today we only stand here before you as father and son." Gileath answered Queen Alicia. "Hear my father declare that." Eyes turned toward him. And yet Queen Alicia's gaze shifted from him down to me. A moment passed like this before Queen Alicia placed one of her hands on the bridge of her nose, only to let out a long sigh after, shaking her head a bit. That foolish sister of mine. I had feared the worst after learning what had happened. But to think out of all the men she would choose to settle down, she chose you, Gileath Osborne, Queen Alicia said, shedding some light as to what had happened. Her Majesty's sister. Then this child truly is, Julia uttered softly, who was the second lieutenant next to Captain Richard. This green teal-haired woman was Julia Schwartz, who would eventually become part of the Royal Guard. She was also the falconer of the bird sitting on my head right now, Sieg. Julia was rather prominent side character in the Sky Saga. And like Captain Richard, she too would receive training from Cassius Bright, though not to the extent of learning the 8 leaves 1 blade style, as I recall. Yet at this time, several figures appeared in sight from the south. They currently surrounded 3 figures closer toward the middle of the group, appearing as guards for these 3. It was this time we were interrupted by a voice that spoke out from this new arrival. This voice was firm and similar to Father's voice. It had an unwavering feeling to it. Looks like we stumbled upon something interesting. I had always suspected this outcome after only recently coming to learn of Her Highness' fate. A middle-aged voice resounded in our ears, which drew our attention. As the figures closed in, we saw several soldiers in green approach us. They were just like the ones that were stationed at the castle, who included Captain Richard and Second Lieutenant Schwartz. Seeing this figure appear, Queen Alicia smiled. "It is great to see you return safely. Did the investigation go as you presumed, Colonel Bright?" "It did, Your Majesty, and the end result is right before our very eyes. So I apologize in advance to aware of what I would report. It would only turn out to be useless. And in the meantime, I've been spending more time with Lena. I know tomorrow will be a day of sadness for all of us, but we should also see it as a day of opportunity," a firm middle-aged voice said, giving his report. I didn't say anything, only to keep my eyes focused on the 3rd high-ranking soldier to appear before us with his personal guard from the looks of it. This man even had a higher rank than the previous 2, despite not being as high of a rank as Father held. It seems this man was a colonel right now. "Oh ho! It wouldn't be a complete scene without your appearance, Colonel Bright," Gileath mused. "And you're as slippery as ever, General Osborne. As long as no form of blood is shed here during this event, I will not refrain you from staying the night." The middle-aged man responded in kind. Unexpectedly, after this man answered Father, he approached us, leaving the figure behind, who stood next to him. This figure appeared to be a very calm and gentle woman, and held a child in her arms. At this time, a lot of us were taken by surprise after this man bent down onto one knee, bowing right in front of me. He spoke out once again after this. "It is of great pleasure for you to arrive here, Your Highness. This is our first meeting, but there is no doubt in my mind you are Her Highness' child. Welcome, young one." The middle-aged man responded to me with a smile and welcomed me. The man who others just addressed as him as Colonel Bright. However, seeing Colonel Bright kneel down in front of me, I only gazed at him for a moment before I started to take some steps. I began to walk slowly, only to completely brush past Colonel Bright. This surprised everyone, and even caused anger to appear in Captain Richard's eyes. "Hey, you bast!" Captain Richard tried to yell back in anger, obviously directed at me. But before anyone could act, Colonel Bright's eyes became serious and gave Captain Richard a death stare. He quickly closed his mouth after receiving this. As for me, I approached the gentle woman surrounded by green soldiers. Gileath had a glint of light streak across his eyes as he watched my current actions, but remained quiet. It didn't take long for me to arrive in front of this woman, or to be more specific, the little child in her arms. The little child appeared no bigger than I was, and was probably the same age. She was a little girl with brown hair. Her hair was currently tied into two little pigtails. She was currently looking right at me without blinking her eyes. I broke the current silence by speaking out to this little brown-haired girl. "Who are you?" I asked her, which caused her to blink at me. "Who am I? Who are you to have Daddy act like that?" The little girl asked back. "I don't know. This is my first time meeting him." I answered her. "Hee, you're weird. Don't you know Daddy?" The little girl responded with a giggle. I gently shook my head. Sieg was also gently nestled onto my head as I shook it, but it didn't cause any discomfort. Yet I inwardly retorted in my mind, hearing this little girl call me weird. "No. Would you be able to tell me?" I asked again. "It's impolite to ask a girl to go first, you know." The little girl yelled back, appearing annoyed this time. Hearing this, one of my cheeks twitched a bit, but I still spoke out again, introducing myself. "Fine. I'm Nato Osborne. What about you?" I asked. "Naoto, huh? Now, that's better." The little girl responded happily. "Nice to meet ya. You can call me Estelle." "Estelle Bright," the little girl said, introducing herself for the first time. Sure enough, this little girl was indeed one of those fated three. One of the leading figures in the Sky Saga. To think I would meet her, let alone her entire family today. This was turning out to be quite the gathering to honor the late Crown Prince's passing now, wasn't it? Chapter 10, Grancel Castle 2. Ha! Another voice responded from behind us with a laugh. Colonel Bright stood up and walked over after hearing me meet his daughter for the first time, Estelle Bright. "You really are a curious one, aren't you?" As expected of being the son of General Osborne, Colonel Bright responded with a smile as he walked over. "That's only natural. He has already started to show a deep interest in learning." Father responded with a prideful tone. "Now isn't the time to show me off like that, old man?" Though I guess it did already happen, I inwardly retorted. We then saw Colonel Bright turn around again once he was beside me and his family. Yet this time, it was more of an about-face. He directly gave an order to the other soldiers after. "Second Lieutenant Schwartz, do a full perimeter sweep of the castle. If it is clear, take Captain Richard's squadron and keep up the guard duty around Grancel. I do not want anything to occur until tomorrow is over. And if guests like General Osborne here start arriving, please ensure their invitation checks out. Am I clear?" Colonel Bright said, issuing an order. At once, Colonel Bright, Julia Schwartz suddenly became serious, giving Colonel Bright a salute. "As you command, Colonel Bright." Captain Richard also turned serious, giving him a salute as well. Second Lieutenant Schwartz and Captain Richard then took their respective squad of soldiers and split off from our group. I also had a look at Sieg on my head and petted him a bit. In response, Sieg nestled my hand. "Sieg, you go make sure Miss Julia doesn't get lost, okay?" I asked him softly. "Try." Sieg responded happily, only for it to take into the sky once again. It then flew toward Julia, who shrugged her shoulders, seeing Sieg behave this way. As for Captain Richard, he gave me the evil eye as he passed by me with his squad in silence. I wonder, should I play a trick on him, seeing Captain Richard behave this way? Now I was thinking of using Vermilion Eyes on him, but decided against it. Instead, I just observed Captain Richard without backing away as he passed by us. Gileath seemed pleased by this action of mine and smiled. Once most of the soldiers departed from the castle, Father approached us as well. "That was good, my son. Being an Osborne, one should not cower and face their problems head-on." Gileath responded and actually gave me a pat on the head. For some reason, this brought a smile to my face. "Your dad is weird too," Estelle retorted, seeing Gileath behave this way. This earned another laugh, Colonel Bright. "The man you call weird, Estelle, is a very good rival of mine," Colonel Bright said. "Rivals we may be, but we belong to two different families. It looks like you came to introduce your family to Her Majesty as well." Father responded, "That is our intention. I didn't think we would come across one of my husband's rivals today, let alone his child, but it seems we share the same destination." Lena spoke out, who was quiet up till now. As for me, I had a good look at Lena this time. She appeared to be a beautiful brown-haired woman in her late 20s. She was wearing a pale blue one-piece dress. Her hair was similarly styled to Estelle's hair when she had it laid down in the games. That's of course this was Lena Bright, Estelle's mother. Truly an unfortunate person. I know, which me being reincarnated, especially of royal blood to the liberal royal family, It will likely change things down the line. I know I am, but a mere 1-year-old child now. But will I be able to prevent Lena Bright's death in the near future? And that begs to ask another question. If I had the ability to prevent her death, should I actually do that? Lena's sacrificing herself to protect her child during that collapse of the clock tower would eventually allow Estelle to become that strong, upbeat, individual person as she was in the games. If I took that away from Estelle, her personality would likely undergo several changes, and if that happened, how would Joshua react to that? I could only speculate for now, but part of me is leaning toward not doing anything to prevent her death. Father saw me deep in thought for a moment as I remained quiet and decided to speak out to me. Is something wrong, Naoto? Are you too nervous to meet Her Majesty? Gileath asked. I immediately shook my head a bit to deny him and exited my thoughts. It's nothing, Father. Can we go in, Mr. Bright? I asked Colonel Bright. Well, that depends on Her Majesty, Your Highness, Colonel Bright answered. He then looked up and saw Queen Alicia. This time, she was smiling back at us as she witnessed us conversing. Permission to enter, Your Majesty? Colonel Bright asked. Permission granted, Colonel Bright. Please bring our first round of guests to the throne room once they have settled in. As you command. Your Majesty, Colonel Bright responded with a bow. We then saw Queen Alicia retreat from the wide balcony on the higher floor. She crossed her open courtyard and eventually made her way back into the tower, which was where her personal quarters was located. As for the throne room, it was deep within the first floor, mostly toward the back. As she vanished, we suddenly heard loud, cranking sounds echoing from the palace doors. Seeing the doors to this castle open in person for the first time, it was rather imposing. It was a multi-door door, meaning after the two large walls parted ways, it revealed another door. It kept going until thrice the time. Father and I took the left side, while Colonel Bright, Lena Bright, and Estelle Bright took the right. This was a splendid sight to behold as well. An air of seriousness bubbled around us without us saying anything. If I were to imagine it, I figured invisible lightning strikes would boom from both sides, with each strike canceling each other out. Father and Colonel Bright have fought before, so it's no wonder their auras would clash against each other. As for Estelle, she was just oblivious to the whole thing, and constantly looked around since this was her first visit to the royal castle of Liberal 2. Upon entering, we arrived at the ground floor. The ground floor had several rooms located on each side of the hallways. To the east was the guard room, where soldiers would often hang around and sleep. To the left were government offices, left to Liberals' government officials to conduct their policies. In the center was another room, which had a large red carpet laid down on it. One would think this led to the throne room, but it did not. That was because this was a short red carpet. There was a much longer red carpet on the first floor. Technically, that was the second floor, but since Grancel Castle included the ground floor is seen as the first floor. And this room led into the dining room, to which was connected to the maid rooms and the kitchen. General Osborne, please stay in the guest area for now. I will go notify the head maid. I'm sure she will be surprised seeing this. Ha ha, Colonel Bright said with a smile. Of course, I shall not wander. We will leave that up to the young ones. So instead, before you depart, Colonel Bright, may I request a favor? A favor from my rival. Is it? What would it be? Colonel Bright responded with interest. I will present an opportunity, one that may benefit both of us, and it has been a while since our last. I propose a duel, Gileath said, which immediately drew our attention. A duel? You are right. These bones of mine have not held a spar against you. Not since my bracer days. How could I not be interested in having another spar against you, General Osborne? A spar between Gileath Osborne and Cassius Bright before the 100 Days' War. That would be very interesting to watch, wouldn't it? I became inwardly excited just hearing the notion of it. As I did, Colonel Bright spoke out once more. Another spar between the 100 Form Military Innate Leaves One Blade style would definitely be a sight to behold once again. After I go inform the head maid of our arrival, I will bring this matter up to Her Majesty. As long as we receive her grace, I'll look forward to battling you, Gileath Osborne, Colonel Bright said before he bowed a bit. We then saw him head into the dining area that connected to the maid's rooms and vanished. With pleasure, Gileath responded with a nod. As for Estelle, she placed her finger on her lip and tilted her head a bit before looking at me. Your dad is going to fight Daddy? Estelle asked, a bit confused. It seems like it. I haven't seen Father fight before, so I would think it would be enjoyable to see, I explained to Estelle. Is that so? Estelle responded happily. Her eyes began to wander again, only for her eyes to sparkle seeing how big the castle was. But this place is really big. Let's go explore Naoto, Estelle said excitedly. She even tried to reach for my hand. I was afraid you would say that, I retorted with a sigh. Don't be like that. This is your place, isn't it? Estelle asked. Not exactly. I answered Estelle with a question of my own. It probably will become mine, but far off in the future if they decide to make me the crown prince. Haha, there's a chance of that happening in the future, young one. Gileath also answered positively at Estelle, which caused her eyes to brighten again. Gileath then turned toward Lena and spoke out to her. You don't mind letting the two young ones wander around for a while, do you? Gileath asked. Lena shook her head in response. No, normally I would say yes, but I know this place is heavily guarded. I feel safe behind these walls. Estelle, feel free to take Naoto here and explore to your heart's content. Hearing Lena say that, Estelle smiled brightly. Thank you, Mama. Let's go Naoto, Estelle replied happily, before she literally yanked my arm and entered a dash. She started with the right wing, which was the soldiers' quarters. But I didn't agree to this. I tried to yell back, only to let my voice echo, and as we faded from sight, earning a laugh from both Gileath and Lena. Chapter 11. Hilda, my voice trailed off and echoed in the hallway as Estelle and I vanished from sight, obviously from lodging a complaint at her. Yet Estelle ignored it and sped up her dash into the soldiers' quarters. You really are going too fast, you know. You're going to trip over, I retorted as I was in an awkward sprint to match her pacing. Yet at this time, she suddenly came to a halt, which almost had me crash into Estelle. But it's fun, Estelle responded back happily as if doing such things was natural for her. Although I was wanting to berate Estelle some more. She was behaving more and more like the explorer she was. At least Estelle knew that it was rude to open up closed doors out of the blue that I could see, which gave me an inward sigh of relief. At this time, we started to approach the end of the soldiers' quarters, only to spot a few open rooms. Estelle seemed to enter a conundrum of sorts, unable to decide which room to enter. She thought for a moment before pointing her finger at the leftmost room. Thankfully, there wasn't any people in there. I choose. Estelle pointed to the left room before entering a dash again. We entered a rather large room with 2 beds in it and a simple table with a couple chairs around it. Estelle spotted the closest bed and dove right onto it. I was expecting a hard flop the moment Estelle did, but surprisingly her small body bounced a couple times, signaling the bed was pretty fluffy. Estelle smiled again, feeling this, and let out a giggle. Hee, fluffy bed. Estelle let out another happy giggle as she started to jump up and down the bed. It's good for a soldier to get a good rest, so they can be ready for their next battle, and a good bed does wonders. Still, where are you getting this energy from? I mumbled. Energy? Estelle asked, placing a finger on her face, tilting her head a bit in confusion. Guess she wouldn't know too much about stamina yet, I uttered to myself. Energy lets you move around like you're doing now, Estelle. I decided to explain to her a bit. How I move? Oh, Estelle responded with a nod, but she probably didn't understand my full meaning. I'm not too sure how many there are who are like me, knowing more than what the age suggests. That has remained to be seen. Daddy says the same thing to me too. Estelle responded to me. Looks like she's heard this before. Guess comes kids are hyper like her. Well, we have a full place to explore here. You don't want to tire too quickly, do you? I decided to ask. No, Estelle immediately denied me. I want to see more things here. Estelle complained a bit. She then stopped her bouncing and spoke out again, asking me a question this time. But question first, Estelle asked me, looking my way. Seeing this, I took this time to climb up onto the closest with her. What is it, Estelle? I asked back. Why is your daddy going to fight my daddy? Estelle asked, not knowing the answer. Hearing her ask, that brought a smile to my face for some reason. Well, that's because my dad and your dad are rivals in what they do. I'm not sure if they have engaged in combat face-to-face before, but it will definitely be fun to watch, I explained to Estelle, who nodded her head in excitement. Fighting is fun, Estelle asked again, which suddenly caused me to halt. Seeing me suddenly do this caused Estelle to become confused again. About that, I began to say, only to go into thought for a moment before explaining. It can be fun, yes, but you could get hurt from it too. Unless Mr. Bright specifically tells you that you can fight, don't do it, okay? I asked Estelle in a serious tone. She nodded her head again. I'm not too sure what you mean by that, Naoto, but okay. Hearing Estelle say that, I nodded as well, letting out an inwardly sigh of relief. Hopefully I just didn't speed up Estelle's training to become a bracer later on by doing that. She will follow in Cassius Bright's shadow in terms of combat ability, learning his pole arts. Let's just hope with me saying this she doesn't start too early. Still, it probably won't be long until Mr. Bright notifies the headmaid, and if she catches us, our exploring will be over. Do you want to stay in this area, Estelle? I asked her. I want to, but let's go. There's a whole lot, right? Estelle asked. Of course there is. The second floor terrace is even better to have a look. I also said. Estelle's eyes brightened hearing that. I knew the layout of Grancel Castle pretty well by now, and several years down the line, this castle may get inherited by me. Queen Alicia did seem to notice my background just from first glance. Or I wonder, did she know of me before Gileath and I arrived here? With that thought, Estelle stopped jumping on the bed and reached out her hand. Seeing this, I smiled again and took it, causing us to get off the bed again. Even I had to admit it was rather fluffy, knowing that we still had much to explore. Estelle left the room and entered a dash again. Yet Estelle didn't seem to see where she was going now within the eastern wing. Unfortunately for her, it didn't take long before she suddenly ran into something in front of her. Oof, Estelle said, feeling a large impact strike against her, causing her to tumble back a bit. I placed my hands behind her back to catch her from falling. Estelle recovered, only to look up the stern figure in front of us now. Scary lady, Estelle said, only to take to my side. The stern figure didn't seem fazed by this. Instead, we heard a stern yet warm voice reach out ears that came from the figure Estelle just ran into. This voice was actually directed at me instead of her. You really are just like Crown Prince Judas when he was little, the voice said, which seemed to belong to an older, aged woman as a figure of a maid was seen before us. She had purple eyes and brown hair that was in the process of graying. She was currently wearing a green blouse and a long red skirt. Seeing the head maid appear before us and say that, Estelle became quiet and kept by my side. As for me, I did a light bow to the head maid. It looks like Mr. Bright was able to find you, Miss Headmaid. That does seem to be the case. While I do not remember my birth mother much, she does appear related to the Queen. The Queen was that person on the balcony from earlier, right? I asked, returning to my usual self. We had not actually introduced each other in person yet, but we likely will once we reach her throne room later. That regal person you saw on the balcony above was indeed Her Majesty, the current Queen of Liberal. It is of great joy to see another member of her family before me. Your Highness, while your stay this time may be short, it is still a pleasure to introduce myself to you. I am the head maid, Hilda said, doing a curtsy, introducing herself. Hilda, is it? It's nice to meet you too. Are you here to come pick us up? Naoto play? Estelle asked that after being quiet for a moment. This caused me to let out a light chuckle. Hearing Estelle ask that, however, caused Hilda to shift her eyes onto Estelle. She saw a little brown-haired girl next to me, which caused her to raise her eyebrows. And you must be the daughter of Colonel Bright and his wife. Hilda spoke out to Estelle. Yeah, nice to meet ya, scary lady. Estelle responded happily as Hilda introduced herself to Estelle. Yet, as she did, Estelle's response caused a mark of anger to appear on Hilda's face. Oof, just like Colonel Bright. Anyways, I have come to let your Highness know that you and your family will be granted audience with Her Majesty in 1 hour. Please be sure to show up on time. Otherwise, I will come find you and drag you there myself, Hilda said in a serious tone. Now, that's the Hilda I know. Stern on the outside, but still an understanding person. Thank you, Hilda. Does that mean you won't watch us until then? Only from afar. Please refrain from entering the second floor, as that will lead to the open terrace to where Her Majesty's and Her Highness private quarters. Her Highness, I asked while nodding my head in confirmation, becoming interested. However, Hilda only smiled back at me and didn't say anything. Guess she wasn't going to say anything about that for now. If I had to guess, she was most likely referring to Judith's daughter, since she wasn't present during the time of the sinking. And, for those who played Sky, you know who this is. All I saw was Hilda turn around and folded her arms. Seeing Hilda do this, I looked down at Estelle and spoke out to her. Looks like we can still explore a little bit, but our range became limited. Let's go, Estelle, I said to her. Okay, Estelle responded happily. We then parted ways from Hilda and started to search the ground floor and first floor of Grancel to our heart's content. Before we knew it, the next hour passed. I had yet to talk about Ely's situation to Estelle, and I probably won't either. It will be a nice surprise for Estelle to meet Ely tomorrow once the funeral for the late Crown Prince Judas and his wife begins. If the two of them become friends earlier than later, Estelle might want to visit Crossbell more frequently in the future. But first, it looks like we now have an audience with Queen Alicia II. Father did say she was my grandmother, likely due to the age difference, but Gileath still had a child with her sister, who was my late mother. She died during childbirth implications, but would that make me more of her nephew instead of grandson? Well, I didn't want to think about that too much. For now, it was time to meet her in person. Chapter 12. Royal Audience, Your Majesty. I now present to you Brigadier General of the Erebonian Empire Imperial Army, Gileath Osborne, and his son Naoto Osborne. Colonel Bright declared as he stood next to the entrance of Queen Alicia's throne room. Most of the interior was built in pale purple and white marble, much like the rest of the castle was. Except in this room, there was a much longer red carpet that extended all the way to the other end of the room. A very regal red leather chair could be seen at the other end of this red carpet. This was definitely your typical fantasy-like throne room royal families often had, and the throne was currently occupied by a rather pale, indigo-haired, aged woman dressed in regal attire. This was, of course, Queen Alicia II. Queen Alicia II resumed governmental affairs after learning of her son's passing not too long ago, as her granddaughter was way too young to inherit the throne. If I recall, this princess was born the same year as Estelle, Ellie, and I, in S1186. That means she was 1 year old like the rest of us. Seuss, that really is an auspicious year, isn't it? I thought inwardly in my mind. Anyways, as of now, I had long finished exploring what we could together with Estelle, limiting our range to the ground and first floors of Grancel Castle. We did come across other maids during their work, and they became surprised seeing us, but they didn't stop us. They were likely notified by Hilda beforehand. And now, Father and I could be seen waiting at the entrance to the throne room. Estelle could no longer be seen with us. She was quite sad to part ways with me after that short time spent together, as her eyes made it very apparent. Her mother, Lena Bright, consoled her and were now resting in one of the guest rooms. It seemed Queen Alicia granted audience to only Father and I. Cassius probably had plans to introduce his daughter later to the Queen. A few minutes prior, just as we arrived, ready to enter the throne room, Gileath saw me still stood by his side and spoke out to me, which drew my attention. Naoto, I want you to watch how I introduce myself to Her Majesty. You will eventually learn proper etiquette for such things. Regardless of being in Liberal or Erebonia, there will be a good chance you will debut in the high society of nobles once your coming of age happens. Each noble is required of this, and you know less. This will be a good lesson for you, Gileath explained to me. Yes, Father, I nodded my head in acknowledgement. Did you go through the same thing? I decided to ask. Gileath shook his head, denying me. Unfortunately, no. I was born a commoner. It is your mother who is special, not only to me, but to Liberal. No doubt you will have your own trials to face, Gileath responded. I understand, Father, I said, acknowledging him with a nod. Good, Gileath said with a smile. That's one thing to be wary of for sure, being part of nobility and all. And the noble trope was quite dominant in the Trails verse, especially within Erebonia, where its regions were governed under the four main houses, officially known as the Four Great Houses. They were ran by Duke Yan, Duke Alberia, Marquis Roner, and Marquis Hyarms. The four great houses ultimately responded to His Majesty, the Erebonian Empire Emperor at the top of the chain, but when it came down to governmental affairs and such, each house properly maintained their given region. And in regards to Heimdall, there is the imperial diet, which was mostly governed by the governor, and in turn, it was where the chancellor stood at its peak. My same father would eventually fill the position of Erebonia's chancellor, while the father of a certain shotgun-wielding green-haired glasses fellow of Class 7 would eventually become the governor of the imperial diet. But that would be a story for the future. I've still got a good 5 years before father takes that position into his own hands. I have to learn everything I can from him, because after that point, no doubt will my life become turbulent. For now, that's it in regards to Erebonia's standing. As for liberal, it was quite different. Queen Alicia II held most, if not all, authority over her land, the country of Liberal. Each year, she would hold a banquet to invite the representatives of each city. This event was formally known as the Royal Assembly. Mayors of each city would come to participate to talk about what would happen during the next year. Even the dean of the school, to where most liberal royalty attend, the Jenny's Royal Academy, could earn a slot in this once-a-year event. Combine that with the Royal Army of Liberal, and that pretty much sums up Liberal in a nutshell. To add to that, Cassius Bright was currently a colonel within this army. The top dog here currently went by the name General Morgan, and once he retires his position, it would be none other than Cassius Bright to take his reins. And that same Cassius Bright is Estelle's father, the same little girl I just spent some time alone with exploring the royal castle during the last hour or so. Right now, I was in the middle of all this, and I couldn't help but feel an imposing air, but at the same time, a sense of familiarity. It's like I was returning back home after a very, very long visit. These few minutes passed by in silence after Gileath asked his request of me, and we soon heard Cassius Bright's voice echo down. Looks like he was calling for father. Colonel Bright also announced my name to enter, which I found surprising. Still, Gileath took the lead, and both of us entered the throne room belonging to Her Majesty. Once we entered, we were greeted by several soldiers on each side. They were part of the army, and each soldier wore a green beret on top of their heads, each with a standardized orbital rifle held vertically within their palm. Each one remained silent as father walked along the red carpet, as did I. As Second Lieutenant Schwartz and Captain Richard were currently on patrol around the castle and the city, they were currently not present. Sieg was not here either. Before this, I will say once Sieg noticed me the first time as we first arrived in Grancel Castle, I did hear a ding from the gamer system. I will have to look at the skill later, but during that, I obtained a new passive skill, Falconer LV10100. Well, even if I don't have time to look at it now, it is pretty self-explanatory. Perhaps I'll be able to raise falcons and train them later on. Father kept walking until we moved past the soldiers. Cassius also returned to the front, next to Her Majesty. Once we arrived within distance, Father stopped, allowing me to get a good look at who was in front of us now. It was Her Majesty, Cassius Bright, and one other person I wasn't expecting to be here. It wasn't the princess who I was kind of expecting to be there, since she currently isn't present. She was probably in her private quarters with the head maid tending to her. With what has been going lately, losing one's parents at only 1 year old, fate can be rather cruel sometimes. I wonder, did her grandmother inform the princess of the news yet? Or is she still waiting for her parents, only to never come home? I could only sigh inwardly. With me being in Zemuria now, I could probably change some things to suit my tastes, but with fated events like the Crown Prince's and his wife's passing, those were out of my control. For now, I can only be in the present, with Father to raise me. Speaking of Father, he was currently silent as he observed the Queen. As such, I took a glance to the figure to the right of the Queen as Cassius stood by her left. It was another rather aged man. His hair was gray, combined with a full beard and a mustache. He also wore the standard liberal soldier uniform as the others did. But one difference was the cape he wore, which flowed down to his front having the symbol of liberal on it. He also wore a red shawl on his left shoulder. This man was General Morgan, one of the only active generals within the Liberal Army. As I recall, Cassius was currently his subordinate, wasn't he? It would make sense for him to be here together with General Morgan, but him being here was a surprise in itself. But Father was not fazed by his presence at all. I saw Father take a couple steps, only to bend his left arm and form a fist. He brought it to his chest, bringing his right arm behind his back. Seeing him do these actions, Father wanted me to witness it as a form of etiquette training, so my eyes shifted to him, observing Gileath in silence. I then saw Gileath take a bow with his head, bending his body forward ever so slightly. Most of his bow came from his head. I then heard Father speak to Her Majesty. I give you my utmost gratitude to Your Majesty for granting us an audience. It is with great honor for you to grace us with your presence today for this unannounced visit. You have my deepest apologies, Gileath said, greeting Her Majesty in a polite tone. I am Gileath Osborne, a Brigadier General of the Erebonian Empire Imperial Army. I have heard your feats to be many, but this is still the first time meeting you in person, Your Majesty. I extend my heartfelt greeting to you, Gileath continued to say as he finished his introduction. After that, I noticed a quick change in Father's eyes, which glanced at me for a brief moment. Turns out this was their first meeting after all. I know he is rivals on the battlefield with Cassius, but before this trip, the two probably haven't met in person before. Looks like it's the same deal for Her Majesty. Was he wanting me to do the same as him, seeing Father glance at me like that? To not anger him, I decided to follow his steps, taking a couple steps forward as well. I mirrored him with the same bow without tumbling over. This earned a raised eyebrow from General Morgan, but he kept quiet. I took this time to introduce myself as well. Since Father used those words earlier, it's okay for me to use them too, right? Thank you for giving us an audience, Your Majesty. I also give my heartfelt greeting to you. I spoke out with a bow, introducing myself to Her Majesty. Hearing me speak that, a smile was brought to Queen Alicia's face. The moment we saw her stand up from her throne, the royal audience officially began. Fun corner. Who is ready for some family tracing? Where's Naoto placed in this? Queen Alicia, too, is as an unnamed spouse and sister. This unnamed sister is Naoto's mother. Gileath Osborne is the father. The late Crown Prince Judas is Queen Alicia II's son. With that being the case, would he be half-siblings with Judas, making the princess his niece? Being an uncle at 1 year old? Ha! Chapter 13. Royal Audience 2. Hearing Gileath and I introduce ourselves cordially in front of the royal army and Her Majesty, a smile bloomed on her face. She then stood up from her throne and greeted us. It was here this royal audience went underway. You did well to come here, General Osborne. It is indeed our first meeting like this. But you have proven yourself against Colonel Bright here on multiple occasions. I see no fault, so you have been granted an audience, Queen Alicia responded to him. Surely you jest, Your Majesty. I merely know how to respond to whatever is sent my way. Becoming a general was but a result of that, Gileath responded coyly. Father is definitely buttering up to Queen Alicia. He always knows how to choose his words. As expected of a villain, and he's trying to pass that on to me, I inwardly retorted in my mind. My new little brother Reen will eventually become the protagonist in the Cold Steel saga. With me added into the mix, Father will probably end up giving me his teachings since it has started already. So where will I end up? There are a couple of key places I want to visit before the sagas start taking place. But after that, I have no plans. Father is still part of the Imperial Army and has yet to take over the Intelligence Division and become the Chancellor. That means he is yet to meet Rufus Alberia and create the Iron Bloods. Perhaps Gileath will make me an Iron Blood. That remains to be seen. I inwardly thought to myself. As I thought that, Queen Alicia continued to smile while speaking out again. You may say that now, General Osborne, but becoming a general is no easy feat, and that isn't your final goal now, is it? Queen Alicia asked. I follow wherever His Majesty requires of me. Gileath simply answered while I continued to watch their exchange in silence. Yet this time a third voice spoke out, sounding even more stern than the head made Hilda. Humph. Your words of flattery will get you nowhere, General Osborne. May I remind you that you are currently treading upon foreign land? Right now you are bound by international law. We can persecute you if we find you guilty of treason, General Morgan spoke out with a heavy voice, clearly with an implication of sorts. I understand that very well, General Morgan. It is good to see the war god still in good health. Gileath simply responded as his eyes crossed paths with General Morgan's. Wouldn't it be something to see the war god clash against the future blood and Iron Chancellor? But now definitely isn't the time for that. That exchange of words didn't seem to budge Queen Alicia, though. She simply gave General Morgan a command. At ease, General Morgan. These two are not here without reason. Queen Alicia explained to him. As you command, Your Majesty, General Morgan responded before he turned quiet again. She then continued to speak, turning to Colonel Bright next. Colonel Bright, what we'll be discussing next will be a matter of national security, a nationwide secret, if you will. Take your men from here and help secure Gransel's perimeter so tomorrow's send-off is successful. You may participate in it with your family. I will schedule another audience to meet them at a later date. Queen Alicia spoke in a firm tone. So it really is like that. As you command, Your Majesty, Colonel Bright said, giving her a salute. In the next few moments, he descended, taking the soldiers with him. Before long, only Gileath, General Morgan, Queen Alicia, and me remained. General Morgan was the one to speak next. For what we were to discuss next, why is General Osborne still permitted to be here? General Morgan asked, still disbelieving in him. Because he is a direct party involved. Is this not about the Shining Ring, then? General Morgan asked. Perhaps it may. Queen Alicia said. Come here, my child. Queen Alicia asked, which caused General Morgan to look my way. As for me, I looked up at Father, who nodded his head. Go, Naoto, Gileath said. Hearing that, I left Father behind and stepped forward, bringing myself closer to Queen Alicia. Unexpectedly, Queen Alicia bent down, stretching her arms my way, and gave me a hug. Your Majesty, this child, he looks just like Her Highness, General Morgan said as he got a good look at me. Another feeling of familiarity spread through me as I was hugged by the Queen. It made me relaxed. Colonel Bright was able to deduce the outcome based off of his investigations. Surely you must have realized it too by now. That brat Cassius was able to figure it out? Then this child really is, General Morgan spoke out. This definitely must be kept as a national secret. It is no wonder you dismissed everyone. General Morgan surmised. Indeed. But if you still want to see for your own eyes, Queen Alicia said, only reach in her bosom. She pulled out a fancy metal key, of sorts. That is, General Morgan responded in shock. That's the key to the treasury, he continued to exclaim. It is, yes, a key passed down from generation to generation, to protect what is kept within. General Osborne, it is unfortunate, but I do not wish you to see this, Queen Alicia said to Father. It is understandable you do not wish to share your country's secrets with a neighboring nation, Your Majesty. I did not come here to stir trouble today, only to give my condolences in tomorrow's passing. Should you require further proof of my son, you may take him with you. Gileath spoke out to Queen Alicia. Thank you for your understanding, General Osborne. You may return to the guest area until tonight's banquet. You will be able to meet with the princess then, Queen Alicia said, which also drew my attention then. Then I will wait for tonight and take my leave. I leave Naoto in your care, Gileath said, giving Queen Alicia one more bow before he left the throne room. It was now just us three. Princess, I decided to ask, which brought a smile to Queen Alicia's face. Yes, it was fortunate for her to survive this tragedy by not going. She is my granddaughter, and is about the same age as you, in fact. You will be able to see her tonight. Queen Alicia explained to me. Is that so? I'll look forward to tonight, then. I also responded happily. I have still not recognized you as His Highness yet. Let us do the test at once, Your Majesty, General Morgan said, urging her. Very well. Please lead the way to our treasury, General Morgan. As you command, General Morgan said with a salute. The three of us left the throne room. As we navigated the ground floor, we spotted no one along the way. The soldiers probably made sure to clear things out so no one would disturb us. As such, it didn't take long for us to reach the basement. This place was very special. It was the focal point of Sky's first chapter and a lot of its second chapter. General Morgan brought it up earlier regarding the Shining Ring. We approached the treasury. only to come across a silver marbled sealed door with a pillar on each side. The liberal royal family emblem could be seen carved in its center. There could also be a small keyhole seen that seemed to fit the key Queen Alicia currently had in her hand. This was the treasury. Beyond this would have many treasures stored that belonged to Liberal. But most importantly, this was the final entry point to the Aureole, which lay deep underground beneath Grancel Castle. Estelle, Joshua, and the gang would eventually make their way here to stop a certain villain from activating the Aureole. And only members of the royal family who had this key could open it. It was read by a very specific orbal energy wavelength. In Sky's first chapter, Queen Alicia's spare key was used, and they probably had a matching wavelength to open this sealed door somehow. And now, it looks like Queen Alicia wanted me to use this key to open it. Doing so would confirm I had the blood of an Auslese running through me. Except there was one teeny tiny problem with this key in my hand. Trying to tiptoe upward, I couldn't reach the lock. "Your Majesty," I said, complaining a bit. This earned a laugh from her. "Haha, I couldn't help it. Let me help you. Naoto, was it?" Queen Alicia said, only to pick me up into her arms. General Morgan let out a dry cough seeing this, acting as if nothing happened. My sight soon matched the empty socket. Extending my arm forward, the key suddenly out a light glow of light before I inserted. Click! A simple click was all it took for gears of the treasury door to start opening before our very eyes. General Morgan's eyes turned wide, seeing the entry point of the Aureole open before us. Expecting a reaction from the Aureole, Chapter 14. Grousford, the treasury door actually opened. "Impossible," General Morgan exclaimed in shock. General Morgan, who always appeared calm and serious when he was with others, now had his mouth agape, gobsmacked. Yet for Queen Alicia, she reacted very differently. Tears started to form in her eyes. "You really are Aurora's child," Queen Alicia spoke softly. After she did, she gave me a tight hug, letting her tears drop as she did. "Don't elle me, Ignace Aurora?" But didn't she vanish from the castle a few years ago? We had presumed she was dead, General Morgan responded, still in shock. Taking this time, Queen Alicia wiped her tears while I stayed silent. It was rare for her to break down like this. Seeing another one of her family members still alive, especially after what had just happened to her son, I was basically akin to another son to her, despite being the child of her sister. We officially declared my sister to be dead in secret due to our lack of our information network. It took an intensive investigation behind the scenes by Colonel Bright, but by the time his investigation was done, General Osborne was already on his way here with young Naoto here. "I feel a lack in competence as a ruler to protect what is dear to me," Queen Alicia said, consoling herself while wiping her tears away. Hearing that, General Morgan frowned. Liberal has long entered a period of peace. With its past rulers, our intelligence division became a thing of the past. "You are not at fault, Your Majesty. If there is anyone to blame, it is my own incompetence for letting someone slip past the royal army. You just need to say the word, and it'll establish the intelligence division once more," General Morgan said with a suggestion. Yet this time, Queen Alicia shook her head. "A big structural change in our government cannot be changed with mere words overnight, General Morgan. You will continue to do your duty as you always have." I apologize for getting emotional there for a brief moment. Queen Alicia responded to General Morgan. She then continued to ask him a question, seeing the door to the treasury wide open now. "Do you still require additional proof of Naoto here, General Morgan?" "He is without a doubt the son to Aurora von Auslese, my dearest little sister," Queen Alicia said with a firm tone, which brought a smile to my face. It was always refreshing to see such a high-ranking soldier getting berated like that by the Queen. Enough to the point where his previous stupor was quickly shaken away with a quick shake of his head. Surprisingly, I actually saw General Morgan kneel down onto one of his knees with a bow and issued an apology. "No, I do not, Your Majesty. Please forgive my earlier impudence, Your Highness. It is of great pleasure to see a member of Her Majesty's family still alive and well," General Morgan said, greeting me with a bow. Seeing this, Queen Alicia placed me back on the ground, allowing me to walk up to him. You needn't do this, Mr. Morgan. If anyone is still trying to grasp a hold of this situation, it would ought to be me. Father rarely spoke of mother, if at all even. I had no idea I was related to this place up to a short while ago. I said, explaining hearing that Queen Alicia frowned this time. It sounds like General Osborne is trying to keep this under wraps. While that is good to hear, at the same time, it pains me to hear this, Queen Alicia said while frowning. She then approached me, only to rub me on the head. Father didn't even mention mother's name to me. You said it was Miss Aurora, right? I decided to ask Queen Alicia. She nodded with a smile. Yes, your mother Aurora was a very kind and gentle woman. Naoto. She did not dive into governmental affairs as much as I did, but she still helped out our townspeople in any way she could. But in the end, it was I who succeeded the throne. It hadn't been long for my son Judas to inherit it either, but alas, I had to reinstate my position. But knowing the outcome now, it brings me great joy to see my sister's life had not gone to waste, even if it was meant getting together with your father. And it can't be trails without a dead mother now, can it? XD, according to father, it seemed mother couldn't survive giving birth to me. But that doesn't mean I'm alone either. I'm enjoying the family I'm currently spending with. I responded with a smile, trying to console Queen Alicia. In turn, she smiled back at me. Is that so? General Osborne is a very stern man, but you will do well to be raised under him. I will not drag you away from your current life. Naoto, you have my promise as queen. Our line is far from over. Currently, I will eventually pass the throne to my granddaughter. Should you want to be part of this, you only need to say the word. For now, we will not reveal your status to Liberal. Thank you, Your Majesty. I currently do not wish to part with my current family either. It seems father is trying to conceal my background as well. Good. This goes for you as well, General Morgan. I will separately address this with Colonel Bright. Queen Alicia stated. I will take this secret to my grave, Your Majesty. I will make sure His Highness' status does not get leaked. I do have one question, though. Your Majesty is hosting a banquet tonight before we send off the Crown Prince tomorrow, right? That is true. I invited many influential figures to attend tonight's banquet should they arrive tonight. Queen Alicia. I then saw her look at me. I apologized beforehand. Naoto, but may I ask you to sit with your father during the banquet? Doing this will ease suspicion. Queen Alicia asked of me. I was planning on doing that from the beginning, as if this didn't happen. But may I request one favor from you, Your Majesty? I asked. What is it, Naoto? May I call you grandmother during times where we are completely alone like this? I decided to ask. Hearing this brought a big smile to her face. Of course you can. You're my little sister's child. It is more appropriate to call you my nephew, but due to this large age gap, I don't mind you calling me grandmother. My granddaughter is already starting to call me so as well. Thank you, grandmother. I smiled back at her. As for General Morgan, an anger mark appeared on his forehead for a brief moment, but it vanished shortly after. I still caught sight of it, though. However, this peaceful moment became interrupted. Coming from the back, we heard a woman's voice speak out to us, immediately causing our attention to shift to them. Now this was an outcome I had not anticipated. What's more is this that war god I see, bowing at a mere child, a firm female voice said, reaching our ears. This caused us to look toward the entrance to the treasury. We soon saw two figures approach us, not too fast. Once they came into view, they appeared to be two nuns. Except they weren't wearing your typical nun habit. It was almost as if she was dressed more to be an adventurer instead. She was currently wearing a long black sleeve top with studded leather armor beneath it. Beneath that was your typical skirt nuns wore, which flew down in front of her. Except this skirt was different. It revealed her legs, to which she was wearing black leggings. Teacher Ein, this definitely seems to be the spot the old master mentioned. And you've come here before? It seems our worry was for naught. This outcome was indeed unexpected. As you said, the second voice said, which also seemed to belong to a girl who appeared a few years younger than the first woman. But they both appeared exceptionally young regardless. If it wasn't for the fact it was you who just entered, Missy, I would have already cleaved your head off for trespassing in Her Majesty's treasury. General Morgan retorted with a threat, to which the first nun seemed to brush off. Now, that's no way to address a proper lady of the Deception Church, even if it is coming from the war god himself, the first nun said nonchalantly. Still, this might be a blessing in disguise. We were unsure whether or not Liberal's princess would be able to uphold our sacred sacrament. But it truly appears the old master's worry was for naught. So you two truly do belong to the Deception Church. I had sent them a notice as to what happened. Did they personally dispatch some clergyman to check up on it? Queen Alicia asked the two nuns that appeared. As for me, I kept silent as I observed the two. Inwardly, I was totally not expecting to meet these two this earlier. It was indeed shocking. It is as Your Majesty says. Unfortunately, the old master is feeling unwell at the moment, so he dispatched me in their place, the first nun said, responding with a smile. She then bowed at Queen Alicia, in which the second nun beside her followed. It is a pleasure to meet your acquaintance, Liberal's current monarch, Queen Alicia II. We were tasked to see if the artifact buried beneath Liberal would be at risk due to the Crown Prince's passing. I am a trainee to succeed the head of Grausritter, the First Dominion. You may call me Ein Selnate, Ein said, introducing herself with a bow. And I am Rufina Argent, a Grausritter knight to Teacher Ein. I was tasked to protect Teacher Ein should anything pop up on our journey, the second nun said, introducing herself as Rufina Argent. I wanted to suck in a cold breath seeing these two nuns appear before us in the treasury. It did make sense for them to send in some clergyman to check up on the status of the Shining Ring. But to think they would send in these two, even though they were much younger than their counterparts in the games. The first nun was Ein Selnate. This girl in front of me would eventually become head of the Grausritter, which were essentially church knights tasked with the retrieval of ancient artifacts that were left behind by the goddess Adios herself. The dominions had 12 seats in total, while they could appoint as many knights and squires as they would like. Ein's powers were not well known as of yet, but one definitely shouldn't underestimate her, as well as the nun next to her who introduced herself as Rufina Argent. She appeared as a kind and heartfelt young woman right now, but that would drastically change in the upcoming future. A certain green, onion-like haired priest would eventually become an adoptive sibling to Rufina, which would in turn cause a certain chain of events to take place. She wouldn't become as big as a baddie as my father would become, but she still ends up becoming one of the main antagonists in the Sky Saga. It was that Rufina Argent, and now, both Ein Selnate and Rufina Argent were standing before us, who introduced themselves as part of the Deception Church. It seems they were tasked to check up on the Shining Ring, as it was one of the sacraments the monarchy of Liberal shared with the Deception Church. With the Crown Prince's passing, it was definitely a time of uneasiness. I guess the Deception Church can respond to pretty quickly to these types of situations. Can't they? P.S. General Morgan is no longer bowing. His knees have had enough. Huh. Aurora's an OC based off an unnamed character related to Queen Alicia. I don't really want to stop Rufina from turning crazy. Is that bad? By the way, I'm currently playing Kuro with the translated spreadsheet. Chapter 15. Princess, it was quite unexpected to see two members of the Grausritter arrive in the treasury, but somewhat expected as well. It was a time of uneasiness, not only to Liberal, but the same to other nations, to the point to where the Deception Church came in for a visit in person. While there were other religions in Zemuria, the Deception Church was the most dominant one, which gave the teachings of the goddess Adios. The future First Dominion of the Grausritter, Ein Selnate and her knight, Rufina Argent. They appeared very young now, but they came in to check up on the Shining Ring. After a small scuffle with General Morgan, the two Grausritter were able to confirm that their sacrament was in no danger and shortly left after having a small talk with Queen Alicia and I. Seeing it was just us now, General Morgan and Queen Alicia were able to close the sealed door of the treasury, returning it back to normal. Before long, we left the basement of Gransel Castle and returned to the guest area. I was brought back to Father, to which he was already notified of there being a banquet, to further which brought another surprise. Enough time had passed by to reach evening now, but in the guest area, 3 figures could be seen seated near each other. Gileath Osborne, Henry McDowell, and Cassius Bright. Three leading figures of the three different nations that are bound to have conflict in the future. And yet here they are, happily chatting away with each other, waiting for the banquet to start and the other figures to arrive. They also watched two little figures play nearby, while a third one joined them not so long ago, aka me. As for Henry, he did say he would most likely join in tomorrow, but it seems he received the invitation for tonight as well. And with them came their families too. Naoto, you made it back. A happy voice reached my ears, only to see a figure dash my way. Who else could it be but Estelle? Seeing her dash my way, I quickly stepped to the right, only for Estelle to miss her hug completely. As a result, she tumbled over, only to enter a rolling somersault, head forward. All of us saw Estelle keep rolling until she reached a line of a few people. She managed to crash into the closest one, stopping her momentum. Ouch, Estelle said, letting out complaint as she rubbed her head, not noticing she tumbled into a figure before her. As for the figure, he let out an angry voice seeing this happen to him. Who is this ungrateful brat to suddenly barge in here while we were waiting to enter the banquet hall? The angry voice echoed, drawing others' attention who were also waiting in line. Upon a closer look, he had brown hair that was cut into a bowl shape. He had a wispy mustache and a short-cut beard that didn't even cover his full lips. On top of that, he was wearing very vibrant and colorful robes styled similarly to the royal family. Seeing the child in front of him not leave, an anger mark appeared on his face. Get rid of this thing, Philip. This child is unpleasant to my eyes. The figure set out in anger once more. And my lord, you may want to rethink that. You do have a hard time paying attention to your surroundings sometimes after all, the voice behind him said, who was apparently called Philip. He appeared to be a butler. Huh, the figure retorted. If I want someone gone, you make them gone. Do I make myself clear? The angry voice retorted again at Philip, who in turn looked at Estelle, who was beside the two. I was wondering when this guy was going to show up. I inwardly spoke to myself, while Ellie looked onward at Estelle with a worried look in her eyes. Yet at this time, we saw one of the three figures beside us stand up, who was one of the three figureheads making friendly conversation with each other. He brought a smile to his face as he walked. Are you sure you want to get rid of my Estelle now? Your Grace? Cassius said as he walked up to him. Seeing Cassius approach, the vibrant dressed figure started to stutter a bit before he responded. C'est Colonel Bright. Don't tell me this girl is your child. I didn't think you would make it back in time to send off His Highness tomorrow, the figure said, shrinking his voice as he did, obviously intimidated by the smile Cassius currently wore. Even if you are Her Majesty's nephew. Please choose your next words. Very carefully, Your Grace. Cassius responded with his own retort as his eyes closed, arching upward into a crescent moon. Humph. Keep your child on a leash, Colonel Bright. Philip, we are leaving. Our turn has arrived to enter, the voice said, switching the tone as he wanted to make an escape now. Cassius saw this figure leave with his butler into the dining room to where many others could be seated, watching the maids coming and going with plates of food. Seeing him leave, Cassius picked up Estelle, only to rub her head. You aren't hurt, are you? Estelle? Only a bit, but I'm okay, Daddy. Besides, it was Naoto's fault this time. He wouldn't hug me, Estelle said, puffing her cheeks out a bit with a pout. Huh? You were asking for that one, Estelle. I do apologize for that little disturbance, though. Who was that guy just now? Who you met just now was Her Majesty's nephew, Duke Dunnan. He is quite an unruly fellow, so I apologize on his behalf, Colonel Bright said, apologizing. It is no trouble. That fellow looks like he was one of the last people to arrive for the banquet. It shouldn't be long for Her Majesty to start the toast. Shall we head on in? Gileath asked us. We saw no other people in the main hallway now. I saw quite a few majors enter so far. Even the Dean of Ginny's Royal Academy arrived not too long ago, Dean Collins. Besides Father, though, not many Erebonians showed up to this banquet, let alone any bracers here. It's a shame, but the bracers I currently know are either not born yet, or that they're still kids a little older than us or teens who have yet to start their bracer exams. Hell, even Zin, who is one of the older bracers, was only 14. Even Cassius doesn't become a bracer until he retires from the military in 5 to 6 years' time. With this fleeting thought, I heard Henry speak up next. I agree. We shouldn't have Her Majesty wait for us. Ellie, it's time to go. Make sure to be on your best behavior during the banquet tonight, Henry McDowell said as approached Ellie's side. She nodded. Okay, Grandpa. It was nice to see you again, Naoto. Ellie spoke back to me. Estelle, Ellie and I were able to play a bit during the time the guests arrived for Her Majesty's banquet. Now that everyone has arrived, our fun time ended. Henry took his granddaughter and vanished into the banquet hall. I expect the same for you, Estelle. No, roughhousing okay, Cassius also said to Estelle as he placed her back down. Okay, Daddy. Can the three of us play later again? Estelle asked. We will see if you behave well during dinner. Cassius responded with a laugh. Hearing that, Estelle became nervous but nodded her head. She looked back at me and gave me a quick wave before Cassius and Estelle vanished into the hall. As for Father, he only stood up, placing his teacup on the nearest table. He didn't say anything to me, but I knew it was time to head on in, so I arrived at his side. He stayed silent, expecting I was to behave the same. Seeing this, he smiled, as if he expected this. We proceeded to head on in, only to see a long table with several plates of food on it. Several figures could be seen, with Her Majesty seated at the other end. Beside her was a little child, probably no more than 1 year old like the three of us were. Despite being a toddler, she was the spitting image of the princess shown in the Sky Saga. She was even wearing a fancy purple and white dress that suited her current size. I could see her observing the many people sitting at the table, but her eyes changed the moment she turned our way. I saw her look at Estelle and Ellie earlier as well. We only glanced at each other briefly before I continued beside Father's side. As for Father, many of the mayors almost popped their eyes out again, seeing Gileath take his seat with me next to him. To avoid suspicion, the three of us sat in different spots across the table. However, at this time, I unexpectedly heard a mechanical voice sound off inside my mind. Ding! Player Naoto has successfully encountered 3 or more girls of Zemuria with strong fates tied to their soul. Hidden title unlocked. Received title, Harem Seeker. Bruh, I uttered softly as my eyes turned wide, hearing this announcement after encountering the princess. If there was to be any bruh moments, it would be now. Chapter 16. Last day in Liberal. It seems my first bruh moment arrived, not expecting this notification to sound off inside my mind. Moreover, the gamer system gave me a hidden title, Harem Seeker. Seeing us not start the banquet yet, I decided to have a quick peek at this title. Harem Seeker player Naoto has encountered 3 or more girls of Zemuria with strong fates attached to their soul. Due to player Naoto's strong desire to create a harem, this hidden achievement has been locked. Grants the following perks. Favorability meter, active. LV1, 0, 100 friendship up, so this title finally came, but I wasn't expecting to come this early. I guess the only conditions it had was for me to encounter 3 or more girls of this world with strong fates. That probably meant that they played important roles in the Trailsverse. I can already tell that's true. It was probably referring to my encounters with Ellie and Estelle. As for the third girl, it seemed that the princess at the other end of the table was the last trigger for me to receive this title. That made sense, knowing who this princess was. However, my thought was soon interrupted by the voice of Queen Alicia, who spoke out to all of us with a firm voice. Yet at the same time, her voice sounded as if it was longing for someone. I thank you all for attending this banquet tonight. Normally, under such circumstances, we will not hold one of these until our yearly royal assembly. However, due to the unfortunate tragedy that struck us dear to our hearts, the loss of the liberal crown prince, I have invited you all here tonight in celebration. Tomorrow will be a day of sadness for us all, but tonight we will celebrate life. And to celebrate that my granddaughter, Claudia von Auslese, escaped this tragedy unharmed. Queen Alicia spoke out, letting her voice carry through the whole room. And through this came an unexpected blessing. I cannot be privy with you all just yet on the details. It will be revealed in due time. Queen Alicia continued to say, it was at this time the princess, who the queen introduced her as Claudia von Auslese, smiled at us before speaking. She was able to form more complete sentences like me, instead of like Estelle's super friendly nature. I also thank you all for coming. It is sad that father and mother are no longer with us. I will keep them dear to my heart and celebrate tonight with grandmother, Claudia said, introducing herself to us as the princess. While she was not showing much through that smile of hers right now, no doubt she was feeling it, since she could speak like that. Losing one's own parents so early is rough. At this time, Queen Alicia took her glass of wine, raising it up into the air. To my dearest son, Judas von Auslese and his wife. Cheers, Queen Alicia announced, causing everyone to follow suit with their wine glasses. Cheers to His Highness. To Your Majesty and Her Highness. Everyone cheered out happily. Afterward, everyone gulped down and the banquet officially started, letting everyone dig into their assorted meals. Seeing the several mayors in attendance, one of them particularly drew my attention. One of them was a middle-aged blonde-haired man. A little girl could be seen with him, similarly blonde-haired. She appeared a bit older than us toddlers, more around 4 or 5 years old. She had a pair of turquoise eyes, wearing an ash and red frilly dress. Her hair was currently tied back with a red ribbon. This girl felt a gaze strike her. Placing her food down, she turned her head my way, looking at me with interest. "Father," the girl called out, which drew the middle-aged man's attention. His head also turned toward mine and Gileath's way. "It is rude to stare, boy," the aged man said with a stern remark to me. Gileath smiled hearing this and spoke out. "Ha, please forgive my son's behavior. This is still a new experience for him," Gileath said to the man, causing him to look at father. "Your boy seems well-mannered enough despite that, so I will forgive you. I don't recall having seen you before. Who are you?" The man asked who father was. "Gileath Osborne, a high-ranking official in the Erebonian military," father said, introducing himself to the man. "Still, my son has good eyes for singling you out. I didn't think I would sit next to the mayor of Bose, the trading capital of Liberal. You guys often trade with our country," Gileath responded with a smile. "Gileath Osborne, I see. So you're that monster that's been causing quite a ruckus in Erebonia lately. I didn't think anyone from Erebonia would come for this, let alone you. I am indeed the current mayor of Bose. Im Windelmann. Like the others here, I've come to pay my condolences to Her Majesty, as well as my daughter," Windelmann said, introducing himself as the current mayor of Bose. "It's a pleasure to meet you two, too. I didn't think there would be any little children besides me tonight, so it's a nice surprise seeing you here. You can call me Maybelle. Someday, I hope to follow in my father's footsteps and become Bose's next mayor," the blonde-haired girl said, introducing herself as well. "That's definitely a good goal to have, child. I hope Naoto here will strive for himself, just like you are aspiring to be." "Yes. It is nice to meet you. I'm Naoto Osborne, and as you see, father and I are here on a trip, so to say." "Is that so? I hope we can get acquainted more in the future," Maybelle responded to my introduction, causing me to smile as well. I didn't think Bose's future and current mayor would sit right next to us as we dug into our food. Estelle and Joshua would get rather acquainted with her and her personality during the Sky Saga. She for one would not hold back voicing her opinions aloud. The more and more Duke Dunnan became unruly. Sure, Duke Dunnan would eventually change for the better after the Sky Saga, but it was Maybelle who was willing to openly oppose him. And if I recall, she was born 5 years ago, so that meant she was 4 years older than me right now. As father said, it would do well to get acquainted with Maybelle. She will become quite a handyman in the marketing business. Following such, the four of us chatted for a while as we continued to eat during this banquet, talking about the current affairs between Liberal and Erebonia. Besides the Crown Prince's passing, not much was worthy for discussion. His Majesty's deathbed was currently kept wrapped in silence had he had yet to step on it, but if it was following the current events, the current Erebonian emperor will pass away in roughly 2 years. There was that private encounter with that woman dressed in knight armor, who received the name Arianrod by that other woman. That was when she officially entered the ranks of Ouroboros. I was not sure she was directly promoted to an Anguis seat, but she will probably not appear for several years down the line. Not until the Azure Tree starts to form. For now, I could only look as to what will happen in 2 to 5 years down the line. I do hope father will bring me to meet the emperor before he passes. Knowing that, I kept eating my food, and the banquet passed before we realized it. I also took note of Claudia stealing glances at me. Probably was wondering who I was. It was weird for us to have the two same shades of purple hair after all. I did find it strange I haven't been looked at in such a way yet by the others. Or perhaps they couldn't, knowing that Gileath was right beside me. Not everyone had surprised looks seeing him in the hallway earlier, and Maybelle's father being one such person. They also saw we were with Cassius as well, so they probably didn't dare to. As we continued to dine, and let it be known I was only eating foods I could successfully chew as a toddler, the guest of honor, Queen Alicia, looked at her granddaughter's current behavior. "Huh, looks like you have taken an interest in Naoto," Queen Alicia said with a smile. Claudia looked up and nodded. "You know him, grandmother? It's almost like I'm looking at a mirror. Why aren't the others questioning this?" Claudia asked, uncertain. This earned another laugh from Queen Alicia. "It's probably because those around us don't dare to do such a thing, knowing who Naoto is currently acquainted with. Is that so? And from the looks of it, you know him too, grandmother. Who exactly is he? Do you remember how I often talked about my little sister?" Hearing that, Claudia became surprised. "Auntie, are you saying this boy is related to Annie?" Claudia said with a surprised voice. "For now, you can call him brother. But how silly of me, I didn't ask General Osborne to see who is the older one of you two," Queen Alicia retorted as she had another sip of her wine. "Brother," Claudia responded in a soft voice, only to look my way again. I saw her stare, and it seemed her eyes was filling with more interest as the banquet continued. I couldn't hear what they were talking about, so I continued to eat with father next to me. Before I knew it, this banquet ended, and everyone retired for the night. Queen Alicia took this time to formally introduce her granddaughter to father and I. She was surprised to find out she had a relative still alive beside her father and mother who passed away. Once Claudia and I were standing close to each other, I could tell both of us looked very similarly. Turns out, Estelle shortly fell asleep after the banquet ended, but Colonel Bright was still able to introduce his family to Queen Alicia before that happened. Estelle wanted to play more, but she was still a 1-year-old child. I too was getting sleepy. Ellie and Henry thanked us for spending some more time before they left the castle back to the place they were staying at. As for father and I, Queen Alicia allowed us to stay at the palace. This allowed me to spend some more time conversing with Claudia until the two of us slept. The head maid took Claudia away to her private quarters while father took me to his guest room. Before we knew it, the next day passed. After a simple breakfast with Queen Alicia, all of the figureheads made their way down to the lake beside the castle. According to Queen Alicia, they have a tradition of sending off their departed ones on small wooden boats, lighting them on fire. We then lit lanterns, letting them float along the lake. This lake was called Lake Valeria, and it commonly went by the name the Pearl of Liberal, known for its glistening waters. The castle was situated right over this lake. I did see tears form in Claudia's eyes seeing the flaming boat depart, until it was no longer in sight. Today was where the atmosphere was gloomy, but it passed nonetheless. Our stay in Liberal was set to 2 days. Yesterday was gone, and after the funeral of the Crown Prince was done, we spent the remainder inside of the castle, trying to shrug those feelings off. Queen Alicia did not invite anyone else to the palace. As such, we had to say goodbye to the McDowell pair as their flight left today. Estelle and her family stayed around, letting her cheerful attitude lift the atmosphere around the castle into a brighter mood. Estelle truly was such a cheerful girl. She was able to make quick friends with the princess. It didn't take much for the princess to become friends with me, as well as seeing me as another one of her relatives. I wasn't sure what Queen Alicia said to Claudia at the time, but Claudia started to call me brother closer to the end of the day. Estelle shrugged it off, still calling me Naoto, but Claudia was a bit different, seeing how I behaved since we met. The way she addressed my status as a brother wasn't the typical Oni-chan nor Aniki. She addressed me as Nii-sama, which was a bit surprising. Either way, just like how Ellie quickly became friends with Estelle the day before. Estelle, Claudia, and I became quick friends, and father wasn't against it. The night of the second day passed before we realized it, with the third day dawning. This day signaled our time to leave. Since we live in Erebonia, we do live quite a ways away from Liberal, so Estelle wouldn't able to see us too much, if at all, really. She did become sad, but she also promised that we would meet again in the future. We bid our farewell to the Queen's family too, and left Grancel City via orbital ship. Upon our return to our villa in Erebonia, our driver remembered the time to pick us up. We had a smooth ride home with no happenings at all. My mother Cassia greeted me with a warm hug, knowing that I was safe during these 2 days. As for father, Gileath recounted what had happened during our stay, with Cassia opening her mouth with an own knowing that I had become siblings with the liberal princess, Claudia von Auslese. Before I knew it, someone started to play the fast-forward button as the 4 of us spent time together in our villa, with me playing a lot with baby Reen, despite being a toddler myself. In a blink of an eye, 2 years have passed. Favorability meter is not a love meter. It will not tell you that someone loves you or not. It will only tell Naoto how much he is earning favor with them. The higher it is, the more friendliness they will show, which will in turn give him a better chance to confess his love, not for a long time into the future. Chapter 17. Combat Orbment S. 1189. Osborne Villa. 2 years pass by in a blink of an eye in a certain home located in between Heimdall and Trista. A violet-haired, golden-eyed kid could currently be seen running through the hills and trees in the back of the villa that stretched on for miles and miles. He was currently panting heavily, sweat dripping onto the grass as it passed by him. "Ha! Stupid father," the young kid said, panting as he swiftly ran, crisscrossing through the trees. "I just had to utter the word train. Father really is relentless sometimes," the young violet-haired retorted to himself, suddenly coming to a halt by one of the nearby trees. Placing his hand on it, he sucked in a deep breath of fresh air. As he did, he heard a notification sound off in his mind. Ding! Player Naoto has run 10 kilometers. Daily quest complete. Please select your reward from the daily quest. Yet I couldn't even continue the prompt in my mind before an aged voice reached out to me nearby. "That's not backtalking I hear, is it now?" A firm voice spoke out to me, not far away. "Today's session is far from over, my son," the firm voice continued to say. "Soldiers who talk back to their superior officers get severely reprimanded in the army." Try to form words, but after hearing that, I stayed silent. Hearing me not talk back to the figure not far away as I continued to let out pants, a smile appeared on their face. "Good. Now, let us begin our next 10-kilometer stretch. If you can complete this second lap, I might show you an arts or two before we continue your rapier training later in the day," the firm man said to me. This man was, of course, my father, Gileath Osborne, and after the violet-haired kid, that was me. "Really?" I responded excitedly, feeling more vigor return to my body. 2 years had passed, but I was able to start training with father. Unfortunately, the moment I uttered the word train to Gileath, he relentlessly started a training regime for me. As a result of that, one of the gamer's more popular functions triggered, the quest system. Except for now, it only issued me daily quests to suit my training and exercise. A fearsome man I may have been as General Osborne, but a liar I am not. "Come, let me know you my combat orbit," Gileath said, responding back to me as he approached me at the tree. Hearing this, anticipation appeared in my eyes as Gileath reached into one of his pockets. After a moment, he brought out a mechanical device of sorts, very similar to a fancy pocket watch locket, except it was a few times larger. Bringing this out, father spoke out to me once more, showing it off to me for the first time. This device is known as a combat orbit. These devices cast what we call arts. Arts provide many boons in a variety of ways, as well as being capable of causing massive destruction. Despite the waning use of mana since the Middle Ages, thanks to the Orbment Revolution, us normal humans can cast magic like it is nothing. Combat orbments bring their power forth from very special minerals found deep within mining veins found around Zemuria, septium veins. Through these special veins, and thanks to the Epstein Foundation over 3 centuries ago, we can refine these septium minerals into quartz, placing them into these special devices, Gileath explained, telling me what combat orbments were. Hearing that, anticipation appeared in my eyes again. Septium and quartz were 2 key elements of the Trails verse. This is where one major aspect of science comes in, separating trails from your typical magical fantasy. Sure, the elements are strong in Zemuria, but every normal human can tap into them thanks to the discovery by the Epstein Foundation, which ushered mankind into a different path from the Middle Ages, aka the Orbal Revolution. Father had shown me more information regarding this topic over the last 2 years, but now it was my first time getting to witness arts should I finish this training session. Still, I saw the combat ornament in Father's hand. His combat ornament was modeled after the ornaments seen earlier in the Sky Saga, which made sense. The Enigma, Arcus, and those Calvardian models, for what I could see, currently don't exist at the moment. As for the Sky Saga models, they didn't really have an official name for them. They were just called combat ornaments. Most people are probably used to the Arcus models, though. It was thanks to Class 7 that they successfully went through real testing, since that was the model they used in the Cold Steel Saga. Still, I was amazed seeing a combat ornament for the first time. Father never brought his out until now. Moreover, his color scheme dyed it a fiery red, likely mirroring the place he served with Heimdall at its center. It also had Erebonia's insignia on it, which made sense. So this is a combat ornament, I uttered, still trying to catch my breath. Indeed, my model is a rather specialized one. Come have a look, Gileath said, urging me to come closer. Okay, I said happily. I then saw Gileath press something on it, and we heard a clicking sound as if the lock had opened. It did, and within it was the full structure of the combat ornament. If I remembered correctly, in the Sky Saga closer to the beginning, these combat ornament have 6 slots to slot in a quartz. They can have up to 4 branching lines, allowing one to combo quartz as they please. We simply call these lines. And sometimes, a slot on any given line can have an elemental lock, meaning only one type of element could be slotted into it. Yet for the one in front of me, I did not see the standard 6 slots in this combat ornament. No, I currently saw 9, with just a minimum of 2 lines. Seeing this, my eyes turned wide a bit. Why does this combat ornament have 9 quartz in it? I decided to ask Father. One of the perks for serving His Majesty. Like I said, mine is rather customized, not following the normal standards. I also opted to have no elemental locks, allowing me to choose what I wanted to accomplish by my own choice. Gileath started to explain how his combat ornament worked. Will having this much let you cast more than the usual ones too? I asked. Of course. The more quartz a combat ornament has, the more arts you'll be able to use. But for now, that is it for the explanation. We will do a practical test on it shortly. That is, if you can complete our next lap. Gileath responded back to me with a grin. Even though I was still only 3 years old, I knew Father was pushing me to strive harder. Somehow he could tell I was growing a lot faster than normal humans, as Reen was still behaving like a typical 2-year-old child now. He never asked why, but it was still my fault that I wanted to start training this early, and here I am now. On the bright side, though, training as a young child does prove the best yield, as that is when we can develop to the potential we can reach to. A classic among martial artists. As to whether I would learn martial arts here besides Father's famed military training, that remains to be seen. And besides, I wasn't the only one who was doing this training either. Father was actually accompanying me, doing it as well. He ran 10 kilometers along with me like it was nothing, and he didn't even break a sweat. Okay, I responded again, concluded my thoughts. After receiving a short course on what Father's combat ornament was, we continued to do our running. As I did, I paid attention to the daily quest notification from earlier. Before long, a blue panel appeared inside my mind, giving me the details of the reward I had earned from today's daily quest. Meanwhile, somewhere located in Midwest Zemuria, an event started to take place as I continued to train. 2 girls could be seen, happily chatting away with each other. As for one of the 2 girls, they seemed a few years older than the other one. The older one also had a very familiar look to her. Who likes green onions? Chapter 18. Get lost. Meanwhile, as I was in the middle of training with Father, Midwest Zemuria, 2 girls of the same hair color could be seen walking home as the younger one soon spotted something, causing her to part ways from the older girl. They appeared to be related to each other, as sisters. One was about 13 years old, being 1 to 2 feet taller than the other. She appeared a lot younger than the teen girl, no more than 4 to 5 years old. They both had red hair, tied into a ponytail. The older girl was wearing a purple dress with a long-sleeve white blouse, and the younger girl wore an orange, brown dress with the same long-sleeve white blouse, matching each other. "Hey," the younger girl said. "Come over here for a moment," she said, calling over the older girl. "Honestly, how many times to have to tell you not to run off like this without telling me, Rise? I had a fright of my life not seeing you there after I turned around when my shopping finished," the older girl said, with worry in her eyes. "Please, don't do that again, okay?" she asked the younger girl, who was apparently named Rise. "I just smelled something nice from the stall over there." "But hey, I found something weird," Rise answered her. "Weird?" the older girl asked Rise. She then caught up to her, only to hold Reese's hand. The moment she did, they arrived at a back alley piled with snow. A lonely green-white-haired boy could currently be seen, sitting down with his head down over his knees, seemingly malnourished and pretty beat up. "Oh goodness," the older girl said, having more worry appear in her eyes, seeing this lifeless boy on the cold street. "Do you think he's dead?" Rise asked. "Or maybe he indulged himself in stuffing his face with food." "I'm pretty certain it's almost not the latter, Rise. I swear, what are they teaching kids in school these days?" "Never mind, I suppose that should wait," the older girl concluded. The two then walked over to the boy, who seemed to be around 8 years old. Wanting to talk to him, she bent down, revealing her purple eyes. She was wearing a golden circular locket around her neck as a necklace of sorts. The same went for Rise. As for Rise, she was currently holding a bag of food. "Hey there," the older girl asked with her hands on her knees, slightly bent over. "Can you hear us?" The boy tried to respond, lifting his hat up a bit. "Thank goodness. It looks like he's conscious, at least," the older girl said in relief. "What's the matter? I can't see this being a very comfortable place to sit." Again, the boy didn't utter a word. The older girl continued to ask, appearing worried again. "Maybe he's hungry," Rise also suggested. "When you're really hungry, sometimes you don't even have the energy to talk." "You might actually be right, they're Rise, and you know that better than anyone." "Well, then, I got just the thing for that," the older girl happily said. She then took out a high-quality chocolate bar wrapped in a golden wrapper. She tore off a piece with her hand. Rise looked on in surprise. "Where did you get Quincy Bell chocolate?" "I bought this for you originally, so I'm sorry, Rise. Do you mind if he has this?" "Why, yeah," Rise responded, accepting her. Good girl," the older girl responded with a giggle. "Come, why don't you try some? I think you'll like it. Especially if you like sweet things," the older girl continued to say, reaching down to the boy with her chocolate in hand. Offering it. "Quincy chocolate is the best there is," Rise also said, seeing the boy stay quiet. "There might be better brands out there that taste better, but this one has the best balance between its cost and taste," Rise said happily, earning another giggle from the older girl. "See? That's a glowing review coming from none other than my darling little sister. The taste should help you warm up a bit, too. Go on, see what you think." The boy uttered some word for the first time, or at least tried to. "What was that?" she tried to ask, only to see the boy lift his head up, allowing the two girls to see his eyes for the first time. They were completely lifeless and faded, not caring about the snow that was currently falling. "Oh," the older girl responded in shock, seeing this. Rise also tried to respond, appearing shocked. "Get lost," the boy said in anger, wanting the two to leave him be. "Just leave me alone. Please, what should we do?" Rise asked. "So you're not going to take me up on my offer, huh?" "I guess I'm left with no choice." She then tore off even a smaller piece, placing it into her mouth. "Why are you eating it?" Rise tried to ask, only to become surprised again. After placing it into her mouth, she chewed on the chocolate for a bit. In the next moment, she reached down to the boy again. She then suddenly placed her mouth onto his, causing the boy to react strongly, eyes turning wide. She fed the chocolate to him by mouth. "Whoa!" Rise responded in surprise, not expecting this from her older sister. As for the boy, he soon felt something sweet slide down his throat. The older girl then parted ways, placing her hands over her knees as the boy couldn't move, leaving behind a shocked look. "Phew," the older girl said. "That should be enough." As she said that, the boy let out a couple of coughs. The boy then looked up at the girl with anger appearing on his face again. "WHWH, what the hell was that for?" the boy yelled out in anger, feeling some vigor return to his body. Haha, looks like that did the trick, the older girl responded with a smile. See, I told you that sweet things are great for perking you up. That wasn't the chocolate. That was you being a maniac. What kind of girl does that to a kid they just found on street? Hey, are you some kind of pervert or something? The boy said, continuing to yell out in anger, cursing at the older girl. Oh my. The Sunday school curriculum really seems to have changed since I went there. But where else could you and Rise be picking up these fancy words, I wonder? The older girl retorted back. I don't really think that's the problem, Rise also retorted. Why, yeah, what she said. The boy responded, agreeing with Rise. As he did, he suddenly got a good look at both of the girls. Wait a sec. Your clothes look familiar, the boy said in wonder. Hee hee. Oh, come to think of it, I haven't introduced myself, have I? The older girl said with another giggle. She stood all the way back up, allowing Rise to arrive beside her. Rise was also wearing a sky blue scarf, as it was still snowing. The two then began to introduce themselves. My name's Rufina, Rufina Argent, the older girl said, introducing herself as Rufina. And I am Rise, Riargent. Rufina here, my big sister, Rise said, introducing herself. Rufina then spoke out once more. How about you? What is your name? Rufina asked the boy with a smile. The boy turned quiet, not expecting the two to introduce themselves. He then looked at the back of the street, only to see it completely deserted and packed with snow. The boy then looked back at the two and decided to answer. Kevin. My name is Kevin Graham, the boy said, introducing himself. Kevin, is it? You know, the chocolate will only keep you warm for so long. Why don't you come with us? Rufina suggested to Kevin. I told you two to get lost, didn't I? Leave me alone, Kevin denied her, pulling his knees closer to him. Big sister can be quite persistent, you know, and you don't seem to be doing so well right now. If you don't have a home, she can take you to the orphanage she looks after. Lots of us eat delicious food there, Rise also said, revealing a smile. All you can think of is food, Rise, but that is you. Rufina responded with another giggle. Orphanage? Kevin asked, raising his head. Hearing that, Rufina placed her hand on her cheek and tilted her head a bit. Oh my, do we guess wrong, Rise? I mean, you do not have anywhere to go, right, Kevin? Rufina asked him. You don't know anything, Kevin retorted. You were right, but there are plenty of kids on the street like you. Why don't you come with us? Come, the Astor house is not far away. Rufina responded with another smile, causing Kevin to look up at her once more. Astor house, that name is familiar too, Kevin uttered lightly. He then saw Rufina extend her hand out to Kevin, offering to help him stand up. It was at that moment the boy called Kevin Graham took up Rufina's offer, wanting to escape the hell he had just gone through. At that moment, he thought her offer was a godsend, and soon, a third boy joined the two sisters, vanishing into the main street as the snow continued to fall. Chapter 19, Study Session S1189, Osborne Villa. Little did I know, a certain green onion-haired kid ended up getting picked up by one of the two grouse-herder priests that I encountered with as I was in the middle of my training. As for me, more sweat could be seen falling from my body. I wanted to collapse onto the ground, but I didn't, knowing that if I did, I wouldn't be able to continue onward. Just being able to run 20 kilometers with the body of a 3-year-old was an impressive feat at first when Father first started this schedule of mine. It was almost impossible to keep up, and yet my body gradually started getting used to this running. We were now past the rolling hills and trees. Now we stood next to a large grassy plain, to which further lay beyond a much larger forest. The vibrant red city of Heimdall and its circular walls laid to our left side. But my attention was drawn to what was northeast of us. It was still a ling distance away, but one could see a giant metal wall made of various metals, connecting from one side if a mountain passed to another. Gileath quickly took notice of where my gaze went, with him laying his eyes upon this fortress as well. So it looks like one of our military bases caught your fancy, Naoto, Gileath asked, approaching my side. Yeah, I see several war machines near its entrance too. If I call correctly, Roar lies beyond this gate, right? You are correct. You've been keeping up with your map lessons, good. Roar does indeed lie beyond this barrier. This barrier is known as the Schwarzdrach barrier. Its color is pale in comparison to our other military installations, It's a lot darker than others. We like to call it the Black Dragon, Gileath answered. The Black Dragon, I uttered softly. That made sense too. Roar was ruled by one of the four great houses, and the house that ruled it had its emblem black in color. Yes. Time for another question. Do you know which of the four great houses serves Roar, the capital of the Nortia province? Gileath asked another question. House Roner, I answered, which earned a nod from Gileath. That is right, House Roner, currently in which Marquis Roner is seated at its head. In fact, I seem to recall him having a daughter not too long ago as well, Gileath answered, resting his hand on his chin as he looked over at Schwartz barrier. The moment he uttered that, though, that caused me to shudder a bit before turning silent. The daughter of Marquis Roner, a rather infamous character during the Cold Steel saga, Angelica Roner. She should be 4 years old now. I do not know how far back her love for women goes, but if that is to happen later, there might be a chance to fix her personality issues. It is possible this stemmed from Kilika being her teacher, but I guess only time would tell. Is something the matter, Naoto? Gileath asked, seeing me turn quiet. It's nothing, father. I'm just marveling at the sight of Schwartz barrier in the far distance. I wonder what it looks like up close. I began to wonder, quickly changing the subject. I can take you there should you express intersect and go into Roar. Which brings us to our next question. Besides Roar being the capital of one of the great houses, what is this city best known for? Gileath continued to ask me, turning this into a quiz session of sorts. Hearing this, I became quiet again for a moment. After that, I spoke my answer. Roar is known for its many industries. Isn't it? They make a lot of things for Erebonia, I answered. Gileath revealed a smile after I did. Roar indeed does make lots of things for our country. And since a few decades ago, it has been heavily influenced by orbments once they have started to circulate in our markets. Do you remember who is the head of these industries? Gileath asked, moving on to his next question. That's the Rainford Group, right? And Roar is their home. I answered, good. I can tell you haven't been slacking off in your studies. Gileath responded with a praise, causing a smile to form on my face. We've covered a pretty wide variety of topics, and due to our country's long history, it can take good time to memorize it. It is quite a lot to take in, but I'm trying my best, father. You want me to follow in your footsteps, right? I decided to ask, in which father gave me another surprise. He shook his head, denying me. No, I merely wish for you to stand proudly on our nation, my son. My teachings are just a path for you to spread your wings and grow. It will be up to you to find your own path, Gileath responded. He then reached down, only to pat my head for a bit, which brought me another surprise. To think that Gileath Osborne would be a man capable of giving head pats. That alone was a scary thought, but seeing him do this brought a smile to my face again. I understand, father. I'll do my best to find my own path, I responded back happily to Gileath. That's great to hear, my son. Now, let's talk about the Rainford Group for a bit. After that, our short break will end and we'll return to our home. You're treating studying as a short break? I said, wanting to inwardly cry. Truly, the knowledge father has been imparting me thus far is quite good. I can feel he's truly trying to promote my growth. Either way, I nodded at father. He continued to speak. Roar is currently one of our most industrialized cities, with the Rainford Group standing at its peak. This group has been around since the Middle Ages, but has been more prominent since the Orbal Revolution. Due to that, the head that ran it at the time, Gwyn Rainford, decided to create several more divisions under his wing. The demands for Orbal weaponry skyrocketed, and these divisions could single-handedly assist in meeting the Imperial government's demands. I told you number of divisions Gwyn created, right? Gileath asked me, prompting me his next question. Yes, I remember. It was 4 divisions Gwyn Rainford created. I answered, that's right. The first division mostly produces large iron and steel machinery. The second division produces armaments for our war machines and soldiers, while the third division mostly focuses on public infrastructure and transportation, and lastly, the fourth division mostly focuses on tools for communication while also dabbling in battle ordnance. So each one focuses on making different things. But for that fourth division, wouldn't that make them compete with the Epstein Foundation? I decided to ask, which earned another smile from Gileath. So you managed to catch that part. Epstein Foundation holds the reign on our orbment production currently, but with groups like Rainford Group's 4th Division, they're finally getting in some competition. I have seen 2 of its founders' disciples compete against each other quite a bit as a result. Franz Rainford and Gerhard Schmidt. Now there's 2 names I wasn't expecting to hear for a while. The latter was a reoccurring character in the Cold Steel saga, while Franz Rainford, he is none other than Elisa Rainford's father. Elisa was one of the leading girls in Cold Steel. Now that I think about it, Roar and Arvilla are kind of neighbors, aren't they? Would that make Elisa my neighbor? Perhaps it would be good to visit Roar sometime. As for the Epstein Foundation, I know its founder had a 3rd disciple as well, besides Franz Rainford and Professor Schmidt. He went by the name Albert Russell. The Russell family are known to be famous engineers, with his granddaughter being the most promising one yet. And that would be Tita Russell, Albert Russell's granddaughter, and one of the main characters in the Sky Saga. It probably isn't best to bring her up too much at this point. She was by far the youngest character out of that cast, being only 13 years old during Sky. Besides, is Tita even born yet? I know it's S1189 new, but it might be a goad year or 2 for that still. Like for that combat orbment you showed me a bit ago, I asked back. Yes. With minds like theirs, they make combat orbments like the on I have in my possession a reality. And on that topic, we did manage to complete our 20-kilometer run. I think it's to show you a few combat arts. We are far out enough to draw in some monsters, Gileath said to me. As I heard this, anticipation appeared in my eyes. Really? You'll show me a few magic spells, Father? Haha, I will. Do not worry. But do not forget, they are called combat arts. Only witches are able to cast spells, Gileath said with a laugh as he corrected me. I understand, Father. I nodded back at him. Good. But before we proceed, I will ask you one last question for now. Are you certain you wish to continue learning the rapier as your weapon of choice? Gileath asked me in a serious tone. I raised my head to look at him in the eyes. I began to say, thumbs up for rapier user. Chapter 20. Practical lesson, yes. I want to continue to learn how to use the rapier as my first weapon. I decided. Excellent. Your body has been progressing along nicely, so we may be able to move on to the next step. Meaning, I began to say, anticipation appearing in my eyes. Gileath let out a chuckle seeing this from me. Yes, you will take the first step in learning how to wield a blade. But there is one more topic regarding Roar we must discuss. One which I hold dear to my heart, Gileath explained. He then let his eyes wander past the Schwarz-Drach barrier and the city of Roar itself. He looked more to the northwest, to where the snow-capped mountain ranges were. There is a town in the Nortia province to where it snows all year long. It is a rather lovely sight to behold, with me personally visiting every so often. I mentioned the town of Emer to you before. You did, Father. It's a wintry town famous for its hot springs. Isn't it? That's right. It even has an open footbath for visitors to enjoy. Roar might be ruled by the Roner house, but that isn't the only noble house in the Nortia province. While only counting Emer, that wondrous winter land is ruled by the Schwarzer barony. So that name finally made its appearance. I inwardly thought to myself, the Schwarzer barony, from the way you're talking, it sounds like you know them, Father? I decided to ask, to which Gileath nodded his head. I indeed do. This isn't a story I tell often, but I still hold it dear. You probably wondered why you haven't seen your grandparents. Right? Gileath asked. As he did, a melancholic look appeared in his eyes. Grandpa and Grandma, this is the first time you're bringing them up to me, Father. I answered, is that so? Well, while I would like for you to meet them, now is not the time. After all, they're no longer of this world. If we decide to pay a visit to their graves, we will need to schedule a trip. Hearing Father speak about his parents for the first time, I couldn't help but get sad as well, knowing that I wouldn't be able to meet them. Well, not alive at least. Gileath smiled, seeing me behave like this. You needn't feel this way. My son, I've long come to terms with my parents' passing. It happened quite some time ago. But as a result, I was able to have an encounter with a man called Theo Schwarzer. Theo's father was a close friend of my father. Gileath explained a bit. Theo Schwarzer? I continued to ask, to which Gileath nodded his head. That's right. Once upon a time, due to that unfortunate accident my parents suffered, I became sworn siblings with Teo Swartzer. Despite them being from a noble household, they still took in a commoner like me where I had nowhere else to go, Gileath said, diving into his past a bit. So this Teo person and you became brothers? I asked. That we did, only for enough to get my own life on track. Even so, I did bear the Swartzer name during that time. After that, I reached the age to enroll at Thor's military academy and left the Swartzer barony, Gileath finished. Hearing the name of Thor's military academy once again, I became excited. Gileath saw this and let out a chuckle. So you've taken an interest in Thor's military academy, have you? Yeah, I've been reading about a lot of known soldiers who entered that academy. Thor's military academy was founded over 1,000 years ago, right? It was by the 73rd emperor of our nation, Emperor Drachels. Even now, it proudly serves as one of our firmest military institutions to train soldiers. Should you express the interest in enrolling in Thor's, I can make it so, Gileath. I know I'm just a kid now, but I know I'll be able to enter Thor's eventually. I am the first son of a general of Erebonia, right? Haha, that you indeed are, my son. I currently have plans to enroll both you and little Reen in Thor's once you come of age to enter. But it will ultimately be up to you to decide what path to take. Naoto, Gileath responded with a grin after he heard me ask that. I understand, father. However, before we could continue on, several rustling sounds started to creep closer to us while still on the outskirt of the forest with rolling hills that separated our current position from our villa. Normally, if we were closer to a populated area with people, we could come across some passerbys. But between Heimdall and Schwartz, it was largely left untouched. Several shadowy figures were now fast approaching us. That's right, Trailsverse had monsters, and plenty of them to boot. It is known to be a mix of science and fantasy, and monsters filled that role nicely. I quickly took notice of these monsters. I wish we could talk some more, but I think we've got company. Oh ho! We stood on the outskirts of the Schwartz-Drach barrier to draw some attention, and it worked. Let us make this a practical study session then. Gileath also responded. It wasn't just a few shadowy figures. It was well over 10 monsters. Several of them appeared to be large blue-purple squirrels with their tails coated in minerals. Among the others were buzzing blue flying beetles, while the rest were large dragonflies with praying mantis-like stingers. Secretly, I activated Vermilion Eyes to cast detection, and deep within my mind, I saw several red dots, soon circling our position in front. Thankfully, Father had his weapon, which was one of the standardized swords of the Erebonia military. Nothing too fancy. And as that happened, I was able to catch the names of these monsters. Jewel Ripper, LV, Jewel Horn, LV, Crimson Dragonfly, LV. Of course, they wouldn't show their levels. I mean, I was still only level 1. It looks like miscellaneous actions like studying does not directly boost my experience, so fighting monsters will likely be the way to go for that. Naoto, you might want to step back a bit, or else you might get a bit warm, Gileath suddenly said to me. Are you going to use an art? I asked with anticipation. Yes, and as for the first tip of being a soldier, always be ready for the unexpected. Soldiers often carry more than one type of weapon for such occasions, like becoming surrounded like this. Gileath said, pointing to the several monsters in front of us, buzzing around and fast approaching. I then saw Gileath retrieve a black pistol of sorts while having his sword remain at his side. You will mainly learn the rapier, but rapiers are best used in close quarters combat. You will still need to answer to middle and long distance range attacks, Gileath explained to me. Without warning, Gileath took aim. Bang! A loud bang struck our ears as the orbital energy revolved in the pistol, shooting an energized bullet at one of the closer monsters. A Jewel Ripper couldn't even react before its body was blasted away, before its lifeless body splattered onto the grass. You can also change up your attacks as well, Gileath continued to say, only to take out his combat ornament. Using a spare hand, he opened it. I quickly saw Gileath move his fingers over a couple nodes, only to see his ornaments shine a bit. Arts activate, Gileath uttered softly, only to have a magical aura appear around his figure. This aura was essentially mana of what witches use, but it is channeled through the combat ornament. He then jumped back, closer to where I was, and yelled out, "Flame tongue," Gileath said, revealing his first arts for me to witness. The earth started to shake a bit in the heart of the monster group, only to split apart. Crack! Whoosh! All of a sudden, flames began to erupt from that cracked earth, directly causing lots of fire damage to the nearby monsters. I noticed the health bar on the nearby monsters rapidly drop from full health. It only took one art to cause that amount of damage, so I could only assume Gileath's current level was insanely high, which was to be expected of a general of Erebonia, and for what he is to become. I did kind of hope to see a more wide-range, powerful spell, but the Schwarz-Dratch barrier is in the distance, so it would be best not to cause too much of a distraction for them. We don't want trouble coming our way. Just like that, my practical lesson was now underway. However, as Father started to engage combat with these monsters, the fighting began to spread, and the numbers didn't seem to stop. Chapter 21. Monster Swarm, these guys just keep coming, don't they? Gileath said, seeing more monsters come, only to drop dead on the ground with each bullet. Every so often, I would see Father vanish, only to see a slicing motion, cutting other monsters in half. Unfortunately, this wasn't the games, it was real life. The dead monsters wouldn't up and vanish and drop into Sepith, which are basically the same as Septium, but instead of coming from Zemuria's Earth, they were dropped from monsters, in the games at least. But perhaps they would drop Sepith if they get slain by me? Gileath was the one battling this horde of monsters, so they wound up as corpses with blood splatting in several places. It's almost like these monsters are running from something. I uttered during a momentary break. Oh, so you could discern that as well. As expected of my son, you've got those good eyes of yours, Gileath responded with praise, causing me to smile. All of a sudden, a weird panda-like monster sprang up from the deep grass not far away, intending to kick Gileath. Gileath didn't even bat an eye, and waited until the panda was within inches of him. With a sudden twist of his body, Gileath reached for his sword once more, shurring. One swift stroke of his sword was all that it took to cut this poor panda in half. The panda saw its body get split into two, and its eyes faded, with more blood splattering onto the ground. I must say, the more Father kills these monsters, the stench of blood was wafting more through the air, making my stomach uneasy. I, for one, was not a soldier in my past life, and besides your kitchen injury here and there, I did not see blood much in person. I saw it plenty in anime and manga back then, but seeing this much in person, it's a bit hard to bear. No wonder people often threw up if they weren't used to it. Was I going through the same thing? Seeing this, Father smiled and spoke out. Here will be your second lesson. Perseverance. As a soldier, you must follow your orders until the mission is done, and bear what will happen during it. If you fail to follow orders, it will be considered treason. You wouldn't want to get defeated by mere monsters like these, would you? Gileath asked, giving me another lesson. No, that much I know. I will try to bear this horrible smell. I responded with a nod. Good. Gileath also responded, nodding his head as well. He then twisted his body in the opposite direction, swiftly drawing his blade again. In one more swift strike of his sword, he cleaved a few dragonflies in half. Splat! More carcasses flew backwards. I saw Gileath in these few moments just hack and slash monsters as if they were nothing. Well, he's a general at this time, so he had a lot of experience of combat as a soldier in the Imperial Army, whether it was fighting monsters or soldiers. As I kept observing these monsters, it truly felt like they were running from something. Some appeared agitated and angry, and those were the ones that would cross paths with Father's sword. But for those that didn't, I'd say that they were showing fear. Fear of not wanting to be in their nests. They completely ran past us, running toward other parts of the forest and mountains beyond. Seeing this behavior from the monsters, I started to look around. I took note of the Schwarz-Dratch barrier in the distance. Monsters would eventually end up on the single road leading to it. I could actually see armed soldiers at the gate rally up others, only to start shooting them with their issued military rifles. I was able to discern a couple figures standing atop the large gate, one being a rather well-built man. He had thick black hair and a mustache and mutton chops to go with it. He was currently wearing a dark gray aligned with gold accents and elegant golden chains. No doubt about it. That was Marquis Roner standing atop the Schwarz-Dratch barrier, possibly receiving word that a monster swarm was now happening. Yet as if he sensed something, he actually proceeded to look this direction. Meanwhile, a few moments ago, a hurried figure could be seen running through the inner walls, who was none other than the man I saw atop a moment ago. Accompanying him were a few soldiers and one high-ranked official. Inside the barrier, a loud alarm was going off, with many sounds of feet shuffling, as if they were getting raised for combat. The moment the firm black-haired man arrived atop, he could a couple of soldiers standing with binoculars, observing the ongoing monster swarm. The couple of soldiers who saw this man turned wide-eyed a bit, but quickly gave him a salute. "Give me a status report, soldier," the firm man said. A monster swarm appeared on the outskirts of the Schwarz-Dratch barrier. "My lord," a nearby soldier responded, to which an anger mark appeared on his face. "I can see that, you imbecile. Has our perimeter been secured?" "Why, yes, my lord. We are currently holding them back. None of them have entered the gate. But something is weird," the soldier nearby continued to say. "Something weird? We've not got all day. Out with it already," the firm man responded back. The soldier quickly nodded. "It's just on the forest nearby. There's these weird blue flowers popping out of nowhere. Moreover, we took note of a couple individuals fighting the monsters off the monsters at the southern front. It might be best for you to have a look, my lord," the soldier concluded. "Weird blue flowers and individuals fighting? It's desolate from here to Heimdall, excluding our railways. There shouldn't be anyone out there. Perhaps they're wandering bracers," the firm man questioned himself. "It might be best to look at it yourself, my lord," the soldier responded, handing him his binoculars. The firm man took them and approached the edge, overlooking the many shadowy figures scurrying about. Using them, sure enough, once he zoomed in enough, he saw various amounts of mystical blue grass around the forest's edge. Going further down, he definitely saw two figures, with one slashing the monsters in half, as if they were nothing. Even his eyes become shocked seeing this figure. General Osborne. What in blazes is he doing in this mess? And that child next to him, the firm man started to say. Despite being through the binoculars, he saw the child next to him looking right at him. Their eyes locked only for a moment before he saw the child start looking around again, trying not to get in Gileath's way. He then tossed the binoculars back at the man and issued an order. "Keep the gate secure. You needn't worry about the southern front." "Am I clear?" the firm man said. "Yes, Lord Roner," the soldiers replied. However, before they could do anything else, and it wasn't just them but us too, we suddenly heard a deafening roar resound around us, reaching all the way to the Schwarz-Dratch barrier. AWO! An insanity loud roar echoed, causing all of us to look at the direction of the forest. We soon saw the flowers start to lightly quake, entering a giant, shadowy figure. Seeing this shadowy figure emerge, I saw Father reveal a grin, as if he was expecting it. It didn't take long until we saw it to be a giant fiery wolf, causing the ground to rumble with every step that it took. Chapter 22, Magic, however. Before I could do anything else seeing this giant fiery wolf appear from the forest, I suddenly heard a mechanical ding sound off inside my mind. One that I've slowly gotten used to these couple of years, but for once it gave me a new notification I haven't seen as of yet. Ding! An emergency quest has been issued. Player Naoto has been given an emergency quest. A powerful cryptid has emerged. Please make haste in defeating it. Emergency quest. Slay the cryptid, the flaming beast, Agnagarn. 0-1 rewards. 5 levels 15 to all stats, choose 1. Beginner Taito style breathing combat manual. Beginner 3rd form karmic flame combat manual, or 1 random lost arts. Penalty. Roar gets razed to the ground. Minus 50 favorability with the Rainford group. Time limit 59:59. So it was an emergency quest after all. Moreover, there goes another term I wasn't expecting to hear for a while. Not until the events of Crossbell start to happen. Cryptids. What would be best way to explain what cryptids are? On the outside, They just appear to be your big baddie boss type of monsters. Heck, they might even be 1 or 2 tiers higher than boss monsters, more tiered to super bosses in the games. But what are cryptids, really? From what I understand, they are essentially creatures that exist within the laws and boundaries of Zemuria, but at the same time, they don't exist. They are said to come from other planes of existence, like from the realm of Phantasma, hidden within the Recluse Cube ancient artifact. Ever wonder why cryptids always just exploded into big light shows upon being defeated? That part was likely them returning to not existing in Zemuria anymore. Essentially returning home, to put it bluntly. Well, that's what I thought about them anyways. Either way, one showed up at our front doorstep, with a rallying swarm of monsters at its side. The flaming beast, Agnagarn. It was a massive, fiery wolf-like creature currently making its way toward Roar, as if it was dead set on attacking it. I had another look at Agnagarn, and its fiery flames were setting the grass it was walking on fire, leaving behind a blazing path. Should it continue, its fires would quickly spread to the forest to the north, which was unmarked territory, and Vestia Forest to the southeast of our current position. Father, we must make haste to defeat Agnagarn. Its target is the city of Roar, I yelled out to Gileath. He too saw the giant wolf, had its eyes dead set on Roar, intending to break through the Schwartz-Dratch barrier. It didn't even have its attention on Gileath. Ho! So Agnagarn is the name of this foul beast? Gileath asked with a grin, reaching toward his sword again. Stand close to me now, Odo. I don't want you to get swept away by these monsters. Do you think you can hold a sword on your own? Gileath asked me, drawing my attention to him. Hearing that, my eyes became serious. He isn't really wanting me to try attacking these monsters who God knows how high are above my base level. Is he? Or maybe just for self-defense? I retorted to myself. I will try, Father, I said to Gileath, who turned around to me. I saw he barely had any blood on him, nor his weapon. All of his attacks were clean slices. But Father, if I take your sword, that'll leave you with no weapon besides your pistol. I suddenly asked, which caused him to chuckle. Didn't I tell you already? Expect the unexpected. We humans are much more unpredictable than monsters are, Gileath said. I then saw him pull out a giant cleaver sword from inside his military garb, causing me to turn wide-eyed a bit. It was a steel claymore, essentially. I knew the sword Gileath ended up using later in the games was quite similar to the size of this sword. I guess it makes sense for him to have experience in using one. However, after I finished taking Gileath's normal one-handed sword into my hand for the first time, it wobbled in my arms. But I steeled myself. As I had already done some basic endurance training, I made sure to keep a firm stance and not drop the sword. Seeing this, Gileath smiled. Good. Despite at this young age, you can properly wield my sword without faltering. Remember to stay close by as I hunt down this Agnagarn, as you call, Gileath said, bending his knees a bit, getting ready to dash toward the giant fiery wolf. Yes, Father, I tried to say. Yet at this time, an unexpected voice reached out to us, causing our eyes to shift again. This voice seemed to belong to that of a woman. That won't be necessary, little one. Can you draw the wolf's attention for me, mister? I shall lend you what support I can. Thank Adios, I managed to catch up to Agnagarn in time. But I'm afraid we don't have much time, a womanly voice said, reaching our ears. We soon saw a lone figure of a woman approach from the forest to the southeast of us at a fast pace. Behind her were two other straggling girls, who were much smaller in height compared to this first woman. Mother, it'll be going on ahead, the first woman said to one of the other two without looking behind. As for the other, while she seemed small in height, but the way she responded acted as if she was older than the first woman. Do as you wish, Isola. This little wolf escaped quite far, even without the help of the nearby spirit veins. But it still ponders the question how a cryptid showed up here. The smaller girl responded. Despite that, she had insanely long, wavy blonde hair that almost touched the ground in several places, as if it had been unkempt for years. After saying that, she moved her mouth a bit silently. In the next moment, space distorted around her, and a crimson magic staff appeared in her grasp that was much longer than she was. As for the first woman, she was much taller than the second girl with navy blue eyes and long purple wavy hair that was tied with a red ribbon about halfway down. Her staff she was holding appeared much simpler than the smaller girl's staff. Hers had a large sky blue crystal on its tip surrounded by coiling white wood. She herself was wearing a white long dress with a blue robe draped over it. Going back to the smaller blonde-haired girl, I saw her speak to the third girl, who appeared to be no more than 10 years old with sandstone-colored hair. The blonde-haired girl spoke out to her. "Vita, this will be your first encounter with a cryptid since I gave you permission to leave our village. But it will be only Isola who will support that soldier in defeating it. So be careful and stay by side, okay?" The blonde girl asked. "I understand, grandmother. But if Annie helps that soldier defeat this cryptid, then who will be left to protect that kid? He's struggling to keep up with that soldier." The third girl, named Vita, asked with a hint of worry. "I have no idea why a soldier brought such a small child with him, nor do I even care for that matter. Our only focus is to help get rid of that cryptid, but I guess it won't be bad to ensure his safety either." The blonde girl responded nonchalantly. "I'm already on it, mother," the other woman, named Isola, responded. She soon saw a few waves of monsters standing in her way to where I was currently positioned. As for father, after handing his sword to me, he gripped both of his hands on his claymore. Bending more downward, he did a sudden twist of his body, slashing out in one strike. Whoosh! A large gust of wind struck dead on, blasting a few meter radius within the monsters in front of him, blasting then away in a bloody spiral. As for Isola, she came to a halt. Raising her staff, she placed it horizontal after gripping onto it with both hands and suddenly started to chant. A calming blue aura soon appeared around her. "O wandering spirits of the forest, please bless this one with the bellows of the wind and rest these poor souls with your cry." "Sweeping lullaby," Isola chanted out. In the next moment, we all saw wind get swept up around the purple-haired woman. It wasn't fierce like Gileath's swing just now, but a rather soothing green wind. It came in gust after gust, sweeping over the monsters, separating our paths. In no time at all, we saw the monsters start collapsing onto the ground one by one, unable to move any longer. It was this time Agnagarn took notice of these new arrivals, causing it to suddenly let out an angry howl. "AWO!" Agnagarn roared out in anger, which caused it to turn. Instead of stamping toward Roar, it switched to Gileath and Isola. Seeing this, the blonde-haired girl grinned. I wanted to retort their prior remark, but I stayed silent. Instead, I became excited seeing magic before my eyes. A path soon became clear between me and the woman who chanted that. "Come now, little one. Go join Vita's side to where it's safe," Isola said to me, revealing a smile. As for me, I turned toward Gileath once more. "Father," I decided, "go Naoto. Well, hold off your remaining lessons for the day to defeat this Agnagarn." "I thank you for your prompt assistance, young lady," Gileath responded to my question. "Yes, father," I said. I then hurried on the path that lead right to Vita. "Fufu, such a polite child. I take it you're his father," Isola responded with a chuckle, seeing me head to the other side. She then approached Gileath. "Indeed. Well, save the pleasantries for later. For now, how shall I address you?" Gileath asked as he took another large swing at some monsters, blasting them away. "You may call me Isola Milstein, a wandering witch. I am at your service," Isola said, introducing herself. "So you are a witch then?" "I am Gileath Osborne, Brigadier General in service of Erebonia. I will not let this foul beast wreak any more destruction on my country," Gileath said, introducing himself. "Then let us defeat Agnagarn," Isola responded in confidence. Gileath and Isola then turned toward Agnagarn as it was still rushing right at them in anger. They were getting ready to enter direct combat with it. And as for me, I was now within distance of the sandstone-haired girl who was no more than 10 years old, curiously looking at her. In the end, it was her to speak up at me first. "So that soldier fighting beside Annie is your father?" "Huh," Vita asked me, to which I nodded in acknowledgement. "He is. I thank you guys to come in to help us. May I ask who you are?" I decided to ask. I already had my suspicions, but still decided to ask. Hee hee, you're most certainly welcome. Your dad seems pretty strong, so he and Annie will definitely take care of that big bad wolf. We've been chasing it for quite a while. Your distraction caused it to get cornered. Vita responded with a smile hearing that. She then continued to speak, introducing herself to me. And as for me, well, I'm Vita, Vita Clotilde. And this girl beside me is grandmother, Vita happily said as she introduced herself. Chapter 23. Agnagarn, the Flaming Beast. Vita, is it? It is nice to meet you. I was on a training excursion with father until this giant wolf appeared. Imnaudo Osborne, I said, introducing myself to Vita. She may appear like a child now, but later on in the years, she would end up becoming a world-renowned beauty and a leading opera singer. Moreover, that was just on the outside. For now, it looks like she is just a witch in training. I did pick up that small bit from the other blonde-haired girl as well, hearing that she recently received permission to start wandering outside, likely from their home village. Naoto, huh? Still, why such a small kid like you out here training? It's dangerous, you know. Now that I think about it, you don't even look 5 years old. Vita continued to ask as she looked at me. Haha, that's being the son of a military general for you. I'm only 3 years old now. I responded to Vita, which caused her to become surprised. Only 3 years old? That's a bit too young, isn't it? Vita retorted back at me. That's just how it is. I can't go against father's wishes, I said, shrugging my shoulders. While saying that, I saw Gileath unleash a wild aura covering his body. There is such a thing as aura in Zemuria as well. It doesn't just contain magic and science. Martial arts were very prevalent here, but much more prominent in Calvard and Eastern Zemuria. Yet there were those who still trained them. And despite being in the military, father was able to develop this aura. It was a mixture of orange and red. His 104 military combat was top-notch after all. Huh, Gileath roared out, letting his aura envelop his body. We saw him dash toward the giant wolf and use his legs to jump up several feet into the air, only to slash down at Agnagarn's head. Seeing this, Agnagarn opened its mouth, only to try and chomp away at his sword. Shring! We suddenly heard a clash of teeth grinding against steel, which was relatively unpleasant to the ears. To attack in succession, Isola started to do another chant, allowing a calming blue aura to surround her body once more. Arts from orbments were one thing, but seeing magic cast before me, another look of anticipation appeared in my eyes. Magic was non-existent in my past life besides in those fictional worlds, so if there was any possibility of me learning it, I may go that route. I do wonder how these witches pick their talents. Are they chosen at birth, having to be born in clans such as the Hexen clan? Or can an outsider learn and study it? O spirits of water, please listen to the soothing of my voice. Wash over this raging echo as you listen to the depths of my mana and strike at the heart of this beast. Rendering flood, Isola raged out, raising her staff up high. Before we realized it, the air around us started to turn damp and moist, only for a blue swirl to sweep up around it. Boom! A dense boom swept around us as Isola launched her next spell. A raging water burst forth from her staff, almost as if it came from a fast-flowing river, expanding several feet on both sides. Agnagarn suddenly became engulfed by a large stream of raging water. As a result, Agnagarn let out a painful howl. Oh, Agnagarn roared in agony, feeling a heavy blast of streaming water strike against its front side. I do recall this cryptid was weak to the water element as well, so Isola hitting its weak spot dealt massive damage. As for father, he hung onto Agnagarn's back, holding onto its fur. Seeing Agnagarn take heavy damage from its front side, Gileath grinned. Letting his battle aura cover his sword, Gileath struck down hard, piercing Agnagarn's flesh deep. Gileath also let out a roar as he activated his combat orbit, allowing a green glow to cover his feet. He swiftly swung his blade through Agnagarn's back, letting blood splatter the closer he got to its head. We then saw Gileath leap up, only to do a quick twist of his body, leaping up over its head. Huh! Gileath roared out again, swinging his sword fiercely at its head as the gushing water died down for my Isola's spell. Bam! Gileath swung his sword once in each direction, causing more blood to splatter as his claymore struck against Agnigarn's head. AWO! Agnigarn roared in agony, seeing Gileath keep his momentum. Still in the air, Agnigarn's bloody face tried to focus on Gileath's shadow. In the next moment, its fangs lit up in a blazing flame. Good. Let's see you take this, Gileath replied, seeing Agnigarn turn angry at his words. Activating his orbment once again, a blast of air burst forth from his feet, allowing Gileath to change his direction from falling backward to right at Agnigarn's face. Seeing this, Agnigarn opened its giant mouth, allowing flames to spew forth, igniting more of the grass around them. Yet Gileath and Isola ignored that. We watched on as Gileath swung his sword down hard right at Agnigarn's open mouth. Shirring. Another sound of clashing metal struck our ears as Gileath's sword became stuck within Agnigarn's mouth, not moving any deeper. Yet that momentary pause only lasted for a moment. Gileath pushed down, only for us to see Agnigarn's teeth start to crack, causing another roar of agony from it. Seeing this, I became silent. Is this even a battle? I retorted quietly. Your father isn't a slouch, that's for sure. He can keep up with Annie with ease. I don't see this giant wolf lasting much longer. Vita, answer back. And after Vita said that, we heard a loud shatter. Crack! Agnigarn's flaming fangs actually managed to shatter into several pieces, crushing its mouth altogether. As a result, Gileath was able to use this momentum, continuing to slash Agnigarn's body through and through. It seems I'm no longer needed to support, Isola said, bringing her staff back to her side, allowing her mana to reseed back into her body. Her appearance returned to normal. Lots of blood continued to splatter as she turned her attention elsewhere, casting smaller spells to quell the flames around them. In no time at all were flames put out, leaving behind scorched grass leading up to the Schwarz-Dratch barrier. Agnigarn let out one final howl as it felt its body get cleaved in half. In the next moment or two, Father ended his strike, appearing at the other end of this giant wolf. Agnigarn couldn't even shoot out its signature flaming breath before Gileath and Isola finished his attacks on him. While it was not a super clean cleave in half, Agnigarn's eyes faded before our eyes. Yet unlike the other monsters whose corpses dropped where they stood, Agnigarn started to shine brightly, only for it to evaporate into several different colors of light. So cryptids do end up returning home after all. After we saw Agnigarn's body vanish, all that was left over was singed grass and lots of blood. Yet even with that, Gileath managed to swing his sword once more to clean the blood off his blade, leaving his person untouched. Thank you for the assistance, Miss Isola. This giant wolf won't cause any more problems within the area. With that, I was able to protect the city of Roar. As a general of this nation, I give you my gratitude, Gileath responded, slowly making his way toward Isola. It is us who should be apologizing, Mr. Gileath. Agnigarn was led this far already, and we were already on the tail end of chasing it here. And just glad we could rid of it before it could cause any further harm. Isola responded back with a smile. Well done you too, a third voice resounded, only for the little blonde girl wielding the large crimson staff to walk up to Gileath and Isola to say that. To think that a soldier of your caliber to stand up to a cryptid, it was a pleasant sight to my eyes, the little blonde girl said, giving a smile as well. As for Vita and I off to the side, I leaned over and quietly spoke out to her. You said that your grandmother, isn't she? I asked, just to be sure. On the outside, she had a very petite body, but regardless of that appearance, the way her hair flowed made her appear anything but childish. She certainly is. She can be a bit eccentric at times. It would do good to receive a praise from her, especially since she does not like to wander out much, Vita said, explaining a bit to me. Is that so? I retorted quietly. You are. Gileath decided to ask who the blonde-haired girl was, only to get quickly who I am is not important, as I doubt we'll see each other again. If it wasn't for this cryptid appearing so close to a human city, I would have not bothered coming at all, The girl responded back to him nonchalantly. Yet this only caused Gileath to grin. Well, even with you saying that, I have a pretty good guess. So I will refrain from asking, Gileath said with a grin. Oh, do you now? The blonde-haired girl retorted with a smile of her own. Now that this battle is over, are you not concerned with your own flesh and blood over yonder? The blonde girl suddenly asked, only to look my way. All of a sudden, remembering the training I had before this fight began, the fatigue finally caught up to me. I rapidly felt my body losing its strength, only to start wobbling. Hey, Vita suddenly exclaimed, quickly approaching my way. She caught me before I tumbled over completely into her embrace. Sorry about that. I just realized we were training until now. I smiled awkwardly back at Vita, who could only puff her cheeks out. Worry about yourself more. It's good to rest now that things are over. Should I bring you to your father? Vita asked in worry. You needn't worry about that, young one. I will take Naoto from here. Thank you for watching over him, Gileath said as he approached us. As he did, I felt my eyes turn sleepy, ignoring the several notifications sounding off in my mind from the gamer system. Seeing Gileath's imposing figure up front, Vita gulped a bit, as she could feel his overbearing presence from his fight just now. He calmly put away his claymore, only to lean down and pick me up, placing me over his shoulder. Feeling Gileath's warmth, I quickly fell asleep. As much as I wanted to fall asleep in Vita's lap, now was definitely not the time to do so. I will also check my notifications later, as I will definitely have some rewards to collect. IT was no problem. Thank you for beating that giant wolf, mister. With this, he'll definitely have a good story to tell to my little sister later. Vita responded with a smile. Haha, is that so? Your little sister will definitely enjoy the tale. Gileath answered back, causing Vita to nod her head. As for the blonde-haired girl, she turned toward Isola once more and spoke out. Isola, finish quenching these flames before returning. I will go on ahead with Vita. Don't make Emma wait long now. The blonde-haired girl responded. Of course, mother. I don't want to make Emma wait long either. Isola responded with a nod of her head. Ah, can I help with that too? Vita asked, pouting again. No, we mustn't tarry any longer. Come, Vita. Okay, mister, let Naoto know it was nice to meet him, Vita said, waving her hand at Gileath and I, who was now fast asleep in his arm. Of course, and I will ensure the barrier's safety with your departure, Miss Witch, Gileath responded with a nod of his head. With that said, Vita approached the blonde-haired girl's side, only for them to vanish from sight with a quick spell. He then turned toward Isola and spoke out to her. Cleaning this up won't take much, presuming you are a witch of similar caliber to her. And besides, it sounds like you are to return to your daughter's side, right? Gileath asked. That's right. I don't want to make Emma wait long. I must say, though, your son does seem to be of similar age to her. Perhaps it won't be out of the question for them to meet in the future, Isola responded with a smile. Haha, I was sharing a similar sentiment, especially as you introduce yourself as a wandering witch. Our house isn't actually far from this spot. I'd welcome you to our home any time, Gileath responded. That may be a good offer to take, and it is appreciated. We are rather a recluse village, to say the least. It'd do best for Emma to make some friends down the line, Isola spoke with a smile. Should we have another encounter, I will take her out. She goes by Emma. Emma Milstein, after me and mother, Isola said to Gileath. Emma Milstein, is it? I will note down this name should our paths cross again. Now, let's clean this place up. As for the rest, Marquis Roner's soldiers will take care of the rest, Gileath answered. With pleasure, Isola nodded, letting the two get to work as father placed me in some shade at one of the nearby trees to enjoy some rest, allowing them to clean up the fight they had with the cryptid Agnagarn. Chapter 24, Blacken the next day. Ruhr. Despite the imminent attack from the monster swarm that appeared at the barrier yesterday, its citizens could still be seen bustling about their daily lives. They didn't show fear, as the result had quickly spread throughout, knowing that the giant wolf had been slain. Similar to the Zeiss Central Factory in Liberal, one of Rower's main attractions was the escalator unit built closer toward the further end of the city. This effectively connected Rower's upper half to its bottom half. It was literally a two-tiered city, and all the way in the back of the city was definitely its most dominant building, equivalent to the size of a giant castle. Two letters could be seen plastered on the front end, reading RF. The letters were while its backdrop was plastered red. This, of course, was none other than the headquarters of the Rainford Group. This building belonged directly to the Rainford family. The RF Group was one of the most industrious companies known in the continent, let alone being one, if not the top-tier industry in Erebonia. They had power, wealth, you name it. Lots of machines seen in use around Erebonia came from the Rainford Group development teams. Further toward the top of this extremely large building complex was its executive suite. Rooms further down were split up depending on department a worker was in, as it was split into 4 main departments. As for the executive suite, despite the day having just started, a sole person could be seen at its large desk toward the back. The space in front of the desk was largely empty, which allowed for multiple guests or workers to come in and report if needed. There was a table and a relaxation area off to the side, allowing one to look down to the rest of Roar, should they need a break. And yet, this person seated at the desk of this executive suite could be seen typing constantly on one of her laptops, to which she had multiple of. Not only that there were a couple phones that would ring every so often as well. This figure appeared to be a woman, not reaching the middle-aged status yet, but more toward her late 20s, early 30s. And even then she still appeared very beautiful. She had blonde hair that parted to the side and was pretty short. Sporting green eyes, she was wearing thin red-framed, stylish glasses. In fact, her overall image acted as if she had been styled by a professional. Her dress was mostly a white skirt with a green undershirt, sectioned off into a navy blue pattern. She was the spitting image of a fancy lady. Not fancy akin to that of nobles, but stylish to the point where any man would fall for her. This woman was the current chairman of the Rainford Group, Irina Rainford, the very same mother of one of the leading heroines in the Cold Steel saga, Elisa Rainford. It was still in the middle of the week. It wasn't even time for breakfast, and yet she was already slammed with work as the chairman. After typing quickly on her laptop for a few moments while hanging up another call, Irina finally laid back in her chair and stretched out her arm. It's only been 5 years since the Transcontinental Railroad opened for public use. ID thought we entered a lull for iron and steel, but the demand for them are even higher than before. And these requesters, a lot of it is stemming from those Erebonian nobles and the military. Something is definitely on the rise here, Irina said to herself. Opportunists can be like that, Irina. They look for rare chances to strike and back out before the bubble bursts open, an aged voice said, only for the door to open on the far end that lead to Irina's. Before long, an old white-haired man appeared. He could be seen wearing light leather tan pants and a sky-blue long shit with a black undershirt. Father, Irina said, welcoming the man. How many times do I have to tell you that people without appointments cannot enter here? Irina retorted. Gahaha, you may now be Rainford's acting chairman, but I am still one of its predecessors. Irina, my dear. I can go to any floor as I please. Besides, it's time to have breakfast. I didn't come alone, the aged man said. Of course, this man was Irina Rainford's father, Gwyn Rainford. He had retired and passed his position onto Irina, and is enjoying a leisurely life now. Mama, a happy voice suddenly resounded in her office, only for a small figure to appear beside Gwyn. She appeared no younger than 2 to 3 years of age, wearing a frilly red sailor outfit. Her hair was reaching the point of developing pigtails, tied at each side with 2 flower-like ribbons. Seeing this little child appear, a rare smile formed on Irina's face. She decided to close her laptop for now and stood up. Approaching the two, seeing Irina come over, a smile bloomed on the little girl's face and quickly rushed up to her. Irina bent down and took the little girl into her own arms. It's time for breakfast, the little girl replied happily to her mother. Thank you, Elisa. I just had a pause in my current workload, so I have a few moments to spare. He wouldn't happen to be with you guys now, would he? Irina asked as her demeanor changed a bit. So cold. You just had to ask that in front of our lovable daughter. A fourth voice echoed, soon revealing the figure of that of another man. This one appeared more young. He used to sport darker hair, but it was slowly turning white. His current outfit was designed more to be of a professor than a worker at the Rainford, which made sense after all, as he studied alongside Professor Schmidt, one of the few disciples of Professor Epstein, the founder of the Epstein Foundation. This man who just showed up at the entrance to Irina's office beside Gwen, Irina, and Elisa was none other than Franz Rainford, Irina's husband and father of Elisa Rainford, who was the little girl in Irina's arms. So you were able to make it back in time. I thought you'd be gone at least for another week for your latest seminar, Irina said to Franz, who scratched his head in response. You see, about that, Franz tried to say. About what? Irina's eyes turned a bit colder, hearing him say that. You know, well, what, Irina? How could I deliver that seminar knowing was attacked out of the blue yesterday? I took the quickest flight I could to come back home, Franz complained. Haha, don't be hard on him, Irina. He was far more worried about Elisa yesterday than now. Still, I didn't think the situation was handled by the military. The news said that Giant Wolf was defeated by one of our generals, Gileath Osborne, Gwen said, detailing the attack of yesterday. Of course I know that. Who wouldn't by now? You weren't scared, were you, Elisa? No, Elisa happily responded back at Irina, enjoying her warmth. See? Nothing to worry about, Franz. You probably just hightailed it out of there to not work with that bastard, Irina said, revealing a grin. Ugh, Franz groaned but didn't retort back at her, likely confirming part of that was true. Schmidt may know a lot, but his personality, Franz continued to say, letting out a small complaint. Stop that bickering first thing in the morning. It's not healthy for Elisa here. Let's go eat. You are hungry too, right, Elisa? Gwen asked, trying to stop Irina and Franz. I am. Can we go, Mama? Elisa asked, pouting a bit. Sure. Franz, be sure to lock up the office, okay? This is a rare pause for me for not having any meetings booked right now, cause of that attack yesterday. So I will take full advantage of this. Irina grinned at Franz as she ruffled Elisa's hair some more, causing Elisa to let out another giggle. Fine. Just be sure to not start without me, okay? Franz complained, but didn't deny her. Irina then tossed her keys to her office at Franz. See you soon, Papa. Elisa also responded happily. Before long, Irina, Gwen, and Elisa left Irina's office, leaving Franz behind, alone. Yet, as soon as he went for the keys to lock up the door, Franz's expression suddenly turned weird before a deeper voice echoed in the room. You're being tailed, a deeper voice said, which came from Franz. This voice acted as if it was meant for someone to hear it, but now, Franz was the only one left in this office. Even so, Franz didn't react surprised. His tone turned higher once more before answering this deeper voice. So, Franz replied, uninteressiert. I am about to have a meaningful breakfast with my loving family. Do you think I will ever listen to the words of the like of you? Franz scoffed at the deeper voice. As he did, his expression turned weird once again before the deep voice responded to him. And from this point onward, every time this deep voice started to speak, this expression would follow suit. Do you not have a little interest on someone looking to target your pitiful life? The deeper voice scoffed at Franz. No one would dare target the leading figures of the Rainford Group so easily. It may not look like it, but we have good security, Franz replied, shrugging his shoulders. Even if you're being tailed from one of those assassin guilds, the deeper voice asked Franz. An assassin? Someone placed a hit on me? No, they wouldn't place a hit on me. Don't tell me one of those groups discovered your trace, Franz questioned himself. Before long, his pondering look vanished, only to be replaced by a grin. Why don't you see for yourself? The deeper voice said, only to cause Franz to turn around toward the side. He then slowly approached one of the windows past the relaxation area. Looking around a bit, way further out in the distance, his eyes constricted. It didn't take long for him to spot a figure on one of the rooftops. Meanwhile, heading to that rooftop much farther away, one figure quickly appeared on top of it. This figure was mostly dressed in black, covering most of their face and body. But if one looked closely, they had the figure of that of a small child. A girl, to be specific, one with lavender short hair and turquoise eyes. Seeing herself arrive far away, her attention quickly turned toward the Rainford Group building, toward a specific room toward the top. Despite where one would have difficulty seeing anything inside this room, her eyes could see it clearly. She saw a figure of a man happily chatting away with 3 other figures. So this person is my next target, the girl uttered softly, continuing to observing this man for a bit. If one traced her eyes, they were currently on none other than Franz. In the next moment, another shadow swooped down, fully clothed and face hidden, just like the girl. Kreuger, you've arrived, the older voice said, revealing that to be of a man. Yes, senior. I did not think this next target would be someone of that much importance. But to target the Rainford family, the girl said, revealing herself to be Kreuger. We do not question our suppliers. Should they have a request of the Moonlight Horse, we shall act accordingly. I specifically placed you on this mission because I trust your talents, and our payment has already been accepted. Besides, Franz is no ordinary fellow. Our leader was definitely firm on that part, the older figure said to Kreuger. Acknowledged, Kreuger responded. Good luck, Kreuger, the older figure said, before vanishing once more. As for Kreuger, she turned her head back toward the room where Franz was, only to see that he was alone now. And yet, she felt something off. In the next moment, Kreuger saw Franz approach his window. Looking around for a bit, Kreuger saw Franz slowly turn his head toward her. Almost on K. He acted as if he had a straight path of sight right at her. Kreuger stayed silent, seeing Franz staring right at her. Even so, she felt weird, as it lasted for only a moment. She could even see Franz grinning at her, which caused a cold sweat to drip down her spine. After that, Franz turned around, only to vanish from the window. Kreuger felt her breath turn still, unable to gasp for air for a brief moment. Her composure then returned to normal quickly after. Franz Rainford, Kreuger uttered softly, seeing Franz's disappearing figure. Chapter 25. Reward? A bit of Sharon Kreuger's backstory. Best Made does not become Best Made until S1196. Franz manifests fully in S1195. Isola Milstein versus Franz Rainford occurs. Manifestet Franz Rainford versus Sharon Kreuger S1196. Wounded Sharon becomes Irina's maid as a result. If you want to see these 2 battles later on, let me know. Ooh, fun fact. S1195 is also the same year Tio gets abducted into the DG cult. As for Rin, it didn't state the exact year, but I believe it's around the same. Unbeknownst to me, a certain assassin had already started her long stretch to where she would one day confront one of the Rainford family's leading figure, Franz Rainford. And well, as for me, I enjoyed a nice rest for the remainder of yesterday. Father canceled the weapon training that was to be held later in the afternoon and the night studies which would follow as a result of that sudden monster swarm encrypted. Currently, my training went as followed. Speed endurance training in the morning. Weapon training after lunch to early afternoon. History and politics in the evening. Despite being just a 3-year-old child now, Father is really strict in this regard. He dumped this whole schedule on me instead of his second son, Reen. I'm not saying I'm angry at this, though. I personally wanted a heavy schedule like this. Father is one of the best there is, and I need to take advantage of these next 3 years as much as I can, as that may be all that I have for a while. In 3 years or so, that's when shit is going to get real. Real fast. To put it bluntly, a few key events will occur then that is out of my grasp, which will lead to the start of the 100 Days War between Erebonia and Liberal. I could forewarn grandmother, but knowing her capabilities, it's possible she is already starting to predict a war is coming her way. And well, I will take advantage of this confusion my own way. That's right, I plan to get abducted into the DG cult during that war. I must, in order to meet a couple of key individuals. Rennie Hayworth, a.k.a. Ren Bright, and T.O. Plato. Both of them do get split up into different DG cult lodges, and hopefully I will end up in one of those too. Do I feel compelled to save them? Considering I will only be 5 or 6 at the time, that is highly unlikely. I mostly want to be by their side, hopefully to alleviate part of what they will deal with there. As for what the DG cult actually is, in all of Zemuria, they're probably one of the worst cults out there in existence. They reject the idea that the goddess Adios exists and instead worship demons and devils. Multiple planes of existence is actually a thing here. An example of this are cryptids that return home after being defeated. Similar to cryptids, these cultists believe that demons and devils exist. To add one more concept to that, in Sky the Third, Kevin's squad often came across the 77 devils of hell during their fights as they worked their way down in the various strata of Phantasma. And well, if one were to put this concept into modern day, the DG cult was equivalent to a person being a Satanist, rejecting the belief of Jesus Christ and believing in the devil Satan instead. That meant they practiced pretty dark stuff, sacrifices, rituals, all for the better belief of what they believe in. They also perform inhumane experiments that push science to the extreme. Ever wonder where Ren intellect came from? It was heightened by them to the point where she could hack devices and such in the future with ease. As for Tio's situation, it was pretty similar to Ren, except the experiments were different for her. She ended up getting sharper senses than most people and better cognitive abilities, being able to predict movement and such. Her path led her to the Epstein Foundation and eventually as a main member of the SSS, while Rennie denounced her name and became Ren, eventually joining Ouroboros. And well, I wanted to be there for them. What can I say? These two were very tragic compared to other characters. And knowing what is to come, there is a good chance to achieve that. Either way, there is still over 3 years until that plan will come to fruition. For now, I'm just a little year-old kid enjoying spending time with his family, studying, and training. Concluding that thought, I felt the sun's rays shine upon our window. Every so often I would end up sleeping with father and mother in their room, but for the most part, I now have my own room. Except for one thing. Waking up to start the day, I stretch my body a bit, feeling refreshed after yesterday. However, it didn't take long for me to feel something moving beside me, as a smaller figure appeared inside my bed. Rolling off the covers, I saw a child even smaller than me, sleeping peacefully. It was a little boy, whose hair was matching my mother's, Cassia. Reen, I uttered softly, seeing this little child next to me, enjoying a peaceful sleep. I couldn't help but utter a low sigh as well. I fear our time to be apart is coming up faster than I want it to be. Knowing what's to come, I continue to say, this boy was of course Reen, who was now 2 years old, compared to me being 3 years of age. The very same Reen we all know and love, to where he will have his own shine later. But for now, he's just my little brother. I saw his body stir a bit before his eyelids opened. See me look at him, a smile on Reen's face, suddenly deciding to cling onto my arm. Brother, Reen responded happily. Seeing this, I shook my head a bit before raising my free arm. Extending one of my fingers, I slowly touched Reen's forehead a bit with it, causing Reen to bounce back. How many times do I have to tell you to sleep in Mom's room, Reen? I asked him with a light grin. And yet, question only caused Reen to puff his cheeks a bit and pouted. But it's better when I sleep in yours, brother, Reen answered, pouting. Ha! I replied, letting out a low groan. You know I wake up early by now, don't you? Even if I let you sleep here, I may not be here at times to see you wake up, Reen. I retorted back at him. I don't care, Reen simply answered. What will I do with you? I responded, shaking my head. Still, since you are awake now, why don't you go see if breakfast will be ready soon? I asked him, which caused Reen to tilt his head a bit. You aren't going to come with me, brother? Reen asked back at me. Nah, if you see Mom and Dad, go tell them he'll be there in a few minutes. Okay, I said, retracting my finger from his forehead. Okay. Reen responded happily, not caring about my concern just now. Well, there's no point to mulling over it, since I should spend more time with Reen as I can right now. He won't know what is coming the next few years, but I know well. Soon enough, I saw Reen struggle to get out of bed, but was able to make his way out of the room. I was now left alone, and a smile crept on my lips. Knowing the gamer that I was in my past life, that's right, it was now time to reap the rewards I achieved from that emergency quest. While I did not actively partake in the slaying of Agnagarn, it still prompted a completion notification, to which I closed my eyes and focused on my gamer system, only to hear the notifications that sounded off from yesterday. I was too tired to check it out then after the battle was over, and besides enjoying Vita's lap a bit, I took a day off granted by father. Now a day later, I'm taking the time now to look at what I got. And to my surprise, more notifications sounded off than I had expected. Ding! Player Naoto has successfully completed emergency quest Slay the Flaming Beast. Agnigarn 115 levels 15 to all stats choose one of 3 rewards. Beginner Taito style breathing technique. Beginner 8 leaves 1 blade, 3rd form style. Karmic Blade. Lost Quartz X1. Random Ding. Player Naoto unlocked hidden criteria. Ensure Isola Milstein's safety 1-1 reward. Weapon Box X3. Random 30 favorability Isola Milstein Emma Milstein. Ding. Player Naoto unlocked hidden criteria. Friendship developed with a Witch of the Hexen Clan 1-1 reward. Favorability 20 Vita Clotilde. Title A Witch's Friend. Ding. Player Naoto has failed to meet hidden criteria. Deliver the final blow to Agnigarn, seeing this emergency quest completed. Especially since it looked like there were a couple of hidden conditions met as well. I tried to let out another smile. However, before I could do anything else, more notifications kept coming, which drew my attention to them. Ding. The Crimson Rosalia has set her eyes on you. Ding. The Crimson Rosalia has set her eyes on you. Due to the difference in power, Vermilion Eyes has failed to remove this presence. Ding. Vermilion Eyes has failed to remove Crimson Rosalia's presence. Ding. Seeing the player system start spamming the same notification in my head just moments after I saw what I earned, I couldn't even claim them before my eyes turned wide a bit. And before I could claim them, in the next moment, I suddenly felt a strong pain strike against the insides of my head, causing me to let out a scream. Ah! I suddenly yelled out, feeling an intense pain strike against my head. My voice carried through the room, quickly reaching the other rooms of our villa. As it did, Reen could be seen just reaching Cassia as they suddenly heard this scream. Cassia was still in the middle of cooking breakfast. Naoto! Cassia yelled out in worry, wanting to place her knife down. Brother! Reen also responded in worry, despite just arriving in the kitchen. As for Gileath, he was drinking coffee today, and he slowly placed his cup down back on the table. Standing up, he had one look toward the stairs that lead to the bedrooms. After he did, he walked over and spoke out to the two. Reen, Cassia, stay here, Gileath said to the two. But Cassia tried to respond back, only for Gileath to look at her. I fear this may not be so simple, so I will personally go meet our guest. Gileath responded to her, trying to calm the two down. Guest? But Naoto is yelling out in pain, isn't he? Cassia asked, still worried. However, after she said that, the scream they heard started to quiet down. Gileath smiled hearing this. See? But fret not. I will go check on Naoto's condition as well. He was quite exhausted after the course of yesterday. Gileath responded to Cassia. Thank you, Gileath, Cassia answered with a smile. She then looked down at Reen, who still had a worried look. Reen, stay here, okay? Father's going to go have a look, Cassia explained. Okay, Reen answered a bit reluctantly. He then held on to Cassia's pants, only to see Gileath walk up, vanishing from sight. As he made his way to my room, however, he soon was interrupted by a voice echoing in the hallway. Now, we can't have a cat have some fun already, can we? A female voice suddenly spoke out to Gileath as he was not far from my room. As for me, the pain was now receding. And yet, I only saw Father look my way for a brief moment before we heard this female voice speak out again. I was able to hear her as well. Claude Ostium, the female voice said, letting out a sudden chant. After she did, we immediately saw the door leading to my room forcibly shut itself, leaving Gileath stranded in the hallway. And as for me, I quieted it down after feeling that pain strike against my head. I saw the door slam shut, leaving me alone in my room. After it slammed shut, I suddenly saw a magic circle appear on the floor, not so far away. Chapter 26. Invitation. Oh, suit yourself, Gileath uttered to himself as he shrugged his shoulders, seeing the door forcibly shut in front of his face after the incantation finished. Yet he didn't get angry at such a sight. He just remained calm like always. He even continued to speak to himself after saying that. Still, These witches are even more unpredictable than us normal humans are. I didn't feel any hostility from this sudden guest, either. I am curious to see if they will find out anything. I know you aren't normal like Rin is. Naoto, Gileath continued to say to himself. But either way, you are still my son. If anything does happen to you, witch or not, I will interfere, Gileath concluded with a smile. Concluding that, Gileath turned around to try and head back toward the kitchen area. However, his body was suddenly enveloped by a hidden black mass that the naked eye couldn't see. After it did, Gileath's expression turned weird. This new expression was actually very similar to what Franz showed. It was reminiscent, and yet, at the same time, different. A deeper voice escaped from Gileath's lips. To question himself, aren't you a little curious? About the boy's origins, the deeper voice said to Gileath. Gileath didn't say anything as if he ignored this question, but he didn't seem startled by this sudden voice. I know as much as Aurora does. Naoto has come forth to bear his other self, as a royal of his Auslese blood. However, due to Aurora's impurity, his path will be filled with uncertainty. That won't be his only inheritance he is rightful to claim. Gileath answered the deeper voice, only for it further questioned Gileath. You know what I mean. That boy's soul, it shines forever bright. I can hardly wait to savor it myself. Kikik, the deeper voice said with a creepy laugh. However, the moment it said that, Gileath's expression turned serious. As long as I am standing, I will not permit you to touch Naoto. It is not, nor will it ever be your time. Gileath retorted at the black mist. Only for now. I will agree the time is not yet ripe. I still need to claim yours first. Yours will bring my plan to fruition. Do not keep me waiting for long. The black mist answered Gileath, only for it to leave Gileath's body. In the next moment, the atmosphere around Gileath returned to normal. This exchange only lasted for a couple of moments. Gileath shook his head a bit, letting out another sigh. I still do not know who you are. The day you decide to show yourself, I fear a calamity may come with it. As to whether Naoto and Rin will take part in it, only the goddess Adios will know. Gileath concluded to himself. Finishing that, Gileath found his way to the end of the staircase which led him back down to the living room and kitchen. Upon his arrival, Cassia and Rin looked at him with a hint of worry in their eyes. But that wasn't the only thing. A couple figures wearing full-blown black suits and black sunglasses could now be seen next to Cassia and Rin. If one looked closely, black pistols could be seen at their waists. Gileath didn't feel any threat to these new arrivals. Upon seeing Gileath arrive, one of the two men in black spoke out to him. General Osborne, you and His Highness Naoto have been summoned by His Majesty to Valflame Palace. One of the two men in black declared, causing Cassia's eyes to turn wide. As for Rin, he curiously turned his head toward the one who said that. As for Gileath, he simply let out a laugh hearing that summons, to which caused Cassia to become surprised, since she rarely saw Gileath laugh like that. Huh, so the time has come. That old fool knew all along, didn't he? He only waited till now, before he kicks the bucket. Gileath responded with a laugh. Sir, His Majesty wishes to meet with you and His Highness Naoto before he passes. He does not have much longer. The next enthronement for His Highness Prince Eugent has been set in 2 months' time. As for His Majesty, besides this last duty, he declared he has one final duty to give to His Highness Naoto. The man in black responded to Gileath. One final duty, is it? Understood. Tell your men to prepare the car. We will depart when we can. Gileath answered him. When you can, sir? The man in black questioned Gileath. Yes. The prince you request is currently in a meeting with another guest of sorts. I don't think it lasts too long. Prepare to depart within the next hour or two. Gileath answered. Understood, General Osborne. The man in black answered. The two then departed quickly from where they were currently standing, leaving behind Gileath, Cassia, and Rin. Seeing the three alone, Cassia spoke out to Gileath. Is this all right? Yes. This time was due to come eventually. Since we have received the date of His Highness Prince Eugent's enthronement to become the next Emperor of Erebonia, His Majesty waited till now to deliver his remaining will. so to say. Yet to think you would know Aurora's circumstances all along, Gileath uttered softly. Even though you like to do many calculations at once, the Emperor isn't one to be underestimated either, Fufu. Cassia replied with a laugh as well. You were right about that, Cassia. Even though Aurora chose Liberal's side in the end, she couldn't deny the heritage she bore. Her predecessors came from the fallen house of Duke Phoenix, cousins to that of the Arner family. Princess Aurora von Auslese, born into the Auslese family from her parents. And yet she bears another, Aurora Reese Phoenix. Cassia uttered softly. Her voice didn't have scorn at all. In fact, her tone was rather the opposite, and she had a hint of longing. Seeing Cassia behave like this, Gileath approached her only to give her a hug. Reen looked on curiously. Who is that, Mom? Reen decided to ask, only to earn a smile from her. That will be something you will learn in the future, Reen, Cassia responded. And brother is fine, right, Dad? Reen asked Gileath. He is, Reen, you needn't worry. Once his visitor has left, the two of us will depart to Valflame Palace. Gileath answered Reen to ensure him. Reen smiled. Okay, Reen happily answered. As for Cassia, she looked at Gileath once more and spoke. Still, was it your plan this entire time, Gileath? To revitalize House Phoenix? Cassia asked, seeing the matter was brought into light. That part was mostly my promise to Aurora. I loved her just as much I do you, Cassia. Gileath answered, smiling back at her. Gileath, but that isn't all there is to this, is there? Cassia continued to ask. No, Gileath said, shaking his head at her. Revitalizing House Phoenix is but the first step, Cassia, my dear. The noble system is currently dominated by 4 great houses. I doubt most of them know of House Phoenix's presence still lives on. The moment House Phoenix sheds its light, they will be thrown into chaos. And as His Majesty passes on his crown to His Highness Prince Eugen, while the 4 great houses are thrusted into chaos, I will take my own foothold and secure my position to become Erebonia's Chancellor, Gileath declared. Hearing Gileath suddenly declare his ambition, Cassia's eyes turned wide in shock. As for Reen, he just looked onward at his father after saying that, confused as he didn't know much of what he had just said. And as for me, I did not know a thing of what father had just declared to Cassia and Reen back down on the first floor, as I had my own trouble now seeing a magic circle appear right before the door that was shut by an incantation. The issue now was the same blonde-haired little girl wielding that large crimson staff who I met yesterday teleported into my room out of the blue, and a look of interest could currently be seen in her eyes. Chapter 27. Mare Spiritus, a little girl whose blonde hair that was very wavy and long enough to touch the floor in several spots, wielding a crimson staff, suddenly teleported in my room before me. Ho-ho, it seems you have fully recovered of your exhaustion from yesterday, the little girl said, speaking out to me first, letting out a chuckle. Rosalia, I couldn't help but utter softly seeing this girl appear. And yet, a playful smile appeared on her lips, slowly approaching my bed. Umo, that just confirmed one of my suspicions about you, boy. Even though we met yesterday, I never did give you my name like Vita did. Rosalia responded. Hearing that only brought a smile to my face. I know, I already had one slip up, so I wanted to see how you would react. I teased the little girl who I called Rosalia. So you're saying you truly knew the name of that pup? Rosalia asked back. Guilty as charged. I can kind of guess why you came here, and I give you my thanks for letting me recover from yesterday. But I'll be blunt, I don't know what you want of me, but for what you may be seeking, it may leave you with more questions than answers. I answered Rosalia. Is that so? I decided to go out with Isola and Vita, because it is true, I am currently searching for someone. Rosalia said, explaining the reason why she came here. I was able to find a trace not too long ago, and I found it tied to this place. Rosalia continued to say. A trace? Well, we did have 2 figures show up a couple years back. It seemed they had interest with father, rather than me, and one of them was dressed in knightly armor. I responded to Rosalia, which caused her to become a bit serious. Did you manage to catch their name? Rosalia asked, to which I shook my head. Even though I could immediately tell who they were back then using my vermilion eyes, I decided not to reveal this part. Revealing too much to such a prominent figure like Rosalia Well, I will wait to see on what she does from here on. Unfortunately, no. I shook my head, answering Rosalia. 'Tis a shame for that, then, but nonetheless I thank you for that information. Still, that was only part as to why I came here, Rosalia said. Is that so? May I ask why? I decided to ask. Well, I came to see if you were what Leanne was searching for, Rosalia explained. Hearing that, I turned quiet. What Leanne was searching for? Indeed, as Rosalia mentioned just now, Leanne did indeed come by my villa 2 years ago with that other mysterious figure. She was none other than that woman in knightly armor who received the name Arianrod by that other figure. Leanne Sandlot, a prominent militant of the old age, leader of the Eisenritter Knights. The Eisenritter were knights who served Emperor Drachels of Erebonia's past roughly 250 years ago. They helped the emperor solidify Erebonia with the War of the Lions, eventually becoming emperor himself with Leanne at his side. As for Leanne herself, she earned the moniker Lance Maiden. Well, I guess now she goes by Arianrod, doesn't she? The Eisenritter are no more either. I'm not sure if she has found Duvalai, Ines, and Enia yet to form the Stalwarter Knights in Ouroboros, but perhaps that will happen in due time. And on a quick note, in regards to Enia specifically, she too would fall victim to the DG cult, and should I successfully enter that place in a couple years, I may come across Enia too, and not just Ren and Tio. Rosalia saw me turn quiet as I finished thinking that, to which caught me by surprise as Rosalia decided to change the subject. Since you turned quiet, allow me to ask a different question of sorts. Boy, Rosalia spoke to me. Sure, what is it? I asked, gaining interest. Do you believe in reincarnation? Rosalia said, asking a question I wasn't expecting to hear. I know many like to keep their secrets hidden in those fanfics I often like to read in my past life. But considering the person in front of me is Rosalia, it was rather hard to keep secrets from her, let alone other prominent figures in the Trailsverse. And seeing Rosalia behave like this was likely her being nice. Probably since I became friends with Vita. When she arrived, she could have straight up casted one of her spells on me. Due to our differences in power, my gamer system couldn't have Vermilion Eyes mask my presence. That alone made me decide to not hide my situation from Rosalia. Vermilion Eyes did upgrade a bit over these couple of years from using it, and masking my presence is one of its new abilities. But I'll go over those details later. I do, Rosalia, I said, taking a deep breath. Hearing me answer positively, Rosalia raised her eyebrows at me. So you expect me to believe that you know what reincarnation is, even without me explaining what it means? Rosalia asked suspiciously. Yes, I nodded my head at her. If you were wondering if I have the memories of another when I was born, then that is indeed the case, I answered Rosalia. Her eyes turned wide after hearing me answer that. Then, Rosalia tried to ask, to which I quickly denied her. Like I mentioned earlier, Rosalia, only disappointment will come your way by knowing this. And it might even leave you with more questions, I said to her. She quickly regained her composure hearing that. Umu, you keep bringing that up. You say you have the memories of another. But there is an easy way to check whether you are telling the truth or not. What method would that be? I asked. It was likely through a spell, but I decided to ask anyways. Before that, can you turn off that incessant buzzing that keeps gnawing away at my head? I swear this buzzing is more annoying than Isola berating me. Rosalia retorted as an annoyed look appeared in her eyes. Hearing that, I let out a chuckle. Haha, whoops. Hold on for a moment. I responded with a chuckle. I guess even though Vermilion Eyes isn't rejecting Rosalia's presence, it can still cause an annoyance. Or perhaps the gamer system itself is doing it. Either way, Rosalia saw me close my eyes for a moment. The buzzing she was feeling vanished the moment I opened my eyes. The vermilion hue that wrapped around my golden irises disappeared. Your eyes, Rosalia couldn't but utter with interest. Would you happen to know the bloodline you possess? Rosalia asked, which caused me to tilt my head a bit. Perhaps only a part of it, as I was introduced to grandmother. The details of my mother have not been revealed to me as of yet. I explained to Rosalia. Is that so? Perhaps that father of yours will tell you one day. Maybe. I spoke back at her. So what do I need to do? I asked. Umu, we shall make contact. Rosalia answered. See contact. Cool me. Sit in front of me, Rosalia asked. Hearing that, I nodded. I shifted through the bedding quickly and reached the end of my bed. As for Rosalia, she climbed onto the bed and entered a lotus position. She placed her staff across her legs. In the next moment, our faces were close enough to where they could touch. Good. You didn't back away, Rosalia said, smiling back at me. I took this time to calm down. Next, I saw her eyes brighten. Part of why she was called the Crimson Rosalia was her eyes. They were pure crimson. Once they shone brightly, it was as if I saw a pool of blood. Close your eyes, Rosalia said. Yes, I answered, closing my eyes again. After I did, a bright red light shone from her staff as it laid across her lap. Afterward, she raised her hands and placed them on my shoulders, bringing her head to mine. Mare Spiritus, ocean of the soul. The moment Rosalia uttered her incantation, a multi-layered magic circle appeared around the bed, covering our current position. Four large spheres appeared inside it, and the magic circle started to spin rapidly. Once the magic circle emerged and settled into its formation, Rosalia spoke out to me. Boy, taking a deep breath and look into my eyes, Rosalia asked. Hearing that, I took in a deep breath, slowly opening my eyes. Whoa, I said quietly, seeing Rosalia's eyes. They were now a mix of crimson and gold, making her eyes very enchanting. If one stared at these for too long, they'd definitely get mesmerized. Sure enough, not long after looking into Rosalia's eyes, my consciousness faded, only to find myself again in a never-ending, colorful tunnel of sorts. Chapter 28. Reveal. Welcome, Rosalia. A deeper voice echoed inside of this multicolored tunnel Rosalia found herself immersed in. This tunnel led directly into my subconscious. Rosalia was now in her astral form, which any witch of the Hexen clan could accomplish given enough training. And with Rosalia being the head of the Hexen clan for centuries, this was a simple feat for her. This voice, Rosalia uttered softly. She found herself in this rainbow tunnel. Further inside was an endless abyss of darkness. After she uttered that, Rosalia soon saw a pure ball of golden light emerge from within the darkness. Is that a soul? Impossible. Humans shouldn't have the power to control such an aspect, Rosalia uttered to herself again. And yet her voice was crystal clear to my ears. While my soul now, seeing myself as a pure golden sphere of light now. I know. I was as surprised as you are, Rosalia. I did not know I looked like this before we entered this place. It never showed what I truly looked like. I explained to Rosalia. Is that so? This form is new to you? Rosalia asked with interest. Yes. Either way, welcome to my mindscape. My subconscious, whatever name you would like to call it. I said, welcoming Rosalia. After I said that, Rosalia raised her eyebrows at me. Despite being in her astral form now, it still showed Rosalia as a whole while in my mind. It was still easy to see her expressions. It sounds like you've been here before, Rosalia asked. I wouldn't call it here exactly. It was due to a unique interface I was given the moment my transference happened, or, as it is called, reincarnation. I explained to Rosalia. As I explained the situation of my gamer system a bit without revealing what it is entirely, I used this time to approach her. Rosalia saw my soul come within arm's reach. Once she saw that, her eyes turned wide. My soul soon twisted into my normal figure. A violet-haired little kid with golden eyes. Very reminiscent of how Chloe looked when she was a child, but I was a boy. And yet, that wasn't the only thing that appeared. Over my new identity as Naoto Osborne, a taller figure flickered into existence, covering my child's self. This figure appeared to be that of a Japanese adult with scruffy black hair, very reminiscent of how Joker looked for the Persona series. Seeing two figures in front of her with the taller figure overlapping the smaller figure, Rosalia's eyes remained wide. This is it you, boy? Rosalia asked, unsure. That's right. This is me, and that is I. One of the same. Like I said earlier, you will become disappointed after seeing me like this, I answered Rosalia. Is this what you looked like before you reincarnated? Rosalia uttered, taking a good look at my taller self. In the end, she ended up shaking her head. You really aren't him. The one Leanne was looking for, Rosalia uttered with a hint of disappointment. Sorry to burst your bubble there, Rosalia. I smiled back at her while I shrugged my shoulders. After that, I continued to speak. But regardless of that, my earlier welcome to you was improper of me. Allow me to formally welcome you. I spoke out to Rosalia, which caused a bit of confusion to appear in her eyes. Formally welcome me, boy. I'm not one for such formalities, Rosalia retorted back at me. But I insist, Rosalia, for a being as prominent as you are. The Crimson Rosalia. No. Allow me to welcome you as the Burning Sphinx, the holy beast of one the lost Septembertarians, the Arc Rouge, I said, formally welcoming Rosalia with a bow. Dropping that bomb on her, Rosalia's expression suddenly turned cold. Her eyes changed rapidly, revealing two slit-like eyes. In the next moment, despite being in her astral form, she quickly drew out her staff and took aim at me with her staff. You knowing who I was without being him, I knew it. I knew you letting me come in here this easily wasn't by chance. Was this your plan all this long? Rosalia yelled out at me, anger rising in her voice. Plan? What plan? I grinned back at her as I said that, not revealing what I wanted to do. I mean, really, all I really want to show Rosalia were my memories that could influence her. The same memories that came from the games. I tried to trick Rosalia, coming into my own mindscape, trying to draw her interest toward me. Even I was surprised that she wanted to initiate this spell, Mare Spiritus, one of the Hexen clan's forbidden spells that could cause injury to one's own soul if they weren't careful. Don't be coy with me, boy. Tell me one reason why I shouldn't wipe your soul away here and now. You aren't the one I've been searching for, Rosalia said, trying to threaten me. Even her staff started to glow a bright red. Aren't you curious? Curious? You keep mentioning that. I should have stopped caring after the first time you brought that up. Rosalia retorted back at me, still angry. Should I say it? Hell, screw it. If she finds out through my memories, she finds out. Even if you find the one you're searching for, I decided to ask Rosalia, which caused her to halt momentarily. I know I said to Rosalia earlier that she would probably end up disappointed after coming inside here, that she would not likely find who she was searching for. But it is true, I do contain those memories. The person she was looking for was revealed in the games after all, after that earlier debacle. You really think I should expect for you to know that? Rosalia asked. I guess I take after my father in this regard. Like him, I do not like to lie, whether it be back then or now, regardless of the circumstances that led to this point. I responded back to Rosalia, hearing that she did calm a tiny bit, with her staff no longer letting out a red glow. It is true. I cannot hear any faults in the words you have spoken thus far. What exactly is it that you wanted to show me? You even dare accuse me of being one of Adios' holy beasts, Rosalia asked. Is it not true you are the Burning Sphinx? I tilted my head a bit, questioning Rosalia. Hearing me ask that, Rosalia let out a small sigh. 'Tis true. Long ago I did go by that name, before I became the Crimson Rosalia. But even then, that wasn't me, Rosalia explained a bit, drawing my interest. Your other half, right? I decided to ask, which had Rosalia caused her eyes to turn wide again. All of a sudden, she took aim at my soul again, letting her crimson staff flare up. You know too much, boy, Rosalia said, ready to fire her staff again. Wait just a moment, Rosalia. Besides that, if I would have wanted to cause harm to you, I would have done so long ago. I quickly answered back at her, which caused Rosalia to stare at me. It is true. Our power difference was too great at the current moment. It wouldn't be hard for her to destroy my soul. Letting her come in here did come at a price I was willing to take. Fine. Show me what you want to show me before I go back on my words, Rosalia concluded, pulling back her staff to her side again. Seeing this, I let out an inward sigh of relief. Right, I retorted back. Guess she was willing now, wasn't she? Yet before I started, I spoke out to Rosalia once more. Before I start showing you what I want to show, do note you may feel a rise in heat the further in we go. I explained to Rosalia, which caused her to raise her eyebrows a bit. Heat? How can you feel heat inside of the subconscious? Rosalia asked, unsure. I would like to know the answer to that myself, I said, shrugging my shoulders. Seeing this, Rosalia calmed down and had her astral form fly down next to my position. She glanced at me as I watched her before she spoke. I'll have my eye on you for now, boy, Rosalia said. Let's go then. I spoke to her. We then started to fly down deeper into the rainbow tunnel, toward the endless darkness to where the heat was being released from. It didn't take long for holographic-like panels to resurface inside my mind, coming in one panel at a time. Seeing these panels that detail my memories appear, Rosalia's eyes quickly shifted toward them. In a separating wall. How are you guys today? In the first of the many memories that came to us as we flew inside my subconscious. It revealed a little auburn-haired girl around 5 to 7 years of age, welcoming home her father, only to draw interest to the package he had brought home. Once her father settled in, he revealed the contents of the thing that was wrapped in cloth to the little girl, which turned out to be a black-haired, amber-eyed child that was in the middle of recovery from a heavy injury. The second panel showed a pair of siblings trying to earn a living within a city mixed with culture, as it was the spearhead against several neighboring nations. The older brother seemed to work as a cop, eventually finding his fiancée, while the two lived with his little brother, both being brown-haired. And yet one could see sadness in the siblings' eyes as days went by. The third panel changed scenes, switching to that of an old Eastern-style dojo located deep in a secluded mountainous region. It was run by a heartfelt old man who had several disciples in learning the way of his sword techniques. The most recent of his disciples were a silver-haired young lady and a black-haired small boy. The boy looked akin to the small child that had just slept in my bed the night before, but here he was a few years older. Every so often the old man's older disciples would come to teach the small boy a thing or two, should they be fated to meet. After these first 3 panels came several more. In them, it showed the auburn-haired little girl and black-haired amber-eyed boy growing up together under the care of the girl's father. There was a lack of a motherly figure, which caused the girl to mature more quickly. Eventually, the two entered the adventuring business in Zemuria, which were called bracers. As for the brown-haired sibling pair, the older one had a sudden passing, which left his fiancée in sorrow while the little brother tried to cope with their loss. In the end, he ended up moving back in with his grandparents in Calvert and entered the police academy to which he aspired to become a cop in his brother's footsteps. Eventually, he made it back to the city, that same cultural city they wanted to reside in. In regards to the small black-haired boy, he eventually parted with the silver-haired girl, becoming an adopted son of a noble in the northern region. He continued to study many forms of his teacher's way of the sword while getting adjusted to his new family. Eventually, he found himself enrolled in his country's top military academy, entering a class with others that dealt with secret special operations. All the while, besides these few main figures, the panel showed a fourth green-white-haired boy trying to adapt to a church's lifestyle as a priest with a couple of other sisters after ditching the life of street rat. Eventually, Rosalia saw all of these figures become adults, which continued to draw her interest. Operating as bracers, a detective, a military student, and a priest varied greatly in the land we currently live in, showing her different aspects. Eventually, no matter what group was shown here, they clashed with mercenaries, militarists, you name it. One special group these people clashed against operated in the shadows, to which the name Ouroboros was revealed to Rosalia. She knew what Ouroboros was already, but the moment she saw who was in it, her eyes turned wide once more. The same armored knight that came to my house a couple years ago could be seen amongst the group of people she worked with. Leanne, so this is where you ended up? Rosalia uttered herself as she watched a couple of Ouroboros scenes. In the end, I decided to show her the last few scenes of each games after showing how these people lived according to the games. I'm another separating wall. Did you enjoy the reveals so far? Watch out, there's still more. The phenomenon that caused all things related to orbal energy to run out of power, the orbal shutdown. The rise of an ancient floating city, the Liber Arc. The clash to stop the activation of the aureole. The spread of handmade demonic medicine, which caused twisted transformations. The rise of the giant azure tree. The activation of the divine knights. The spreading of an ancient curse which almost drowned the entire continent into war they couldn't back out of. The rise of a floating fortress and the creation of a tower-like construct, a weapon of mass destruction. The introduction of special orbments created by the leading figure of the Orbal Revolution himself. I also didn't forget to show Rosalia how my father, Gileath Osborne, played into all of this. He was mostly prominent during the later half of these events. But one key event I showed Rosalia was his past. How he would often reflect the personality of the person she was looking for, the fallen Emperor Drachels. Eventually, I revealed to her the scene of which Gileath himself revealed that he was none other than the reincarnation of Emperor Drachels, to which left Rosalia stunned for words once again. The person Leanne was looking for. He was this close this whole time, Rosalia explained in shock. And he is actually your father? Rosalia asked, looking back at me. That does seem to be the case. I do not know if he is aware of this matter at this present point in time. I explained, not knowing. With me being born into this, I know my existence will probably alter a lot of things. What I showed Rosalia just now was just through what I saw in the games. I didn't even play Kuro before getting reincarnated into Zemuria, but I still knew the gist of its story. And now the main question is, where did these memories come from? How on earth do you know all of this, with even me being a holy beast? Rosalia asked, pondering over my memories. We'll have to go in deeper for that. But it is getting quite hot now since we reached the end of what I wanted to show you. Even though I couldn't sweat in here, I wanted to. We were approaching the depths of my conscious, and it was quite blazing now. Serenus, Rosalia suddenly chanted. Her staff glowed a bit before a calming aura swept us both. Before we realized it, I was feeling cool again, which caused me to smile. Thank you. It is only proper for what you have revealed to me. I couldn't help but notice one thing, though. What would that be? I cannot see yourself in any of the scenes you have shown me so far. It's like you didn't even exist here, Rosalia explained to me. Hearing Rosalia say that, I revealed a playful smile. That's a perk of being reincarnated, I guess. What I showed her was from my world, but I stayed quiet on that point until I would show her the memories that were from my previous life. I still wanted to try reaching the depths of my soul, too. Little did we know we would end up finding something chained up, preventing us from going down any further. The moment we saw this gigantic figure, even I became surprised. So that's how all this ties in. Rosalia also uttered to herself, quickly realizing what lied in front of us. As for me, I could only think of one thing. The title I was originally given when I crossed over. Inheritor of the Vermilion Knight, Chapter 29. Testarossa, a giant red mechanical doll, could be seen in a crouching position, locked away in chains residing deep within my subconscious. It looked far more advanced than what normal humans could achieve in a lifetime. In my past life, we couldn't even reach this far, but in Zemuria, they managed to achieve this feat without a doubt, this being Rosalia, and I were now standing in front of after showing her my past life memories, was none other than the Vermilion Apocalypse, or what eventually became the Vermilion Knight, Testarossa. Testarossa was currently locked away inside my subconscious. The heat it was releasing was quite strong, even with Rosalia's calming spell currently active. To think you would be one of the chosen ones to pilot a divine knight and awaken her, and perhaps your reincarnation is tied to this night as well. I have no idea what that other place of yours was called, though. Rosalia uttered to herself with interest, observing the chained Testarossa. That place is called Earth. Back there, we were quite alone comparatively to the rest of the universe we resided in. Magic was essentially non-existent there as well, I said, explaining Earth's situation to Rosalia, causing her to raise her eyebrows. A place like that exists? I'm not sure anymore thanks to my reincarnation. I am now here with you beside me, Rosalia. I still see you as a brat, though. Regardless of both your lifetimes, I've lived for over a millennium after all, Rosalia retorted back at me. Over 1,000 years? Shall I change how I should address you then? How does Grandmother Rosalia sound? I responded with a chuckle. The moment she heard that, Rosalia's pupils turned into two slits again, and then she spoke back at me in a cold voice. Please don't. Just call me Rose. We are far past pleasantries now. Rosalia said. And the people in me village call me that, Rosalia said. Is that so? They'll call you Rose then, I answered, smiling back at her. Rosalia nodded with her head in agreement. I guess Rosalia no longer wants to kill me after showing her what I wanted to show, seeing her behave like this. She even told me to call her Rose. Those informal with Rosalia often call her that. So I guess that is a good sign? I saw her head turn my way before speaking again. From what you have shown me, there are a couple things for concern, especially with that crazy timeline of yours. I do not know how accurate it is. But before that, Rosalia to me, before that, you wanted me to have a look at this knight, right? 'Tis be called Testarossa, the Vermilion Knight. Its abilities to wield weapons is said to be uncanny. It has met no match. You know the name already, Rosalia explained. Yes, but shouldn't only those of the Arner line of Erebonia's imperial family be able to pilot this knight? My father mentioned that he is a commoner. I came to learn of Mother's situation a bit as well. It only means one thing, boy. You possess the blood of the Arner line as well, Rosalia explained. How can that be? If it's anything in relation to my mother, I'm a member of a different royalty, but not part of the Arner line. I spoke back, confused. It is your eyes, Rosalia continued to explain. Those eyes, I have not seen them since that blasted war over 2 centuries ago. The same one that took Leanne's life away from me, Rosalia said, looking back at me. A hint of sadness was carried in her voice. My eyes, I knew they were something. I went to several doctors in my past life, but they could not determine the cause for them to look like they do now. Erebonia likely kept it under wraps after that War of the Lions ended. After all, a single house of a dukedom was wiped clear off the map. I hadn't expected its bloodline to continue in secret, though. Rosalia explained of what happened during the War of the Lions. This war was one of the more well-known wars, as it was mostly internal strife within Erebonia, allowing Emperor Drachels to seize its land in its entirety, rising up to become its next emperor. It was this Emperor Drachels that Rosalia was currently looking for, and to which I showed that result through my past memories. Several princes at the time had an immense power struggle, which resulted in that war. I only recollect the 4 great houses. I didn't think there would be a 5th. Not even father brought that up. I responded back to Rosalia. Even that surprised me. Don't tell me, did my existence alone in coming here alter the past to that extent? To think there would be a 5th house. That's because your father is a soldier of that empire, and a high-rank one. If he revealed such a secret, it would not look good for him, Rosalia said. That is true. As a soldier, he would be forced to keep his lips shut, but I guess you aren't part of the military, Rose. So that doesn't apply to you, I said with a smile. That's right. As a reward for showing me what to focus on next, I will tell you the name of that fallen house, Rosalia said with a nod. Really? I responded in excitement. I did not go back on my words. Listen carefully, as I'll only say it once. The dukedom that was wiped off the map back then was called House Phoenix. Through their relations to the emperors of the past, they once shared the same blood of the Arners. On top of that, those that were blessed were granted the Vermilion Eyes, which allowed those to see through the lies of any bastard, Rosalia explained, drawing my interest. House Phoenix, Vermilion Eyes, I uttered softly. It was true, the gamer system did call my eyes Vermilion Eye, even though I had leveled it up a bit. It only had 2 skills that it could use: detection and hide. Detection allowed me to detect anyone around, letting them appear on a mini-map inside my head. Hide allowed me to hide my presence from those. Hiding in plain sight wasn't a thing yet, but if I were sneaking around, I could do so successfully. It still had a bit of a ways to go, but I guess the more I level it up, it would eventually give me the ability to see through lies. It was no wonder House Phoenix was doomed to be wiped off the map if that were the case. Being in the Trails verse, that would be a really handy ability, especially where I want to head into next, the DG cult. I can confirm that my eyes are called the Vermilion Eyes. Such a name was given them through that interface I have. I said to Rosalia, is that so? Perhaps your blood is more impure than it suggests. You said you were related to another royal line, correct? Rosalia asked me. That's right. I was already introduced to grandmother. My mother was apparently her sister before she died, giving birth to me. grandmother is the current queen of liberal. I decided to say my situation to Rosalia. If that's the case, then your blood reeks of impurity. I almost feel sad for you. Rosalia retorted me, shaking her head. Haha, tell me about it. I retorted back at her. A person born with the blood of two different royals. It truly wonders who exactly my mother was, I uttered to myself. Perhaps Testarossa found sanctum in your heart, granting you its pity to become its awakener. From what you have shown me, it sounded like another was destined to become its awakener. Rosalia spoke with interest. That was the case. And going back to earlier what you asked, can you see if this Testarossa is the real thing? I decided to ask Rosalia. The real thing, Are you suggesting it's not? Not exactly, but you saw it, didn't you? The rise of the infernal castle. Only within there is where the real Testarossa is slumbering. I answered her. You think this one is not the real one? I'm not sure, but it wouldn't hurt to try it out. The heat it's releasing is real, but very well, Rosalia said, only to fly forward a bit. Since it is flames, let me extinguish them, Rosalia said, pointing her staff at Testarossa. Glacio, Rosalia chanted. In the next moment, dense ice crystals began to form in front of her staff. Whoosh! A large pillar of ice crystals shot out, streaking deep within the darkness, heading right at Testarossa. It would clash against the heat, creating steam clouds along the way. The closer it got, Testarossa showed no reaction. It didn't take long before her spell reached the giant mechanical doll. Both of us were expecting a collision, but to our surprise, the large ice pillar phased right through Testarossa's body, as if it was an illusion. Rosalia's eyes rose up, seeing her attack completely ineffective. Were you expecting this? Rosalia asked. I guess its true body is still within the infernal castle after all, I also uttered to Rosalia. However, at this moment, after her attack quieted down, we saw a reaction from Testarossa. Its eyes glowed a crimson red for a brief moment before the two of us. Intruder detected. Invoking ejection process. Mana release in 3, 2, 1. Oh shit, I tried to curse out only to see Testarossa lash out at Rosalia. Rosalia quickly accepted her fate and spoke out to me. Boy, we are not done here yet, Rosalia tried to say, only see Testarossa flash a bit of mana from its body. In the next moment, Rosalia's body twisted and distorted from my mind, causing her to vanish as if she got ejected. Seeing this happen before me, I blinked my eyes at Testarossa. Was that you, Testarossa? I couldn't help but utter at the giant red mechanical doll. It remained quiet for a good moment, but unexpectedly, it let out the same voice it had spoken just a moment before, causing another wave of surprise to reach me. It is not yet time. Grow stronger, my future awakener. Let that which guide you in your trials. Only then will you be able to reach me. Testarossa said, letting a voice reach deep inside my mind. In the next moment, the red glow in its eyes dulled, as if it returned to its slumber. Testarossa, I uttered softly to myself, seeing no further action from Testarossa. Seeing nothing else happening here, I too decided to leave my mindscape, slowly returning to the real world. As I did, anticipation of the future appeared in my eyes. Chapter 30. Familiar magic training incoming? Grr! A female voice suddenly spoke out inside the second floor of my villa, in my room to be exact. Rosalia, who was still in front of me, had a look of anger appear in her eyes as she let out a low growl. To think that a puny doll would kick me out, Rosalia said, letting out a complaint after she opened her eyes. Now, Rose, I didn't think that would happen either, I said, opening my eyes shortly after. I could only shrug my shoulders after Testarossa forcibly kicked Rosalia's astral form out of my mind. I didn't know that could be done, but then again the Divine Knights are experts in wielding mana. Perhaps more so than the Hexen clan. No matter. I was almost done with what I came here for. But I did want to bring up a couple things still. Rosalia and I parted a bit before we resumed our conversation. Oh, what would that be? I didn't think I would be shown my own daughter's death so quickly. To think that Bastard of the Gnomes would go so far. Rosalia responded, carrying a hint of anger in her tone. Your daughter? Are you referring to that witch that assisted father to slay that wolf? Umo, I haven't introduced myself, even though you know who I am already. I had gone by previous names, but now I go by Rosalia Milstein. Rose for short. Isola is indeed my daughter, Rosalia said, introducing herself to me. Is that so? Since you said it in that way, I go by Naoto Osborne now. I'm still trying to get adjusted, but I think I've mostly settled in from my past life. That is good. Sometimes acceptance is quite difficult, Rosalia said, nodding her head in acknowledgement. But as for me, I refuse to accept Isola dying in such a manner. That slippery bastard, Rosalia said with a low grumble. Rosalia is probably referring to that fated battle between Isola and the Black Alberich. He was indeed the leader of the Gnomes clan, which were similar to the Hexen clan, except they were in charge of protecting another Septembertarian, the Septembertarian of Earth, the Lost Zem. The two often had feuds, as I recall. As for the Black Alberich, he would come into existence in the next few years after the 100 Days' War. He always liked to possess his descendants, eventually becoming one in soul and body should he find a good vessel. And Rosalia's daughter, Isola Milstein, who was Emma's mom, would end up getting caught in the next possession, eventually finding her own life forfeit. That would be a battle I would like to see for myself. But it looks like Rosalia didn't want to accept that outcome. You know, some things are fated to happen, right, Rose? Bah, I've done my due diligence when I was the Burning Sphinx. But now I no longer serve that role, so I'm free to do what I want. If Isola is destined to perish, they'll give a nudge if I need to. You show me plenty outcomes. As to whether they will still happen, there remains to be seen, Rosalia surmised, which also drew a good point. That is true. Even though I know all of this, it is possible it may not happen. Back in my previous life, we call it the butterfly effect. Even me being here, I don't know what will happen, I said to Rosalia. The butterfly effect, is it? I think we have something similar. What was it again? What goes around comes around, Rosalia said as she tilted her head. Hearing that, my eye twitched a bit. That's a really simple way of putting it, I retorted at her. She let out a small chuckle seeing this. Surely ist. I know this is a matter to take to heart. From your perspective, though, you may be entering a busy period. In what, 3 years or so? That sounds about right. After that, I may be cut off from communications for a while. What in blazes are you going to do? Rosalia retorted back at me. Nothing special. I simply answered her with a grin. Whatever. I don't care what you'll be doing during that. I need to start my own planning. But even then, we still have a couple years. Hearing that, I raised my eyes a bit. Are you implying something, Rose? Be grateful, you brat, for I am willing to take you in as my disciple, Rosalia said with a grin. Huh, and here I thought you wouldn't do that. Why the sudden change of heart? I asked as I chuckled, seeing Rosalia behave like this. I didn't think she would be so direct to ask me to become a disciple of hers. I am not against it either. Learning magic would be great. With Testarossa coming into the picture, I should learn as much as I can. Even though I plan to wield the rapier as my go-to weapon of choice, as Father mentioned during training, it is best to be diverse. I plan to learn all the weapon styles I could get a hold of. Testarossa is designed in that aspect, after all. Him alone will help boost my weapon proficiency regardless of what it is. I solidified my thoughts on you becoming my disciple after I saw your connection to Testarossa. Should our paths be fated to meet, we witches often watch over potential awakeners and guide them through their trials. However, it is all dependent on one's efforts, Rosalia explained to me. I see. About that, actually, I began to say. Rosalia left my mindscape before Testarossa talked to me for a brief moment. So, she is yet to learn of that matter. I decided to bring it up. Oma, what is it? Boy, having second thoughts already? Not about becoming your disciple, no. To be honest, shortly after your astral form left my mindscape, Testarossa briefly spoke to me. Hearing that, Rosalia's eyes turned wide a bit. Testarossa actually spoke to you? What did he say? He mostly was looking forward to my future growth in becoming stronger. Besides that, he wanted you to become my guide, Rose. To guide me in becoming Testarossa's awakener, I explained to Rosalia. In the end, hearing that made Rosalia laugh. Huh, so that was the case. I had my doubts as to why that happened. Testarossa even left me a gift in some mana. Perhaps that was his welcoming gift for you. You received some mana from Testarossa? Omo. It was definitely not enough to recover fully, but I was saving most of my mana to create a familiar for Emma and Vita. Having a familiar will promote one's mana more quickly as they share links to Zemuria's spirit veins. How about it, boy? Do you have an interest in learning magic? Rosalia asked me. I immediately nodded my head in acknowledgement. I definitely do, Rose. And you're saying you'd grant me a familiar right off the bat? Haha, I appreciate your eagerness. But I would have to perform this spell once we arrive back at the village. Then, I shall create a familiar for you. That way you'll be able to meet the other witches too. I'm to go to your village? But what about my current matters? I am graceful enough to let you settle your matters with your family. Besides, it looks like your father already has plans to take you to some place once I depart today. Father is going to take me somewhere again? Omo, take this, Rosalia said as she nodded her head. She then passed me a wooden talisman of sorts, inscribed with the symbol of the Hexen clan on it. Even though I won't be around, once you are ready to tread the path of magic, use this talisman and it will call me. My village is currently hidden away from the plane, so this will be the best method to contact me. Got it. Thank you, Rose. Once everything is in order, I will be sure to call you. Good. Till then, Naoto, Rosalia said, reaching for her staff. And just like that, she let out a quick chant, teleporting from my room. I was now left alone. Wait, did Rosalia just call me by my name? Shaking that thought away, a smile appeared on my lips. Anticipation filled in my eyes. Looks like the path to learning magic has opened up to me. I will have to double-check my status to see if my MP has increased at all lately. But with officially connecting with Testarossa, even if it was just briefly, my mana capacity should start to skyrocket. They are known for using mana efficiently after all. And on top of that, Rosalia is even letting me create my own familiar. Just like how Vita received Grianos and Emma received Celine, I too will receive my own. I had always wanted a fox-like familiar, so perhaps that may come to fruition. Either way, I have to let my family know somehow that I may be away for a given time. Or perhaps ask Rosalia an exception to traverse from her village to my home. I don't want to miss spending time with my family too. I know Ellie's trying to schedule play dates with us as well, and I don't want to miss those either. Still, the most important matter now to get myself ready for is in regards to Father. Rosalia said he wants to take me somewhere. With Rosalia gone now, I could now make my way back to the first floor. Yet little did I know I would meet Father next to Mother and Reen with a couple of secret agents sent by the Imperial family. White Fox Familiar. Chapter 31. Wooden Box who is ready for everyone's favorite prince? I guess my path to learning magic has settled, hasn't it? Moreover, Rosalia would even use one of her spells to grant me a familiar, just like how she would grant Emma Celine and Vita Grianos. To put it simply, familiars are constructs created through one's own mana, and in extreme cases, one can even split their soul to create a familiar. They will then serve their master, or the creator can grant them to another. Either way, they could be one of the best servants to have. They typically take on the form of animals. Given enough training or enough mana to the being they're bonded with, they can achieve a human form. And well, if I was ever given a chance for this to happen, I know the go-to choice since I've always enjoyed how fox familiars looked like. I've decided mine will be a white fox. Coming up with a name will be the hard part though. At the present, I was thinking of the name Hikari. It meant dawn in my past life, and it would reference the light of the sun that would peek over mountaintops to start the day. This way I could use it as a memento of my mother who died giving birth to me. Since she went by the name Aurora. Has a nice ring to it, doesn't it? Unfortunately, this familiar business won't happen immediately. I need to settle personal matters first before using the talisman Rosalia gave me. I can enter her village when I am ready, the village of Aaron. Aaron would be the same place Class 7 would make their base of operations in the later half of the Cold Steel saga. And yet, it seemed something else was now in store for me, since I was able to make my way back to the first floor of my villa where the others were at. I saw Gileath, Reen, and Cassia together. But not only that, I saw two secret agents wearing full black suits and black sunglasses. Seeing them here, I knew it was something serious. Yet what they said to me caught me by surprise, especially since they gave me a bow in respect. "Greetings, Your Highness," the two men in black said with a bow. Reen saw this and acted confused. Well, I couldn't blame him. Even I was surprised. How they know? Seeing this, I turned toward Gileath. "Father?" I asked him with confusion in my eyes, to which he only smiled back at me. "Come here, Naoto, they know," Gileath responded to me. Hearing that, I nodded my head and reached Gileath's side. As I did, Cassia spoke to me. "Naoto, you and your father will be going to Valflame Palace. You've been cordially invited just now," Cassia replied with a smile, bringing another surprise my way. "The Emperor invited us?" "Really?" I replied with surprise. "Indeed he did. As such, you cannot go to greet His Majesty in that shabby outfit," Gileath retorted at me as he looked at my current appearance. I was just wearing a simple blue shirt with black pants, while Reen wore a black shirt with white pants. Father was currently in his full military garb, so I was expecting to wear something similar to his since he said that. I could only inwardly sigh. Even Cassia's eyes twitched a bit hearing that. "Do you think it's time, Gileath?" Cassia decided to ask, to which Gileath nodded his head at her. Seeing this drew my interest. What were they on about now? Yes, this day would come eventually. "Naoto, listen well, before your mother passed, she left you with something. It would do well to fit you," Gileath responded, looking my way. "That's right. We previously agreed on only showing you this when the time came for you to get invited by the current emperor of Erebonia. First appearances matter a lot in noble society, let alone introducing yourself to His Majesty." Cassia also responded with a smile. "Wait, I'm going to be introducing myself to His Majesty," I asked back in surprise, which learned a chuckle from them both. "Haha, indeed you are, my son. As long as you behave like you did to Her Majesty Queen Alicia, it should go well. Come now," Gileath said to me before he took my hand. I followed his lead, and we parted from Reen and Cassia. As we did, I looked back at the two secret agents who stood still in place, acting like nothing happened. "What do we do about those two?" I decided to ask Gileath. Gileath grinned hearing that. "Just pretend like they're empty air. That's what they're good at doing," Gileath responded back at me. Hearing that, I wanted to twitch my eyes, but I remained calm. Gileath led us to his safe further away into a corner, the living room. I always wanted to know what was inside that thing. It didn't take long for him to enter his pin and open it up. Before long, I saw a pretty long, beautiful wooden box appear inside of it. Inscribed on it was a symbol of sorts. A phoenix bird to be exact. It was a golden crest, designed in a deep violet and white. It had a 5-pronged crown at its tip with the bird of a phoenix embedded in its center. It was very pretty to say the least, looking very similar in design to the crests of the other 4 great houses. Seeing this engraved box, Gileath smiled at reaction. "Go see if you can lift it up. This box is yours from today onward," Gileath said, smiling back at me. "Okay," I said happily. Gileath made room for me to peek inside his safe. Sure enough, the box was pretty long. Still, I was able to effortlessly pull it out, placing it out on the ground. Well, it was unexpectedly heavy, but I was able to open the box with some effort. I couldn't be distracted from its content the moment I gazed upon its content. The contents of this box was scarce, or was it plenty? I wasn't sure. I saw regal clothes, assuming the design was based off of House Phoenix. 3 outfits of the same design, but different sizes. One small to fit my current age, one somewhat larger, likely to fit my teens, while the largest one was for when I was old enough to where I wasn't growing off to the right. Now I know why the box was so long. Off to the right was a jeweled rapier. It was currently sheathed. Its scabbard was pure violet in color with its handle pearl white. I didn't know what it looked like on the inside, but it looked quite powerful. I wonder, did House Phoenix practice rapiers like the Auslese family did? Or was this mother's personal weapon? I guess she had the intention of passing it down to me, if that were the case. Further up in the box were 2 letters. One was wrapped smaller and had a home-wife feeling to it, while the second letter was much larger. It was wrapped and stamped with the symbol of the phoenix. The second one looked a lot more official-like. Perhaps it was related to House Phoenix itself. I could only guess this first letter was from Mother. Maybe she had written a final will of sorts before she passed. Besides these few items, there were 2 books. Both of them weren't titled anything, so I would have to see what they were later. Moving down to the center of the box was what surprised me the most. A personnalised combat armement. I guess I won't need to worry about where I will get my tactical ornament down the line as I continue my training. Really? Was Mother really planning on handing me everything? I was very curious to see what slots it had, and wondered if it had the potential to be upgradable. Seeing all of this, I felt a wave of emotion come over me. I know passing down an inheritance can be a hassle sometimes, and I couldn't even get to know you before crossing over into Zemuria. I really wish I could have at least gotten to know you a bit more, Mother, but that was all in the past, and I could only accept what is now laid out in front of me. And currently, Gileath and Cassia are probably wanting me to try out this new outfit on. And I must say it is very regal looking. No doubt I will look like a high-class noble once I put it on. I'm guessing I'm going to put this on before we go see His Majesty, I decided to ask. Yes, Cassia thinks you may struggle with it at first. Why don't you go with her put it on? Gileath suggested. I've been waiting for this day. Let's go put on Naoto, Cassia replied back at me. Okay, I answer happily, before the 2 of us went to one of the rooms that was empty nearby. A few moments later, a sound of ruffling clothes could be heard. It didn't take long before a figure emerged from it, wearing a completely new shiny outfit. Chapter 32. Prince Oliver, before long a young lad no more than 3 years old and a couple feet tall, sporting short violet hair and golden eyes, walked out from the room he changed from with the help of his mother, Cassia. As for Cassia, her face was beaming with a smile. She clapped her hands together as she looked at my new outfit. You really are starting to look like a dashing young boy, Naoto. As your mother, I couldn't be happier, Cassia responded happily. Reen's eyes also sparkled seeing me dressed like this. You look really cool, big brother, Reen happily said. It's a bit stuffy wearing this, though, I said, feeling a bit stiff. These clothes had many layers to it, so it will take some time getting used to moving around in this. Haha, that stuffiness is just the beginning of the path you will lead into the future. Gileath responded to me with a nod, approving my current appearance, and not a single wrinkle out of place. You did well, Cassia. His Majesty should be pleased, Gileath continued to say. Thank you, dear, Cassia replied with a smile. As for me, my clothes looked brand new. If I had any comparison to give, I now definitely looked like a miniature Rufus or Juicy's. More toward the outfit Juicy's wore after the October War, which was the official name for the Civil War that was the focal point of Cold Steel 1 and 2. Slick white pants, and a military-style white shirt with several buttons down its center. It had a belt latched across its side, but it was violet instead of red. And instead of the overcoat being blue, it was mostly violet instead. To top it off was a white scarf around the neck. Not only that, but the crest of a phoenix bird soaring into the sky could be seen on the back of my overcoat. It was quite an overbearing symbol. Even if I was in my smallest size outfit, I could feel a sense of pride wearing this coat. I wonder if Mother was a prideful person. Either way, I definitely looked like a noble now, despite the mixed blood running through me. It won't be long till you can wear the insignia of the phoenix with pride, my son. If Aurora were still standing with us, no doubt she will be happy too. Gileath responded to me after he approved my new look with a nod of his head. Yes, I think this is a good first step, I replied happily. Are you ready to depart, Naoto? We mustn't delay His Majesty any longer, Gileath asked. Yes, father. They'll also have something to talk to you about as well once we are en route, I answered Gileath. Is that so? He'll look forward to it. We'll be back either tonight or tomorrow, Cassia, Gileath said. Looking at Cassia, he then looked at the 2 in black. Prepare the car shortly. At once, General Osborne. Please take caution as His Majesty sent one of his personal vehicles this time. You won't be alone during the ride, one of the 2 men in black said while giving Gileath a salute. Hearing that, Gileath's expression remained calm and didn't answer back. He just let the 2 men in black leave our villa. Gileath shortly followed him as I followed Gileath. Cassia was soon left with just Reen. Can I go with them, Mom? Reen asked expectantly, to which Cassia only ruffled his hair and smiled at him. Unfortunately, that won't be possible for you, Reen. Your brother has a special duty he must uphold. Should ADOs will it, you will cross paths with His Majesty. Do your best to wish your brother to have a safe trip? Okay, Cassia replied as she ruffled his hair. Reen entered a smile once more. Okay, Reen happily said, only to watch 4 fleeting figures leave the villa. Before long, we came across an orbital car at the entrance to our courtyard. This wasn't Father's black orbital car. It was a much bigger one, and it looked very similar to the one Dieter Croix had when he custom-made his. He was the owner of the largest banking system in Crossbell, IBC. Except this one was a much more fiery red than his was. I could see Erebonia's crest on the hood of the car. This presence, Gileath uttered to himself as he approached this exquisite orbital car. I then suddenly saw his expression turn serious. He spoke out to me in a serious tone. Naoto, every action you take from your next step onward will be taken into consideration. I haven't begun your etiquette courses yet, but I will advise you to be on your best behavior the moment we step into this orbital car, Gileath said to me. As for the matter you want to discuss, we will have to save that topic for a later date, Gileath continued to say. I haven't seen him get this serious in a long while. My body reacted, turning still in place. Why, yes, I replied, answering him in confidence, while a wave of nervousness swept me. I kept that bottled inside. For Father to react like that, someone of great influence must be riding inside this orbital car. Without saying anything more, the first of the 2 men in black went to the driver's side. The second stayed on our side, only to open the car. It was quite dark, but I could see that the inside was a lot larger than it appeared as from the outside. Isn't this car just like a limo? Permission to enter, Your Highness? Gileath suddenly asked as he bowed slightly toward the car, which caught me off guard. Seeing him do that, I also quickly bowed at the same angle. Granted, General Osborne. I apologize for not notifying you in advance, but we are not trying to cause a ruckus as we make it back to the palace. A firm voice answered Gileath, reaching my ears as well. This voice. I couldn't even think who this voice belonged to before I saw Father step into the car, so I quickly followed him inside. The moment I stepped in, I was greeted by several figures. Most of them appeared to be adults, while a couple were a lot older. And yet, my eyes were quickly drawn to the one figure sitting directly across from me after I was in the car. As for Gileath, he quickly took a spot opposite from one of the older figures. There was enough space to go around for everyone. Aha, things have taken a rather interesting turn, haven't they? The figure who I was now looking at said, bringing a smile to their face the moment their eyes landed on me. Upon a closer look, this figure had blonde hair and violet eyes, and it was a man. His blonde hair wasn't as long as it was during the games. It was much shorter, likely because he was still around a 12-year-old child. He was wearing a shiny, bright red overcoat, much similar to my violet one, while also having a white neck scarf. I wanted to speak up to this person, but I had a quick glance around, which only caused me to shudder. Several middle to old-age men could be seen all around this blonde-haired child, all dressed in military garb. With Gileath added into the mix, this lineup was very formidable. However, I did not show this on my outward appearance. I only responded with a bow at this blonde-haired child. This child, he was Prince Oliver, wasn't he? It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Your Highness, I said, bowing. All eyes shifted toward me, but I didn't react. Seeing me not fall back, this child smiled. It is but mine as well, young one. As expected, are you of Gileath's kin? The blonde-haired child asked me. I nodded my head. Yes, General Gileath is my father. I'm Naoto Osborne. I answered him, introducing myself. Huh, that does seem to be the case here. It is a pleasure to meet you as well. Well, I may not be a prince yet, but you can address me as Oliver Rees-Arner, Naoto. I will be a prince soon enough. Prince Olivert said, introducing himself to me. Sure enough, it was him, but that last part raised some concern, causing me to tilt my head a bit. Gileath was quick to notice this as well. I see. So something has happened for you to gather all of us like this, Your Highness, Gileath said, turning serious as his face shifted toward the older blonde-haired man who looked very similar to Prince Olivert. This was the man who was set to become the new Emperor of Erebonia in around 2 months' time, Prince Eugent Rees-Arner, Prince Olivert's father. After saying that, Gileath turned toward me. Naoto, go take a seat beside His Highness Prince Olivert, Gileath said to me. I only nodded my head as I saw Prince Olivert pat an empty space next to him. Seeing this, I took my seat and sat down. However, as I did, a couple of the older aged men were able to glance at the insignia on the back of my robe. One in particular, a brown short-haired man that had two prominent white streaks of hair going upward at the center of his hair, had his eyes turned wide the moment he saw the phoenix. To think we would get to see the phoenix soar into the skies once again, the brown-haired man said, before returning to a nonchalant look. Even Prince Eugent became serious for a moment, before he spoke out again. Everyone else remained quiet, as Gileath smiled. While I would like to inquire about that later, Gileath, we have a more pressing matter. But once again, I thank you all for this sudden gathering. It won't be long until we arrive back at Valflame Palace. Governor Carl, if you would, Prince Eugent said, looking at another middle-aged black-haired man wearing a suit. As the talks began, I felt the orbital car turn on and the car started driving. Yes, I too will express my gratitude on His Highness' behalf to allow all of us to gather today. Let us begin this round table shortly. I will begin with a roll call, Governor Carl said. This man was Karl Regnitz, a top government official in the Heimdall Imperial Diet, and was none other than the father of one of the future Class 7, commander of the Imperial Army, 1st Division, General Matthias Vander. Governor Carl spoke out the first name of these people present. Yes, the brown-haired man, who uttered his voice a moment ago, answered. Matthias Vander, father of both Mueller Vander and Kurt Vander, and goes by the name the Thunder God, the strongest swordsman currently in Erebonia. Commander of the Imperial Army 2nd Division, Victor Arzid, Governor Carl said, calling the second name. To which I looked an azure-colored-haired man, which was in the process of graying. Hearing this name, too, was a shocker. If Matthias was ranked first, Victor would be ranked second in terms of swordsman. His Arzid school often clashes with the Vanders as rivals. Victor responded with a nod. Commander of the Imperial Army 3rd Division, Governor Carl started to say, only to look toward a rather stunning, beautiful woman. And yet her age preceded her. She appeared a lot longer than the rest of the middle-aged men in this crowd. Seeing Governor Carl behave this way, the silver-haired woman grinned, and she crossed her right leg over left. Go on, Governor. Surely you don't think my presence being here is pointless, do you? The silver-haired woman asked with a grin. Even I couldn't believe it. This girl had long silver hair and purple eyes. She would become the epitome of beauty later on. She was, of course, Aurelia Le Guin, and if she was currently wearing the same uniform I knew well of whoever attended Thor's military academy. It seemed she was currently a student there. If I recall, she was around 15 years old now. Oh, of course not. I just wasn't expecting General Le Guin to send his daughter in his stead. It is great for you to come, Miss Aurelia, Governor Carl responded to her. Good. I am mainly here on behalf of my father and Thor's. They said to treat this meeting as a field exercise. But I do assume what we talk about here is to not leak into the public, right? Aurelia asked. Indeed. We are currently on national alert for the incident that had just happened. I do apologize if the people I brought here make you uncomfortable, Aurelia, but you do seem to be in good health. Have your studies been well? Prince Eugent asked with a smile. Aurelia responded with a nod. Of course. I have my own goal to strive for the top rank. Aurelia responded happily. Gaha. Boy, is it good to be young. I can feel such vigor from you, Missy, another voice said, only to come from an orange-haired, middle-aged man among this crowd. Aurelia smiled hearing this, but stayed quiet. Governor Carl let out a light cough before continuing. Commander of the Imperial Army 4th Division, General Olaf Craig, Governor Carl said, looking at the orange-haired man who said that. He nodded with his head. Yes, General Craig responded. This man was none other than General Craig, or more commonly known as Craig the Red. His division was one to boast the greatest firepower of the many divisions the Erebonia military had. He was none other than the father of another member of Class 7. Commander of the Imperial 5th Division, General Gileath Osborne, Governor Carl said, only to look at my father, Gileath. Looks like I was the last one called in, but I am here nonetheless. Gileath responded, acknowledging Governor Carl. So I guess father was currently the head of the 5th Division. Huh. If I recall, he was currently in the Imperial Diet as well. He wouldn't become Erebonia's chancellor until 3 or 4 more years. That's right. And excluding me as the speaker of the Imperial Diet, our last officer, the supreme commander of the Imperial Army, General Van Dyck, if you would, Governor Carl said, shifting his eyes toward the oldest person in this car. He was one I crossed paths with once already, but to think he would be here too. Yes. Thank you for handling this, Governor. We are all present, General Van Dyck said with a nod of his head. Good. I know we have many other divisions and military, but I have brought the top 5 here in regards to the matter I just brought up a moment ago. I do thank you all for taking time out of your schedules. We indeed have entered state of national security. As to what this roundtable will discuss, it is the assassination attempt of my son, Oliver Reese Ainer, and the sudden passing of my wife, Ariel Lenheim, Prince Eugen said, dropping a bomb on us. Surprise reached all of our eyes, while Prince Olivert had sadness appear in his eyes. As for me, I remained quiet. So that event happened this year, huh? Does that mean the Prince Eugen's coronation is going to happen earlier than expected? Chapter 33. Observe a wave of sadness reached all of us hearing this be spoken from the sole prince of Erebonia, Prince Eugen, who would be brazen enough to attack the leading royalty of our empire. Aurelia retorted, anger appearing in her eyes. It seems it was quite sudden, too. The loss of Her Highness is tragic for us all. Victor also responded as he shook his head. I can see why you called all of us here, though. We are to act as added security for you, right? Your Highness? Gileath asked, looking at Prince Eugen. Indeed. That is partly why I have gathered you all today. The other reason is the bigger picture. We announced to the public my coronation will be held in 2 months' time. But regretfully, thanks to this assassination attempt, Lord Father has pushed it up. It is set to happen before this week is over. That is why I'm bringing my son with me. My wife would have also be accompanying us now, but alas, she ended up sacrificing her life to protect Olivert. Prince Eugen spoke to us with a hint of sadness. A wave of surprise reached our ears once more. Hearing Prince Eugen announce his coronation is now happening sooner than later. Hearing that, I shifted my eyes toward Prince Olivert. Is that what you meant by you will become a prince sooner than later? I decided to ask him. Indeed it is. Father will likely announce me being the crown prince soon after he becomes Erebonia's new emperor. It is also not known to many, but Father now has a second son and a first daughter as well. I am curious to meet my new mother-in-law and siblings, Prince Olivert said, giving me a smile. You really shouldn't tell someone you just met confidential details like that, Your Highness, a third voice said to the figure sitting on the other side of Prince Olivert. His tone appeared angry after hearing that, and a look of anger appeared on his forehead. But that is where you are wrong, Mula, my boy. That we have just done, but in a way, all of us in this vehicle are connected in one way or another. I feel I can trust you with this information, young one, Olivert said as a smile beamed over his face. Thank you, Your Highness. I will promise not to tell this to anyone. I replied back with a smile as well. Now listen here, it's not about making promises, Mueller retorted back to us in anger, only to cause Prince Olivert to laugh again. Sure enough, this was the same Mueller Vander, Matthias Vander's first son. Kurt Vander would be his second son, but in regards to Mueller, he is his first. He is the sole bodyguard who directly serves Prince Olivert. He also appeared to be a young adult, and not his middle-aged look in the games. If I recall, he was roughly the same age as Aurelia, so he should be around 15 now. But I guess he is already acting as Prince Olivert's bodyguard. Huh. Since you were kind enough to reveal a secret of your own, why don't I do the same? I decided to play along. If it was Prince Olivert, a pervert he may become in the future, but he was one to keep his secrets. Grandmother and father already know, so it wouldn't hurt to tell Prince Olivert as well, right? I do have plans to stick by his side in the future, after what I have planned comes to pass. Oh, well, you're a Gileath's son, so you likely know a thing or two, am I right? Prince Olivert asked with a grin. Heh, father even started to teach me history before I could even talk fully like this. I answered, that definitely sounds like him. So what is it you want to tell me? Prince Olivert asked. Can I borrow your ear? I asked back. Whisper into it. Hearing that, Olivert leaned toward me. and I began to whisper into his ear. Once again, it is a pleasure to meet you, Your Highness. Should chance strike, when we are alone, you can address me as Your Highness as well. I formally go by Naoto von Auslese. I whispered into Prince Olivert's ear, introducing myself as a prince to the liberal throne. In this case, grandmother and father already know. I do not know if grandmother has plans to actually have me inherit her position or whether she will pass it on to Claudia, as she will do in the games. If I recall, Liberal is mostly ruled by matriarchal queens. The founder of Liberal was also a female herself. The moment I whispered my introduction to Prince Olivert, he blinked at me for a good moment. No kidding, Prince Olivert retorted at me in a whisper. Well, that get-up of yours is definitely not normal, but to think you would hail from Liberal and from the throne, Prince Olivert uttered in surprise. It does beg a mystery, as you would be with Gileath of all people. A secret between us two, right? I whispered back at Prince Olivert with a smile. But of course, Your Highness, Prince Olivert whispered back at me with a grin. Seeing the two of us behave this way, another look of anger appeared on Mueller's face. What in blazes are you two whispering about? Muller retorted angrily. However, that only caused Prince Olivert to turn his head back toward to Mueller. Say, Mueller, how much do you know about raising falcons? Prince Olivert suddenly asked a random question, which only drew confusion from Mueller. Huh? Falcons? I can never guess what goes on in that head of yours, Your Highness, Mueller responded back, confused. Exactly, Prince Olivert answered with a smile. As he did, he winked one of his eyes at me. Seeing Prince Olivert do this, I nodded my head. Good. Looks like Prince Olivert will indeed stay quiet about my other identity. It would do well to be by his side in the later years, should I successfully come out of DG cult. I don't have plans to tell anyone of this, as a certain event should happen which will allow me to enter that place. As for Mueller, he saw me turn quiet, so he could only shake his head. As he did, I heard the adults to the left continue their talks as the Orbital car continued down the main road to Heimdall. I could see the gigantic red city within the horizon, so I know it won't take long to reach there, so I decided to stay quiet and listen in. Doing such, I heard Father continue to speak to Prince Eugent. So it is true His Majesty is pushing up the date for Your Highness' coronation. Do the great houses know about this? Gileath asked him. Of course they do. I gathered you all for added security while we returned to Valflame Palace. And I also sent official notices to the 4 great houses. Even if this coronation will be held in secret, it still needs to be official. Members of the military, the nobles, and the Diet are required to be present, Prince Eugen explained, which caused Gileath to smile. Haha, of course everyone is required to be present to witness Your Highness' step onto the throne. It will usher us into the next era, Gileath responded happily. You're always one to mince words, Gileath, Mattias responded without remorse. We need to be ever vigilant during this next week. It would be great for ceremony to go unnoticed, but strange things have been happening lately. Mattias spoke with a hint of worry. You mean that beast that showed up on the outskirts of Roar? Speaking of which, I heard it was slain by you, Gileath, Olaf said as he rubbed his orange beard a bit. You mean that gigantic wolf reported in the news? Aurelia asked excitedly. The very same. I do fear of more scenarios happening in the near future. You did well to start gathering us, Your Highness, Gileath spoke out to Prince Eugent. Yeah, I've also heard rumors spreading through the western Zemuria of an organization hidden in the shadows. I do not know why they are gathering such individuals, but I was able to come across a name. They call themselves Ouroboros, Prince Eugent said as he revealed a frown. Ouroboros, a group of individuals pretending to be snakes? Gileath uttered to himself. I don't know. One can fear for the worst, but we will be raising security to the maximum level until this week passes, Prince Eugent reaffirmed, which caused everyone to nod their heads, seeing a break in their conversation. I took this time to speak out to Father. I hate to interrupt, Father, but I was wondering if I could use that. I spoke out, which caused eyes to shift toward me. This caused me to feel their presences once again, but I didn't back down. Gileath asked as he looked my way. It only took him a moment to realize what I was trying to ask of him. Oh, you're referring to that. This would indeed be a good time to practice it. Gileath responded with a grin. Well, isn't this interesting? You did say you have already started to train your son, haven't you, Gileath? Prince Eugent asked with a look of interest in his eyes. He even was looking at me as he asked that. Indeed, I will warn you all that you might feel a bit unpleasant the moment my son uses it. Still, it will be a good lesson for him. Gileath answered Prince Eugent. Very well. You may proceed, Prince Eugent said, nodding his head at me. Yes, your highness. If you all may, I began to say, only to close my eyes. This, Aurelia uttered to herself, shifting her attention my way. That was right. I decided to use her vermilion eyes here. While I have not reached the level of being able to discern lies from the truth, it has improved rather considerably these couple years I've been using it. The moment I opened my eyes, Aurelia and the others saw a deep vermilion hue appear over my pupils, causing them to become surprised. As they became surprised, one after another status screens started appearing within my sight as I began to look around the room of these prominent figures. As Aurelia was the one who first drew my attention, I decided to look at her status screen. Chapter 34. Attention Aurelia Le Guin. LV1, 25 to 50 age. 15 job. Noble title. In 8, Aurelia is the heiress to the Le Guin family. Rank of account. Home to Erebonia. Currently enrolled at Thor's Military Academy. Stats. Skills. Likes, strong people, unfavorable challenges mood, angry, curious favorability. 5 seeing Aurelia already at level 125 almost made me spat out a mouth full of dry air. I mean, sure, she becomes one of the top-ranking swordwomen, if not the top, in Zemuria later on. She would eventually earn the moniker, the Golden Rakshasa, but to think she would be level 125 already. And now, I had my answer in regards to how leveling works in this world. It is not like the games at all. Through each saga, levels get reset, and that is definitely not the case here. Once someone has attained a level, they will keep that level. Me personally, I am level 6. My own stats have improved quite a bit by doing those daily quests on top of Father's training. I have yet to spend those points personally, but the gamer system was quite relentless in that regards, not giving me a single day to relax since they've started. I'll have to go over my own stats later, as they have improved quite considerably. You really are a monster, you know that? I couldn't help but utter in amazement, looking at this medium-length silver-haired maiden in front of me. What is that supposed to mean? Moreover, what did you do with your eyes? You brat? It's like they're looking right through me, Aurelia retorted. Haha, I apologize if you took offense to that, miss. I meant that to be a compliment. Now that I think about it, I haven't introduced myself to you all yet, have I? I am Naoto Osborne. General Gileath is my father, I said, introducing myself to everyone in the orbital car. Some remained indifferent, while others nodded their head. General Van Dyck revealed a smile, while I received a strange look from one of the Diet's leading members, Karl Regnitz. I saw him look toward father. Surely you wouldn't have brought such a young child with you. Without reason, right, General Gileath? I know you are a very rational man, Karl asked, a bit worried. I only saw Gileath nod indeed. Your Highness, you have been briefed already, right? Gileath asked Prince Eugent, which drew everyone's attention as I continued to review Aurelia's stats. Only some. Lord Father has been quite obscure in this matter. But I think I know enough, Prince Eugent answered, only to look back at me. Young one, it is quite the honor to receive a personal invitation from Lord Father himself. Prince Eugent revealed some news to everyone, causing surprise to reach their rise. Are you kidding me? A little brat like this personally received His Majesty's favor? Aurelia retorted, ignoring the fact this was spoken by the Crown Prince. Well, you do have your manners. So I will take your compliment from earlier, Aurelia responded back to me. Well, Aurelia is definitely acting like a prideful noble. Thank you, I asked, tilting my head back a bit. All this while a certain man was staying quiet, looking my way. It was the man who had one of the largest builds in this orbital car. He was looking at me quite seriously, or more specifically, at the jeweled rapier I had down on my waist. Despite my waist being quite small, I ended up bringing the rapier with me, which I could only assume it was a weapon entrusted to me by my late mother, Aurora von Auslese. Or now that we are in such a place with these people around me, would it better to address her as Aurora Phoenix? I could only assume as much based off of the enlightenment I received from the Crimson Rosalia. Is something the matter, Mattias? Victor couldn't help but ask with wonder, looking at the tall man stand up. Master, Aurelia also asked, curious to see why Mattias stood up. All we saw was him walk toward my way. I blinked for a moment hearing that. That was right, wasn't it? Aurelia was Mattias Vander's student, wasn't she? Did she already finish learning his swordsmanship, or was she still in training? Not only that, I also recall Aurelia is Victor's student as well. She essentially learned both the Vander style and RZ style of swordsmanship to create her own. You definitely have her eyes, young one. May I see that blade of yours? Mattias asked, approaching my direction. Of course, I answered, nodding my head. I proceeded to present the rapier, still held in its scabbard, to Mattias. Seeing the mark of the phoenix on the violet scabbard, Mattias let out an inward sigh. He proceeded to grab its hilt, slowly pulling it out. Shing! A dull metal sound struck the inside of the orbital car as everyone saw a very powerful-looking rapier now in Mattias' hands. He made sure to hold it with care, unlike the weapon he normally wields. I haven't seen this weapon in quite some time, Mattias said, with a hint of longing. He then looked back at me. And now, it falls onto the proper hands once again, Mattias continued to say. Does it have a name? Hesitant, I decided to ask. Sure enough, it appears Mattias does have a history with this rapier. Perhaps he truly knew Mother at one point. It does. The last person to wield this rapier called it Radiant Starlight, Mattias said, explaining the origin of this weapon in my hand a bit, causing me to gain more interest. Up until now, I believed this blade was to be lost. Thank you for letting me witness it once more, Mattias said, revealing a rare smile. Radiant Starlight, I uttered in amazement. To think Mother would call it such a name. Sure, it sounded flashy, but I bet she had the strength to back up her weapon. That amazement only lasted for a short while, as Mattias continued to speak. What he said next caused us to go for a different spin. It's decided. This blade fell into the right hands once again. I feel it was Adios who led you here, young one. You will become my disciple and learn the Vander style, Mattias declared, causing several of us to become wide-eyed, myself included. It seems you have some past with this blade, Mattias. Since you are willing to go such lengths, why don't I follow suit? Naoto, was it? Are you perhaps interested in learning the RZ style? Victor asked me, placing his leg over one another. Even you too, Master RZ, Aurelia replied in surprise. And well, as for Gileath, he just had a playful smile on his face, as if he was anticipating for this to happen. However, all of a sudden, we heard a voice I wasn't expecting to hear back from so soon reach our eyes. Humph. Mattias, you brat. You dare try to steal my apprentice from me. An angry voice resounded, which caused shock in all of us. Master, I couldn't help but utter to myself, recognizing this voice somehow. Thud. Before we could do anything, a loud thud struck our ears. This thud seemed to have come from the car's roof, on the other side. The hell? One of the couple of secret agents said, letting out a curse, quickly realizing where the sound came from. He rolled down the nearest window, only for his eyes to turn wide inside of his black glasses. Hey, get off of the damn car. You're standing on a privately owned vehicle, one of the secret agents said, yelling out in anger at the figure that suddenly appeared on the roof of the car. Upon a closer look, this figure appeared to be a girl who wasn't tall and had very long, blonde, wavy hair that could easily touch the ground in several places. The one thing to note was the large red staff that was currently held in her hand. Try me, the girl said, responding in a playful manner. You, don't you know just who it is inside? The secret agent retorted in anger. Don't know, and to be honest, I could give a shit about who is in there besides my apprentice. No one is doing any stealing on my watch, let alone those two brats who think they can one-up me. The girl retorted in anger herself. Yet hearing her curse like this, the secret agent shuddered. This girl does know who exactly is in this vehicle, right? Did she just call the War God and the Radiant Blade Master brats? Who in the hell is this girl? The secret agent remained silent for a moment as he thought this. Yet he quickly realized the situation at hand and spoke out once more. I don't care who you are. Get off immediately or I'll open fire. The secret agent yelled out to he girl, retrieving the orbital handgun down at his waist. With a click, he pulled the trigger back and was ready to shoot, taking aim at the girl. Good luck with that. Be a dear for me and let those two brats know my apprentice is already taken, the girl responded, revealing a grin. Sure enough, seeing this happen, I decided to roll down one of the bulletproof windows myself. Lo and behold, the Crimson Rosalia could be seen standing nonchalantly on a fast-moving vehicle as she was literally held at gunpoint. I could only blink and stare at her at a loss for words. What is Maddie's connection to Aurora? Chapter 35. Stats. Before opening the closest bulletproof to see what that thud was, I decided to have a look at everyone else's statuses, beginning with Matthias Vander. Matthias Vander, LV 252, 50 age. Presumably late 30s, job, Swords Master title. Thunder God, current head of the Vander School of Swordsmanship. A very stern man, and is overprotective of his family. Those who get to know him become deeply attached. Otherwise, he is one who is easily misunderstood. Very strict while teaching others. Shows interest in teaching the Vander style to Naoto. Also the bodyguard of Prince Eugent. Stats, skills, likes, silence, bonds, discipline, mood, grateful favorability. 50 Victor RZ, LV 252, 50 age, 28 job, Swords Master title. Radiant Blade Master, current head of the RZ School of Swordsmanship. Holds the rank of a Viscount and is the current Lord of Legram. Victor hails as a descendant of the Eisenritter, the knights who protected Emperor Drachels during the War of the Lions, specifically the second in command, Cheyenne RZ. To honor the leader of the Eisenritter, Leanne Sandlot. The name RZ is passed down through generation after generation. Stats, skills, likes, peace, Laura, principles, mood, worried, curious, favorability. 30 Olaf Craig, LV 200-250 age, presumably 30s, job, commander of the 4th Division title. Craig, the Red Commander of Erebonia's Imperial Military 4th Armored Division, known for its fierce firepower. Among the divisions, the 4th Division is said to be the fiercest, often boasting the largest firepower of the whole military. As for Olaf, despite being the most intimidating general, he is rather easygoing and cheerful, overprotective of his newborn son, Elliot. Stats, skills, likes, riding on tanks, Elliot, music, mood, cheerful, serious, favorability. 20 Gileath Osborne LV, age, 30, a job, commander of the 5th Division title. Iron, what a good title for Gileath before he becomes the Blood and Iron Chancellor. My father, currently married to Cassia Osborne, father of 2 children, me being one, while the other being Reen Osborne, known for being a calculated man. Gileath quickly rose the ranks of the Imperial military through his wits and decisive actions. He boasts great ambition and desires to become the next Chancellor of Erebonia. He is one to be feared, and rightfully so. There are very few who talk back at him. Stats, skills, likes, theory crafting, politics, family, mood, gleeful, favorability, 100, and what? Did you think this would be 0? Karl Regnitz, LV 5250 age, 35 job, Speaker of the Imperial Diet title, coffee lover, currently the head governor of the Heimdall Imperial Diet. He cares for his family, and despite being a commoner, others recognize him thanks to his hard work. He has gone through many reforms Erebonia sees today, but that comes at a price. Many of the nobles dislike Karl. Despite that, he is seen in a favorable light by both the imperial family and my father. He also has a son that was born recently, Machias Regnitz. Stats, skills, likes, coffee, politics, favorability. 15 Mueller Vander, LV 75, 250 age. 15 job, Prince Olivert's bodyguard title. One with the sword, already having mastered the Vander style swordsmanship as a result of his training from his father. Mueller Vander leads the current generation of his school as the bodyguard to the imperial family. His top and foremost priority is the safety of Prince Olivert. He also has a younger brother, Kurt Vander, and often likes to spar with him. As for Prince Olivert, Mueller finds himself reprimanding Prince Olivert a lot due to his playful nature. Stats, skills, likes, swords, values, mood, annoyed favorability. 20 Agent Reese Arner, LV 150 250 age, 31 job. Crown Prince of Erebonia title. Crown Prince to Erebonia's throne. He is set to become the next ruler of Erebonia. Many nobles strive for his attention to gain his favor. He has 3 children, 2 boys and 1 girl. His second son and first daughter have just been born. He holds ambition to lead Erebonia into an era of peace, despite the looming threat of war. Stats, skills, likes, mood, curious, mournful favorability. 40 Oliver Reese Arner, LV 100 250 age, 12 job. Commoner title, Bastard Prince Oliver Reese Arner, bastard son of the Crown Prince of Erebonia. Has a rather playful nature and often likes to tease his bodyguard, Mueller Vander. He anticipates becoming the next Crown Prince once his father receives the throne, but in truth, that will be in name only. He had only recently come to learn of his new younger siblings. He knows well the position of Crown Prince will be passed on to the legitimate heir. As such, he has no actual desire for the throne.